into watercolor ink or anything like that. Those sketchbooks are, the paper is basically watercolor paper, and take anything that you throw at it. I fell off of it because my interest really started to trim down. I just wanted to spend more and more time with a pencil in my hand, and probably the only thing that paper isn't the best for is the very specific kind of drawing that I like to do. I like to retain all of my hatch marks, but have my cake and eat it too, and be able to blend and smudge all at the same time. So had a little bit of trouble with that, and I eventually fell off of it. But that's definitely a sketchbook I can recommend.
What am I researching? Okay, we have the right research. Still trying to get skeleton repair bed. I think I have to research these two first before I can actually get it to show up. Green pile? Oh, pail, not pile. Or you can just say bucket. Yeah. Oh. So fast. So fast, so efficient.
We try to make the shadow underneath the nose darker than the holding edge of the bottom of the nose. Hopefully that creates a cast shadow, form shadow feel automatically, and implies that there's a little bit of light bouncing up into the underside of the nose without having to actually draw anything.
Did I put in the wrong setting?
Important not to rush.
Oh.
In general. I've been thinking about that a lot. It really is one of the most important things for an artist. Not that you can't rush, not that you shouldn't ever rush. There's obviously a time for everything. But you should be able to control it. That would give you the most flexibility. You should be able, when you want, to snap into the most unhurried version of your art making process. It's surprisingly difficult. And I find that rushing, wanting to be done, being anxious, we're really inclined to have those in every step. And if you want to be able to do that, if you want to have the endurance and ability to do 100-hour drawings that have a clear process and are actually worth spending 100 hours on, you need to practice it. And you should practice it often, and you can practice it in your sketchbook. I don't feel any desire to rush just because I'm in my sketchbook. Or at least I don't want to feel any desire to rush just because I'm in my sketchbook. Can rush, of course, and put down more fleeting ideas. I want to be able to slow down even here. Even in a place that is quote-unquote not the real drawing. But I'll tell you, to me, this is the real drawing. Even if it's locked up in a sketchbook, it is the real drawing. If I'm drawing, man. I want to reduce the amount of time I spend making arbitrary distinctions between like, oh, this is real drawing. Oh, this is just a sketch. Oh, I don't have to do this one as well as I could. I want to reduce that. I'm starting to realize like I don't really have that much time in my life for things like that. Do I really have the luxurious time needed to spend a very long time on drawings I don't care about? I don't think so. I don't need to understand them. They don't need to be planned or fit into some perfect spot in my portfolio or the things that I want to achieve. They don't need to be moving towards a specific goal. Can I love them even if I don't understand them completely? Can I still bring myself to be of service to them and to spend a long time on them?
Let's see, can we research it? We might need wind generation and light wind generation theory first. Let's go buy some more books if we can. Still a few more of these. Oh, I sold all. Oh, no, we still have 4. Okay.
So I don't really know if this is supposed to be a tree person or a carving in a tree. I think it has become a tree person because I lowered the local values on the eyelashes. Now it kind of has to be a sentient tree thing. Making these eyelashes a little weird so I don't look so normal. Leave some room for them to be maybe vines or ivies or something like that. That would be something to nail in a second pass. I I could make those the proper scale and design around them so that they pop out appropriately.
Hmm. Yeah, this kind of works.
Making big things like this welt, anything like this, welts, boils, off growths, anything like that. It's very difficult to integrate them so that they work with the surrounding forms. Difficult, but not impossible. Doing some soft veiling to occlude the crease of the nose. Don't want super high contrast anywhere in there. You know, if I was trying to pull this off for a design drawing, I would hopefully have the presence of mind to not go into rendering before figuring out the pretty active tree bark texture that needs to get applied over this tree person's face. The way that I'm doing it here in my sketchbook is chaos. It's inviting disaster. But that's all right. That's what sketchbooks are for. When I need to pull off a tree person for real, I will get the process. I will have this mistake in mind, and hopefully I will readjust my process. I will plan out some of these major tree bark subforms, secondary shapes, plan those out better, and then get into doing some overall form. But I won't begrudge myself it for now.
Okay, let's see.
Because, as I said, the
Light
form is what
wind
gets me
generation
into it.
theory. And then we
It's better to
should
find out that
see.
I want
Oh, there we
to do
go. It's already there.
a
You can like
depiction of a tree face form,
not
and
research
then do a
that
second
prototype.
pass where
Oh wait, we do need. Okay, we
the
need
process is
light
planned
wind
from the
generation,
beginning.
basic exterior lighting.
Then to
Um, to
just
research that again.
abstractly have
Basic
that
exterior
idea
lighting.
and think about the process. And then
And then
because I never engaged with the form directly,
engineering research
never
1.
found my access, and then never made the picture. One's clearly better than the other, right? It has taken me many years to grow comfortable with drawing at a larger scale. This is not the size I was naturally attracted to for most of my art career so far. I always preferred drawing small. It's taken me a long time to get used to drawing bigger. It was just certain things I wanted to achieve that really needed me to work bigger. I don't think you need to force it if you're not interested in it. I think your process will let you know if certain steps would really be much better achieved at scale, at a large size. But if you do ever want to try it and you find yourself frustrated, don't worry about it. Just keep doing it. Just draw as much as you can at that scale, and you will eventually get used to it. It took a long time for me, but I'm really glad I did it. I'm really glad I went through the learning curve. You know, really, before I did that, the largest I would ever draw was standard US letter paper, so 8.5 by 11 inches. And I'm much happier now that I can just put like a 14 by 17 in front of myself to draw on and just go for it. And I don't feel the need to do like all this prep work, you know, like I don't need to project or trace or do a grid unless I have something super specific to work off. If I have something super specific to work off, then sure, I'll do that. That's obviously just the easiest way. But without something super specific to go off of, I love that I can just put a bigger piece of paper in front of me and sketch and draw. And I'm used to the scale enough at this point that I can do gestural sketchy work on it and I can finish on it. And that's a great freedom. I like it.
4 hours.
It makes it a little easier to get the
skeleton repair beds.
Impulsive drawing feeling that I like to get from a lot of my work. It's really annoying finding that for all of your preparation, you know, you were doing so much due diligence by creating a grid or by doing a transfer or by printing out an underlay onto your paper. It's so disappointing to do all of that hard work at the beginning and then find that for the structure that it gave you, it also kind of screwed you because it stole a little bit of like fresh.
Let's go check the jails
from the surface. It has made it
check
so
the
that
jails in a while.
Sort of reeks of planning. And that's obviously not a downfall everyone gets into, right? There's tons of things you can do and skillful moves you can make that will.
Can I actually stealth KO these guys without any repercussion?
Planned drawing from looking.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, right? But I never quite
easy training, I guess.
Figured out those tricks for myself. I never quite made them work. For me, I needed to do it without tricks. To get that effect, I had to. The trick that I found was no tricks. Just sketch it impulsively at scale by hand, and then with no transfers, no new sheets of paper, just finish it.
Oh, there's still one more over here.
Not really much of a trick.
Oh, there's more people here.
Also not efficient. Fun? Incredible. Efficient? No. But you're not here for efficiency, right? You're not watching the random internet person who is covering a A3 sheet with a 0.5 mechanical pencil.
His name is Twitch. Like the platform. Nothing. This one's just empty.
I have a little eraser over here. Does this have an eraser? Not much of one. Oh, I'm too lazy to go over to the desk with my pencil case on it.
Any limbs for me to take? I think I've looted all these guys before. I get the sense that they've been looted already. Yeah. What is that? This is a rock? Very sus looking rock. Well, I guess we'll go back and do some more research.
Trying to get a little bolder with the textures here.
What is going on?
As I move forward.
Let's take a look. Oh my god.
Marks and divots and little
Get me loot on him.
indications of tree texture play a bigger role.
Hero boss Asher. Doesn't have anything on him. We can talk to him though.
Just sort of doing whatever.
Whoa, what? He's got beat up instantly.
Some of these flower shapes. I'm just reacting to them.
He's like in a perpetual state of getting arrested.
Around them, interact with them. You know, like dip in before.
What's that?
Buckle around.
Kavag, he's running away, Empire Peasants.
That's really the name of the
Wish
game.
another trade caravan would come by. That was a lot of money that we got actually. We'll go back to do some research.
And isn't it
research time?
Isn't it weird that, you know, whatever the existential truth of the universe is, you already are that. That's odd. You know, all of the wonder and fear and confusion that we experience in the middle of the art process, it really all stems from the same thing, which is a forgetting in that moment of what we are. And what we are is a complete mystery. No one actually knows. No one knows what it means to be a person. No one knows what it means to create art. No one knows what the ontological nature of the universe is. No one knows what the ground floor of being is. And just because there's people who will claim to know doesn't mean that they do know.
How does this even connect?
I paused there for a bit to fill in all this flat shadow area.
Maybe like that.
It's much too boring to subject anyone to.
it
not
out.
too boring for me, though. It's actually quite a meditative.
It's like a third
meditative
muscle in here,
environment
maybe.
in these
I don't know.
shadow patches here, I think. It's as simple as the drawing experience gets. You can just kind of feel your body, notice your thoughts, see what assumptions you're making. Take a second to reorient to your priorities. Ask yourself what's motivating you in this moment as you flat a shadow in a pencil drawing. What is driving you? Just a quick opportunity to check in with yourself and with the cosmos that is your whole body, etc., etc. Listen. Hear birds outside. See how you feel about the birds. Are you happy to hear them? Are you angry at the birds? Does their freedom and enjoyment of the warm sunlight make you bitter, resentful? What does it feel like to be bitter or resentful? Does the emotion of bitterness or resent have any substantive quality? Is there something solid about it that can be held, presented? Or is it more of a process? A whirling of energy, a particular shape of agitation that, when seen from a particular angle, creates the impression of bitterness, resent. Maybe you can see the analogs to drawing here. Nothing in a drawing is real. It is artifice. It is all illusion. Now, the illusion can be crafted with enough care that it is impossible to see anything but the illusion. You will never stare at a drawing of a nose long enough to forget it's a nose. It will never truly break down into its true nature, its dust on paperiness. But that doesn't make it any less of an illusion. Feelings, impulses, thoughts are the same. Thoughts will always be thoughts in the mind. Staring at them for long enough, noticing them for long enough, may give them a bit of a different charge. But will you forget their thoughts? Will you fail to understand the emotions contained therein? Probably not. Much like the drawing of the nose. But remembering that all is not quite as it seems. Just remembering that all the way in the back of your mind. That has some freedom to it. Let's stump a little bit. Why not? I mean, it is 2021 after all. Let's stump a little bit. lose some edges here and there into and out of the hatching. That's always fun. Pressing pretty damn hard there when I want to lose a spot. Harder than you'd expect, I bet. Don't be precious with your drawings. Destroy them. Abuse them. Really give them a beat down for these areas that need to soften up. Nice to have nothing but graphite on the paper at this point. No colored pencil or anything like that. If you have the time, as you can see, it takes much longer, but if you have the time, having just pure low contrast graphite on the paper for this step makes things blend so much nicer than if there's other materials bopping in and out of the blends. Where's my big stump? I'm having to do this with my small stump because I don't remember where I put my big one. Disappeared somewhere. Yeah, when it's just pure graphite, the blends can get so buttery. The trade-off, of course, is that it takes much longer to build up. The contrast, you can finish the drawing much quicker if you get some colored pencil or darker pencils in there earlier, so that the darks feel really dark. But man, nothing quite beats the feeling of that low contrast blend. It's worth waiting for most of the time, at least in my book. I feel like there's something really elegant about low contrast. It's hard to tell whether high contrast or low contrast is more common across art. I often find myself thinking I like sort of these low contrast bases because
Engineering research. Can we buy that?
high contrast
We have to
is more
find it.
common, but
We might have to go to the Black City again.
I don't actually know about that.
Go scrounging around
That might
for
just be my
engineering
bias.
blueprints.
Maybe just because I like low contrast more, I'm more inclined to notice it when I see it.
Don't think it's
Out in the
here.
wilds.
Engineering is red. Oh.
Let's pull some.
Let's go on
You
an
see, I haven't really
expedition.
demarcated what I'm going to do up here as it goes up into the branches and the rest of the
Put
trunk.
away
So I'm just
everything
gonna
that we
try
don't
to
need.
sketch some forms that interact with the stump. Hopefully that will make it so that there's a bit of primary shape
Okay.
crossover going on.
A
From
lot.
the face part into the trunk
Lock the
part. So
door.
it's not
Might
just
as
like
well.
a clean line. no
Okay, engineering research. We really need
Sort of transition
higher
lines
security to be able to
between.
pick open locks
Instead, hopefully this
near
will
the
make it so
Black
that
Citadel.
you see this curve
Black
go
City.
whoop all the way down through the
It's
forehead
called.
and into the nose. Hopefully
So
that'll make it feel a little bit more realistic, you know, in
do
reality
that.
organic forms are interacting with each other all
We
the
need
way
a better arm.
across the form all the time.
We need another steady arm, like steady arm right. Is there one here that we can buy?
Hopefully that'll help me out a bit. I'll zoom out here.
Steady arm left. They don't have right arms for sale at all. Robotic left arm. Need a right arm. A good place to level thievery. I wonder if we can like pick lock our own door. Let's see if we can pick lock our own door from the inside and gain levels that way. Okay, let's go. Wait, he can see me? Oh wait, I can't pick lock. Okay, never mind. Hmm. I guess I could try like freeing slaves, although it is kind of risky. Middle of day. Yeah, that seems like a bad idea. We could try the top floor here. Let's save it first. There's a guard. Yeah, no. Not gonna happen. Too many witnesses everywhere. There should be like a prisoner, like a slave camp somewhere around here, I think. Because I usually come here to drop off nobles that I've kidnapped. And then the beak things, they get to eat them. The beak things eat the nobles I kidnap. Ooh, dead dune dog.
I think I'll add some
Oh, who are
background
these guys?
here. Even though, is it really appropriate to call it background? I mean, this
Starving
work is so
vagrants.
like improvisational that it feels weird to
Level our stealth and
say this
assassination.
is background, this is figure, this is field.
Doing a Naruto run.
I do think it makes sense if this is a forest. Maybe we'll do another character here. We'll keep going with the shaman-esque archetypal shapes.
Ooh. Probably not worth even picking up, honestly. Only 250. There's some travelers over there. Are those manhunters?
Should probably have the face more turned away
Slave hunters.
on this one than we did on the last one. More
There's a trade caravan over there. Hackbull. Nomads. Let's go try to get some levels off of these slave hunters. I'm just gonna drop this. Not worth picking up.
molding.
Oh, I can knock these guys out and then
Lantern.
pick
Maybe?
lock. Pick their locks. That could be a good way to level up unlocking. Oh, okay, well, looks like we gotta fight.
No need to rush here. Never. No need to rush for anything in life, really. You're gonna do it as fast as you need to do it.
Nothing.
Does rushing even work? I often wonder. I mean, you can mechanically move your hand faster, but you're just sort of, I think you're just sort of forcing it to erratically go like this.
Isn't there another guy
so
who's
that
knocked
you
out?
feel like you're rushing. But can anyone actually prove that they're doing their work any faster when they do that? I don't think so. I'm not convinced. I think it's maybe possible that rushing isn't actually doable. And it's an illusion.
Wait, where did all their slaves go? Weren't there a bunch of slaves with them? Huh. Oh well. Assassination. Training.
I know you can rush in the abstract, of course. You know, you could, on a piece of paper, draw a skull and say, all right, here's a slow skull, and take your time with the skull. And then say, all right, same skull, rushing it. And then you can do it in a little less time. But I'm not really talking about in the abstract. I mean, when you're actually trying to design and draw and do anything worthwhile.
Slow-mo Naruto run. Oh, those are their slaves, aren't they? Right? Soldier, wait. Soldier drone. They might actually have... If there's like a prince among them, might actually be a... Oh yeah, there we go. Prince spot. Okay. These guys usually have really damn good prosthetic legs.
Extremely anachronistic. That's like a late 1800s.
I guess they would knock a couple out.
Western gas lantern.
Grab his leg.
That's probably appropriate.
Not a very high chance of knocking them out, but hopefully we can get a few. They do attack the player on sight anyway, so... Or at least they're like incredibly rude. Failed. No! God, no! Uh-oh. Okay, well this like... What's happening? Baka? Okay, let's try to vanish. They probably gave us 1 or 2 points in assassination already. Hopefully didn't get bounty. No bounty, okay. Try that again. Worst case, I'll just follow them and then they'll die from the environment. Jeez, it is so hard to like knock them out. Naga. Nigga.
feathers for the cloak or anything like that. They'll look done enough if I just literally put lines all over them. Things don't always need to be worked out and resolved and have line work and values that are truly aligned with their character and all of that. That would be nice. That's how you make them look good. That's how you make them memorable. But if you're just trying to get through something, the first bar you can always hit is, does it have work
Okay,
on it?
it's still there.
Because the viewer's eye can always detect that. The viewer's eye can always tell the difference between something that has not been worked and something that has 5 seconds of work, 20 seconds of work, hours of work. So if you're unsure about what to do, you're a lazy hack like me and you're not going to go look up reference of a feather cloak. Just dump a little bit of work in. Doesn't need to be a lot, but just, there's whatever the best answer is, that answer involves.
Man, still
drawing
78.
lines
That's crazy.
over that part
Well,
of
it's
the
like
drawing.
77
So
before.
just draw
but-
some damn lines and don't worry so much.
There we go. About time.
What are you worried about?
Nice. Got both
I
of them.
mean, what are you
Let's
really
save it. Let's go get it. Take
worried
out the hive prints now. We can. Yes.
You really worried about
Very
it?
clean. For the
Really
most part.
worried about your silly drawing?
Yeah, look at that.
Or are you
Hive
worried
scout
about
leg
what it
masterwork.
means about you? Are you worried about what you can and
How does
cannot
that compare to ours?
do? What you may or may not
33 athletics, minus 15 stealth.
Are you
Yeah,
worried
this is
about
so much
if
better.
you'll
If we can find a
succeed?
left one, we're set.
What people will think about you? What it means
Let's go sell this as
to
well.
fail
High grade armor is
after
always
all
worth
these
selling,
years of effort.
I found.
What it means to not try.
After
all these
let's go
years of
play
not.
inventory Tetris a little better.
Is that what you're worried about? It's usually.
Well, I
at
mean, we
its
can like
core
take everything and then sell it. We'll
something like that.
might have enough to like
Because
buy
there's very little to worry
can, like,
about
buy,
in the
like,
drawing.
better stuff.
Almost nothing.
We do need money.
I mean, it's just lines.
This is kind of
No one's worried
shoddy
about it.
grade though.
Nobody
don't know.
cares. Your
4
audience
kg.
is
Well,
just
I'm
happy to
heading back
see
to town anyway. Well, let's
whatever
grab their
you put out there
weapons.
for the most part. The problems that are
Ronin
in it are
blade,
easily
400,
resolved. Lighting look
300.
wrong? Change the lighting.
Yeah,
Structure look really
okay.
wrong? Get a reference picture.
If we can find another hive prince, that'd be amazing.
In most drawings,
Where are these
the
guys?
problems that are actually in the drawing pale
Okay,
in
outlaws.
comparison to the
They probably don't
problems
have
that
anything
you
good.
are manufacturing.
Oh, they might have like
in your
toothpicks
own
and
mind.
stuff. Let's go see if any of them have
That's the real war.
ammo.
That's
Like this guy here. This guy has ammo for sure.
And those problems that we
Oh.
manufacture are the
That's my run
result of,
speed.
as we've said, forgetting that you're a mystery
23.
to
Okay,
yourself.
that's fine.
That you actually have no right to pretend that you know what's right for you or what you're supposed to be doing.
We'll run in circles
or
around the
that
skimmer
You
and then
know what's good or bad,
grab the
right
bolts.
and wrong. That you know this drawing
What
is
the fuck?
succeeding or not succeeding.
We'll
that
pick
you
'em up.
know this drawing is
Grab the bolts.
disappointing.
Drop
or
them.
Conversely, that you know this drawing is great and that this
Then
is
run
the
away.
one that's gonna help you break through. That you're finally making progress.
Anyone else have bolts?
We all feel.
Oh, this guy has
those
a bounty.
things, and those
Swordsman's
are all
Captain Zoo.
probably essential emotions.
Damn, we need to get
but
that. Okay,
we don't have any
let's go
evidence
kidnap him then.
for those things actually
Pick up.
being the case.
Anyone
In
else
fact,
have
you
bounties here?
nothing but mountains of evidence
Oh, this
to
guy has
prove
a
the
fake
opposite.
arm. It's probably bad quality though.
And of course, if you take it
Yeah,
on first
whatever.
principles,
We'll come back here later.
it's
See
very
if anyone
obvious
has
that
bounties.
you are barking up the wrong tree with all that stuff because you have no idea what you are. No one does. You don't know why you're here. You don't know why you have a consciousness. You don't know what existence is. You don't know what the cosmos is. You don't understand the ground floor ontological nature of being. You do not have rare
Who are
divine
these
insight
guys?
into
Why
the
is he so
structure
fat?
of your own spirit, mind, however you want to think of yourself. You don't know any of those things. You don't know any of those things. You are an absolute enigma to yourself at your core. So how do we spend so much time and energy on certainties and emotions that are completely backwards from that viewpoint? How do we do it?
Caravan
I really
guards.
don't know. It's just forgetting.
Slave traders up there. We can go check them out as well.
In any moment that you're remembering that you are a mystery to yourself and that you don't know why you draw
loot this guy before
or how you do it or why you want to do it or how other people take it in or what other people are or what other people are looking for.
70 gold, sure.
That you
Garrow
remember
chopper,
that,
that's worth picking up.
it is of course impossible to be worried about your career, about
no room.
how much you hate or love doing what you're doing. It's impossible to worry about skills, fundamentals. It's impossible to worry about what others will think of you, especially your mom or dad. It's impossible to think
anything
about
high quality.
All of those things are built on,
I guess, the armor.
An illusion of certainty.
As well. I'm already in town.
On an illusion that you know what people are looking for, that you know what your friends and family are looking for, that you know what art directors are looking for, that you know what people like or don't like in art. You have no idea.
I have a bounty for you.
And all you ever see as you look in museums, scroll the internet, talk with other artists, all you ever actually see is that what people really love is the unexpected. The thing that they had no idea about.
I have a lot of loot to sell.
You just choose to forget it. That's so scary to you. That's so intractable to you that you say, oh, well, how do you give people what they don't know they want? So you just bail out. You don't even hold it in your mind, even though it's obviously true, right?
I can sell this Scout
Leg.
That's going to get us a lot of money.
Artists, they all do something completely different, no? Probably none of them.
We have 11,000 now.
Similar at all for a lot of
people. Buy another arm if he's restocked.
Really scary. That is the truth. It's obvious. It's right there. It's hitting you in your face. Oh, art is about what you do that no one else does.
No, I don't want.
Art is about what's weird, what's unique. Art is about
repair
the stuff
Steady arm, right? No. He doesn't have one.
Communicable or learnable or that can be broken down objectively. But we hate hearing that.
Damn.
It's very bad for the growth mindset. We resist that all the time. We want to think that we can cut a path, that we can control it, that if we exercise our will with enough judiciousness, sophistication, and nuance,
oh, excuse me. Who are these guys? Like a caravan. I think they're slave traders. Tech hunters, okay. Let's not mess with them. I actually like the tech hunters. They're a good faction. Oh, this guy has a bounty. 1,000. Who else has bounties? Where they all die. These guys have arms I can sell, I guess. I can go grab those before they wake up. Economy arms, but yeah, they're still worth selling, I guess, since they're so close to town. First aid this guy, so oh, I guess let's pick him up. See if he has a yeah, there we go. Actually, you know, he'll survive. Let's pick him up. We're so close to town right already. Oh my god, I feel like sneezing. Hey Rusty, how's it going? Doing the same old. What's this guy? Caravan Boss Tora. These are the tech hunters. Okay. Caravan Boss. Where's his caravan though? Oh, is it like way back there? Where is the dude? I wish they just like make him stationary and not like run around. Hmm. Huh. Oh, there he is. Okay. Give me a sec. I gotta get a sneeze. Okay, I'm back. Give me a sec. Thank you. Okay. I still need to train lockpicking. And I need like, it would be nice to get better arm for that. Because my current arm reduces lockpicking by 33%, which is nuts. Not something we want. He only has left arms. Are there any other prosthetic vendors out here? Oh, there actually is one at Trader's Edge. We'll head there. Or hang. Let's go head off to hang. I know there's a prosthetics vendor there. Whoa. That guy has a prosthetic leg, doesn't he? Yeah, caravan guard, slave trader. He also has a crossbow. We might want to loot this guy once he's downed. Hi, Chicho. Alright. Knock this guy out. He's a ranger. Small backpack. Ooh, that's some good stuff. He's got. Hmm. Okay. We don't want the weapon. We just want the backpack. Grab that. Let's look at the ranger as well. We'll leave this guy. Our stealth is actually pretty good now, I think. Oh yeah, this guy has the... Oh, it's a high economy leg. It's 1,000 gold right there. It's fine because these guys are slave traders, so I don't care about looting from them. Oh, there's a lot of them. Holy cow. Okay. I feel like I'm starting to get over P. I wanted to say, I'm starting to get over P. Starting to get OP. Overpowered. Slowly but surely. Try to free this slave. See if we can do that. Increase our 53. Let's not. Can we unlock this guy's? Let's try unlocking shackles. I should just stealth KO them first before I unlock. This is really good lockpick training, I think. Hey, what's this guy up to? We gotta knock this guy out, otherwise he's gonna pick up our training dummy. Why is it Desert Saber? I don't want that. Okay, we'll keep unlocking. What is going on? Oh, they're all reforming the caravan, huh? Whoa, what? Nothing good. Yay. spotted. Yeah. Man, that's annoying. Yeah. Wipe his face. Mm. Robotics minus 90 total. 2. Oh, we've been spotted. Damn. Lockpicking minus 90. If we get rid of this arm, we'd actually be able to lockpick faster. With one hand. Oh, he almost fell off, maybe. Maybe you can put him somewhere else. Okay. Let's sell our ill-gotten gains. Check the prosthetic store again. 41% chance. That's not good. We can fence these backpacks then. We'll just fence all of this, might as well. Or we can sell it here. I mean, these guys might be part of a different faction. Ah, there we go. Yeah, we can sell it here. They aren't part of the local faction, I think. Money. Do I have enough money to pay them? I got no money. Okay. Man, we really need another arm. Looting the dead. Oh my god, he just grabbed his weapons. You see that? Dude just looted his crossbow. There's no bolts in it because I took it already. But still, that's hilarious. Nothing here worth looting. What's that? Another starving vagrant. Bye bye. Who's that? Haste. He's a drifter. We'll knock him out, see what he has. Give him a nap. He has 2 sticks. Now we'll leave him alone. Dune dogs. Hmm. What's that? Some grass. Oh, there's a caravan here. Animal caravan. Don't really want to buy an animal yet, though. If ever. Animals kind of suck in a Kenshi. Tick hunters. What about that? What's that? Oh, those are the slave hunters again. We'll knock him out. Keep training lockpicking. I wonder, if I remove one of my limbs, if I remove this limb, I should be able to pick the locks a lot faster. Oh, they're headed into skimmer territory. We'll see. Can they take care of the skimmers? Most of them are just slaves. I think there's just like one guard or something. Oh, no, they're all... I thought they were slaves. Never mind. Well, they don't really have anything I want. What about this group here? Manhunters. Okay. These look like outlaws. Escaped slaves. Big success. Samurai conscript. Oh my god. Whoa, there's like a camp over here. Hmm. I think this guy might be food soon. Never mind. There we go. I unlock your shackles, but I'll take your leg as payment. Oh my god. My character is not a very good person. It's like he refreshed his stock, maybe? Doesn't look like it. The backpacks are still here. Shoot. Oh yeah, we're gonna head off to Hang. Let's go there. See if they have any arms for sale. He still wants to fight. This guy's crazy. Hmm. Heck, did the pathfinding get messed up? Okay, I guess I'll just navigate manually. South Stone Camp. Oh, this is a slave camp, isn't it? A lot of slaves and slave traders. Who's that? He's running almost as fast as I am. The starving vagrant. Going the wrong way. Hangs over there. Ooh, that guy has a bounty on him. 3K. Wow, all of these guys have, well, 2 of them have bounties. Hmm. The game is chugging on a 3080 Ti. It's crazy. What? What happened? Oh, they didn't cover the drains? Okay. I'll go do it. Give me a sec. Wait, can I not go down from here? Whoa, what? My character just popped right into the rock. Okay. I think this is a... There should be a... What is this? Power station. Okay, maybe the mod changed things around a bit. There's supposed to be a prosthetic station somewhere around here. Place to buy prosthetics. Is that it? Robotics workshop, here we go. Anything? Oh, look, KLR. No, we don't want that. We want a steady arm. Nothing. Nothing. Terrible. Farm shop, mechanical shop. We can go check out the mechanical shop, see if they have any red engineering blueprints. Nope. Hmm. Well, that sucks. We can go check out Stoat, I guess. Maybe Shobatai. I think one of those at least has a robotics workshop. If not, we'll head back to Heft. Crazy how there aren't any like sandworms in this game. Wow. What is this? Mechanical shop. Nothing. Do they have a robotics shop anywhere here? I feel like they don't have one here. There's an archery shop. Hmm. Yeah, they don't have one here. There might be one at Shobatai. Ooh, that guy has a bounty. He's surrounded as well, so. we can try. If we fail, that's fine. It's always nice to have more repair kits though. They are worth a lot. Nice. Even though this one's kind of used up already. High grade armor though, we can sell this. Specialist grade, ooh, that's an upgrade. Sure. Who's this? Northern Hive. He has a false arm. Let's knock him out. We can. Shit. Why is he running so damn fast? Why is he running too? Let's see what's up. I really want to get like another Northern Hive leg because they always drop as masterwork. Oh, looks like there's gonna be an attack on the caravan. We might actually just leave this guy alone and then kidnap one of the Garu. What is going on? His AI is completely messed up. Oh, look, that's basically just free loot hanging out there. Let's go grab it. Get the Hiver. Oh no, they got back up. Okay, shoot. The Garu are fine again. They're wounded, but they're fine. Let's try and knock this guy out. Ow, Jesus. Okay. What the heck? You can't knock him out? Should be able to just like do that and then knock him out. There we go. Cheese the game a bit. Okay, let's grab all his weapons. Masterwork economy arm. Specialist grade. Okay. Cool. Whoa, what the heck is going on here? Oh, they're all being medics. Can I not like KO, like stealth KO one of these guys? I cannot stealth KO a pack beast. Oh well. What is going on over there? Slave traders fighting who? outlaws. Well, let's go look for a robotics workshop here. We could also buy some maps. That would be nice to have. Let's buy all the maps. Actually kind of expensive. We'll just buy like the important ones. Now we have a lot more areas to explore. Any robotics workshop? I feel like there isn't one here. Unfortunately. There is a Shinobu outpost. It's supposed to be. Yeah, here's one. See what they're selling. Nothing I really need. This guy has a bounty, 7k. We'll grab that, especially since it's night. We'll come back and get their crossbows as well. Easy 7k. What kind of loot does he have? Ninja blade. I mean, I guess we can sell that. Samurai conscript. He has a false right leg. Man, they grabbed that dude with the bolts. The only one with bolts. Well, who are these guys? Empire peasants. Samurai conscripts. Where the heck is he going? Patrolling. Someone's fighting. Sand Ninja is committing a crime. I mean, I might as well go in there, grab the bolts off of him, knock him out, grab the bolts. He's trying to break into the headgear shop. There's a guard here, but no one's stopping him. No one except for me. Whoa, lag. I'm really running out of room. Let's go back to Heft. Head back to Heft. Who are these guys? Tech Hunter, Rebel Farmers. Can I knock this Tech Hunter out? Let's see. 26% chance. He does have a falling sun, or something that resembles one. Nice. Falling sun. Mark 1. I might actually pick this up to learn. Because endgame, like, Martial arts is not good against crowds of people. Like, you kind of need a falling sun for that. Either way, let's go put this stuff in here. So we have room. Um, we'll do that. Now we're gonna be really heavy, but that was worth it. "19 speed is still fast enough to outrun most enemies." Well, actually, I'm running at 13, so that's not so good. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Looks like my character made it safe and sound. Let's go check in with the robotics shop. $20 kg though. Maybe we'll learn this later. I might just keep it in the bank for now. Okay, let's go back to our house and then open it. Or actually, we can just do this, can't we? Huh? Open bag. Do that. There we go. Has he restocked it? Kind of looks like he hit. Oh, look. No, no. PLR. Man. Disappointment. What is going on here? A lot of blood on the ground. Heart protector. Ooh. Free economy arm. Hive prisoner. I mean, I guess I'll pick this up. It's not really considered stealing, is it? Let's save it just in case. Jeez. What happened here? Oh, look at that. Engineering research. We'll buy that. Yes. Exactly what we needed. Okay, we'll head back. Do I need more books? I might need some more books, but we'll check. I think we're good on books. Whoa. Okay, prototype skeleton repair beds. That's exactly what I need. I guess we can build like, we'll do some building later. Feeling pretty tired. I'm gonna go take a short break here. We're back. Okay, I'm back. I got a brownie. But yeah, we finally have a skeleton repair bed. This is gonna be amazing. These over time. Yeah, you see, I have 6 points of wear damage on my chest, which is like permanent until I rest at a skeleton repair bed.
smarts. We will be able to smarts our way to success. And you can't. You can't. And that's obvious because you can't do that in life either. Art is just a part of life. So anything that doesn't hold true for life, of course, can't hold true for art. You can't smarts your way through life. You can't nuance your way through life. Life is going to trample you. Life is going to hit you in ways that you can never expect. You're going to need to adapt. You're going to need to be super jazzy. You're going to need to be, as best you can, equanimous and accepting of everything that's going to happen to you, because you have absolutely no way to guess what's going to happen to you. You can't even come close to predicting. The most important things that are going to happen to you in your life are going to be things that shock you, things that you thought weren't possible. Those are going to be the most important things in your life, not anything that you can predict. The things you can predict, they're boring, you know? They're fun for a little bit. They move you up and down in station in life, but you get so... They don't mean anything in the long run. You just shrug them off. That's how it goes, always. It's the shocking things, the weird things, the unexpected things. Those are the things that stay with us. Those are the things that define our lives. Those are the things that we sit in awe of for years. The things we never quite get used to. You know, like, if you've ever loved someone in a way that you find yourself regularly surprised that you love them so. That's an example of that. Or if you have ever lost someone in a way that is utterly catastrophic, someone very close, under circumstances that you would have thought impossible. Circumstances that you find abjectly surprising and horrifying. That's an example. Those are the things we remember. That's what life is really made of. That's what you'll wind up making art about, of course. So you can't control any of those things in life. You wouldn't want to, of course, in the long run. To some extent, surprises are the only thing that's keeping you going, you know? If you understood everything, if you knew everything that was coming, if you were able to control everything that was coming, you would quickly tire of your godhood. You would instead invest all of your creative energy into creating surprises for yourself. Human bodies did not evolve for peace. The human mind is not well conditioned for peace. It is conditioned for anxiety, fear. You need a little bit of it to keep the whole thing going. You can take a lot of it all the way to the grave, and a lot of people do. A lot of people go their whole lives without experiencing a moment's relaxation, without ever taking a deep breath into their life. So it is something to take seriously. It's not like other things in life. It's something to take seriously that you could easily go all the way to the grave, die, without ever having sat in the present moment in your life, even for a minute. It's not needed. It's not essential. But man, if you've ever tried it, it's an experience you'd wish on your worst enemies, you know? There's something so beautiful about taking that pause. It's hard though. I know. That's why I talk about it, because I know it's hard. I know it's hard. I have a lot of I'm a very high energy person. And if I don't channel that energy effectively, it often turns inward and I experience a lot of anger, overwhelming anger. You know, it's part of my personal discipline to try to move that energy around effectively. Everybody, just like you need to figure out your art, you need to figure yourself out. Make it part of your practice to manage yourself effectively. You know, like I need to regularly exhaust myself in order to deal with my anger, you know, so I like to run, you know, I like to go for runs almost every day, half hour to an hour, something like that. I've been doing that for a long time. It's not the most efficient way to exercise, right? If I talk to a fitness person about it, they'd be like, well, you need to vary it up. You know, you got to do some strength training. You got to get a little CrossFit in there. You know, you're getting diminishing returns on your fitness because all you're doing is just running the exact same path for the exact same amount of time every day. I get that, but that's not what it's about. It's not about fitness for me. I'm not a very fit person. I just need to exhaust myself so that I take the bleeding edge of my anger out of my life, you know? So yeah, I just run pretty fast, you know? If I'm feeling very anxious, I just really beat up my legs and my body, listen to the most aggressive music I can find, and I just huff and puff and dump all of my hate into my legs. And I get it out in that healthy way. And it's not enough for me, actually. You know, it's an essential step, but I can still find myself, you know, very, very inundated with internalized anger. I'm not going to call it self-loathing. There's a bit of that in there, but I wouldn't say that's the overall character of it. But it's not really directed outwards either. I'm not angry at anyone. I'm angry at... I usually experience it as like an anger at myself for like letting myself into a situation or something like that. Dissatisfaction, a deep, profound dissatisfaction. All illusory, of course. But, you know, that's why all of this is hard, right? Even if you know it's illusory, it's still so powerful when you feel it. So yes, I need to do things like that to manage my energy effectively. I need to exhaust myself physically with some regularity. You know, even tired, I'm so high energy that I can be really creative even while tired, and I can still do tons of work even while tired. Again, just temperamentally very high energy. I also need to be careful about how I do things, you know? It's a lot of what the channel talks about. If I'm not disciplined in controlling, not controlling, but at least being aware of my mind state as I do things, it's very easy for my mind state to gallop away with my whole being, you know? It just kicks into a canter. And it's like, we're dissatisfied, we're pissed, we're humdrum, we're feeling bland, we're feeling disappointed. Well, here we go. And it'll sort of spiral out of control. I'm also just smart enough that I can always find a reason to hate myself and to be upset. I'm sure a lot of you fall into that category as well. Not quite smart enough to be a smart person, quote unquote, just smart enough to always uh, manufacture for myself a saw with which to cut the branch I'm sitting on. And that is a very bad habit that requires a lot of discipline to break. That's why I talk about all the stuff that I do on this channel, because I struggle with it. And I have struggled with it. I feel very lucky to have struggled with it head on over the years, because it is so much better now than it used to be. Holy crap. I wouldn't have survived if I hadn't improved the situation. I feel so much better now. Man, I would have quit art for sure if I hadn't grappled with the emotional war. If I had just focused on the art, I never would have made it. I would have washed out for sure. It was too intense for me personally. The emotional roller coaster was, oh my goodness, you know, it felt like the end of the world. And it had a great urgency, you know, it made me do things. And that's really, really dangerous. Really, really dangerous. I still get upset, I still get angry, like I said. But it has much less urgency now. I feel, I never quite feel motivated to actually act on those negative feelings. I don't really get tricked into thinking that because I feel that way, I need to do this or that. That's the worst part of all of those illusions. You don't need to act on any of that. You don't need to do anything because you're angry. You also don't need to do anything because you're happy. You don't need to say anything, do anything in a reaction to that. You don't need to change your life. You're perfectly free to change or to stay the same. And that was one of the most profound lessons I learned. For me, I really needed that for my temperament. I did not understand that when I was younger and when I was beginning the journey. I really didn't. I thought if I was angry, something needed to happen. I needed to fix something. You know, I needed to act. I needed to, get control of myself, change something about my schedule severely, quit the thing I was doing, just whatever, right? Just come up with anything. No. You don't need to do any of that. You can just sit there and be angry. And who cares? Just let it devour you. Let it burn over you. Let it slosh over your face like magma. Let it turn you into a roiling, devilish demon. Let your anger become so overwhelming that you push back pillars of fire with your blazing hands on either side and unfurl mighty smoky wings and rise into an eternal flaming furnace of darkness and anger. Do all of that while you just sit there at your desk doing absolutely nothing. You don't need to call anyone. You don't need to say anything to anyone. You don't need to recapitulate an argument. You don't need to do anything. You can just feel all that and have zero response. And the same goes with joy. The same goes with ecstasy, you know? You feel amazing. You just don't need to go tell anyone that life is beautiful and that it's incredible to feel absolutely peaceful for no reason, even if the things objectively in your life are difficult. You don't need to say that to anyone. You shouldn't, because it really upsets people to hear that. People don't like hearing that people are happy for no reason. That disturbs the entire bedrock of Western society. You'll stop getting invited to parties if you tell too many people that you're happy for no reason. You'll get invited to a psychiatrist party. You'll get invited to an intervention where people tell you need serious psychological help. That'll happen. We're worried about you. You keep saying that you're very content and that you don't feel like you need to jockey for position and station. And we're just a little worried about you because you're happy even though you didn't get that new car. You don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need to do anything. Your feelings are just feelings. They're just that, but they're not merely that, of course. There's always a distinction to be made there. They are indeed just feelings, but there's nothing
Hey Artem, how's it going?
about feelings.
I'm doing well.
They're absolutely
A
powerful.
little bit
to be
sleepy. I don't know
respected,
why.
to
I
be
think my
honored.
sleep quality is kind of,
They're not for denying,
it's been kind of bad
but they are for
recently.
accepting. And then we can leave it there. Your acceptance doesn't mean that it goes and then never comes back. Your acceptance doesn't even mean that it dissipates in that moment or is eased in that moment, right? True acceptance is without an agenda. True acceptance says, I feel crushing turmoil. I feel the worst pain I've ever felt psychologically right now. To accept that, to truly accept that without agenda would require you to accept it not so that it goes away. You would need to accept it to some capacity, like if I were
Have I
to
seen
die
your
right
project?
now
I
with
haven't.
this feeling, with this black depression. If I were to die right now with this feeling, and then it turns out
I
there is
didn't
a
get
hell,
the link
and
to
it
your
lasts for
project,
eternity,
right?
and that hell was this perfect misery amplified times 1,000 for a trillion upon a trillion eternities, I would accept that as well. This feeling, experience,
You never sent me the link to your project.
forever, for eternity. That is acceptance. So if that's really the extreme of acceptance, you can't accept hoping that things will go away. You don't accept things for an agenda, for a reason. You just accept.
Are you in the
because
Project
what
Nova
else could you do?
Discord? You can post the link there.
What else
Off
is
topic.
there
You want?
to do? Denial isn't real. You don't have that kind of control. You're just passing the buck. Distracting yourself. And even if you're an effective repressor, you don't really control that either. That's just God-given temperament. How'd you get that? You don't need to do anything. You don't need to do anything because you can't do anything. Not really.
Gaming? What the heck? Build a poker table. That's cool.
I mean, I've said on this channel before, I'm the kind of person that personally, I don't believe in free will, right? I feel like I have free will. I'm very accepting of the experience of feeling like I have free will. I feel like my decisions are important. I feel like I have agency in my life. But I don't actually. Those things
General
aren't
storage. I do
incompatible
need some general storage.
with seeing that I don't really choose my life, you know? There's nowhere for my free will to play. It doesn't occur, you know? If I were to try to lie in bed all day and be like, oh, well, I don't have free will, I'll go with the flow, just let's see what happens.
Interior.
If I try to lie in bed all day, it's not going to be 20 minutes before there's a dog sitting on
Why
my
don't I
head.
just
And
get like normal storage? I just
my
need like
wife
a.
is like, get up, get up. That's how life is.
Is it in old storage items? I just need like a chest.
You know, my dog is my life. My wife is my life. They are, in some sense, extensions
Oh,
of
you
my
sent
being.
out an art station. Can't wait for Kenshi
So is
too.
my
Yeah, they
my
seem to be like
job, my need for physical
making good
exercise,
project
my need for
progress.
rest. All of those things are extensions. So I can't sit around doing nothing. I got to do all these things because they're fun to me. Fun in the profound sense. Why am I here at all? You know, got to do something. But yeah, I can't even choose to lay in bed all day. Where's the free will in there? Even if I sent my dog to a kennel and I asked my wife to leave me alone for a whole day, I could lay in bed for maybe 40 minutes before my back started to hurt. And I started feeling horribly bored, which I didn't choose, right? Boredom is just a feeling that arises. And then before I know it, I'd be sick of this stupid experiment and I'd just be off drawing. That's not choice. That's not free. Are you free in how effectively you can plan, or are you free moment to moment? Neither holds up. There's nothing you can do. Now, any confusion there is probably a misplacement of who's the you, right? Who's the you who can't do anything in this situation? Don't misplace the you. Now, I enjoy it greatly, drawing from the stance of not really believing that I am the free agent of what's going on here, right? Even in this situation, probably the freest possible situation. Sketchbook, drawing whatever I want, not for a job, not for a client, not imagining this is supposed to be a portfolio piece. This is as close as any artist gets to this is structureless, right?
I didn't see the
If
project you
there's
sent me. Should I
free
just
will
check your
anywhere, it would be here.
portfolio?
Oh, you're getting to draw whatever
Is
you
it
want,
there?
right? I don't experience it that way personally.
Oh, the blacksmith,
You know,
real-time blacksmith.
the part of me that I identify with,
Uh,
the part of
yeah,
me that
it's
I
pretty
feel
cool.
identical to, which is very small, that's not the part of me that I feel does these drawings. You know, I'm not choosing
The only
any of
issue I
these.
have with
It's
it
like
is that
something my whole
he
body
doesn't look like a blacksmith.
does, in no small part my hand, right? But there's such a, I would say
But yeah,
95%
looks like you've
of the
been
drawing
improving.
process is
Pretty cool,
random
pretty
muscle
cool.
memory, hand wiggles, shapes that I've rehearsed a billion times, the efficacy of my hatching that is refined from my fingers doing this a billion times in my life. Like, I'm reacting to those things and looking for areas to put those things in. Is that free? Like, would you say
But I don't know if you have a chance to work on
25
like Path of Exile
years of
2.
built up habit is
I don't
freedom?
work at grinding gear games anymore.
Maybe?
You're gonna have to
Is
go
that what
ask
you
them.
think freedom is? You know? That's what it would need to be for this to be utterly free, but it's not that. This is. Now, be careful here. Don't think that I'm belittling what I'm doing here, right? Because um, to me, it's not little at all. I'll tell you what happens uh, when you realize that even this structureless play is not free. Even this structureless play is conditioned by everything: your mindset, your years of practice, everything that you've seen, the fact that this is all based on things you've seen on Earth, right? As meta and weird and out there as you want to be.
There are like
What that means when you
there
take
are
it all
still
into
like a lot of
consideration
areas
is
where you
that
can improve.
every little drawing that you do is the Earth's
I think.
natural product. Even if it's crappy. Even if it's the worst
I'm just gonna say like
beginner drawing day one.
if you want to work on
Every
Path of
drawing
Exile 2, the competition
you
is
do
really
anyways
really stiff.
is
Like I have no idea how I
the
got chosen actually.
absolutely perfect blossoming
Like
flower at the
everyone
end of
wants to
the
work on
branch
Path of
anyway.
Exile 2.
That's
It's
it. What
insane.
else could it be? Right? That's obvious. That's so obvious that we don't want to talk about it. That's so obvious that we don't want to base anything on it. And that's not me. I'm the kind of person that I'm happiest when I'm remembering that constantly. And it's everything else. It's everything
The more
else that
famous the
involves
project,
forgetting that.
the higher the competition. And yeah, just
In the same way that
just know that if you want to
every
apply, you should try applying and see what they say.
is already
But just
the
know that there's like
universe's natural
hundreds of other
child.
people also applying for the same position, if not
That
thousands.
everyone, no matter what, is the perfect result
And
of a
sometimes
cosmos's worth
it
of
doesn't
conditioning factors.
it doesn't matter how good you
Of
are.
course, then,
Like sometimes it just
the
matters
art they put out
about like luck and timing.
is the same thing.
I think that's how I got in.
Your judgment
Mostly through luck and
defiles
timing
it. Your prejudices
instead of
defile
just like
it.
how skilled I am at
And
art.
that's your right. That's your prerogative as a person in a culture, right? Your great noble
How long did I
station
work for
is that
GGG? I
you
worked
have the
for
privilege
grinding gear
of forgetting what you
about
are.
like I want to say
Of
like 2
forgetting that
years
you are a
officially,
perfect
but then like
expression
longer than that because
of the
I was
ground floor
also
of being.
working
That's
for
your privilege.
grinding gear
You
while
get to enjoy
also
in
still
all of its
like doing some
suffering and
work
wonder.
for
And because of that, you get to express your culture and
bare
deem
metal,
things
right?
crappy or good or bad, whatever. You
So
get to
there
live
was
in
a
that
time
delusion
I was like
for
working
however
2
long you
jobs
choose.
at the same time.
And that's great. That is a great thing. Now, for
But
some
yeah,
of us,
I
you
would
get
say
that
I
balance.
would just say like 2 years.
And it's better than to remember. You know, people like me. You know, people like me. We have some sort of we got sick at some point in our lives. We started to suffer a lot for the judgment, for the fear, for we got lost in the game. You know, we took it too serious. And it made us sick.
Yeah, time flies.
We forgot that everything's already fine. And that everything that comes out is deeply fine. A lot of artists never forget this. A lot of artists always remember this and know that they're doing some sort of gambit every time they pretend to evaluate something and evaluate their own work. But I wasn't one of those. I wasn't one of those naturally enlightened artists who just was always able to hold it in balance.
Like I was playing Path of Exile in like
I got sick.
2013, right? And I was like,
And
man, it
for
would be
people
cool
like
if I could
me,
make some armors for this game.
you know, you get sick, you just pull back.
I never really thought I would
And
like actually get in and
There's medicine for that.
and work on Path of Exile.
You just remember more often.
Like I remember applying very early on, and then I heard no response back, and I was kind of expecting that, right?
It sounds deceptively simple,
And then after a couple
but
years at like Bare Metal,
of course it is. Of course it is simple.
I sent in another email, and they're like, "Wow, well, we're just looking for someone
You
like
have to
you."
fix something like that
Imagine that.
by adding things
So that's why I say
and
like
continuing to complicate things
most of
and
like getting a job
embroidering
is mostly just about like
the
timing and
facade
luck. And I had no idea. Like
of
I sent
objective
my email at
quality
the
and
right time when they're like
good and
looking
bad
for someone
evaluation.
who knows how to make like European armor.
Strengthening that is not going to help. Not for a lot of people.
Honestly, well, I'll work in some nice company, improve my skills.
So it's a
Yeah,
wonderful
that's a
thing
dream, isn't it?
instead that I don't believe that anything that I'm doing here is
I don't know what kind of
my
advice I can
free
give
authorship.
uh to like someone looking for a job these days. Like just keep trying. Just like know that it's really, really difficult to even like get in. Like personally, I feel like I've kind of coasted along just because I've been like very lucky my entire life. I mean, it's true that I always also like I have been working really hard. So it's a combination of luck, timing, and just like hard work. The thing is, like everyone is also uh, working hard, so it does kind of boil down to timing and luck. The issue with the industry right now, right? Like so many people want to be a game artist. Um, and when there's like a large amount of demand, or when there's so many people who want to do the same thing, it allows employers to take advantage of that. And then they can just like pick and choose whatever. If you're not the right fit, that's fine. They'll just find another person, you know? So yeah, it's like really tough. That's one of the reasons why I'm just like going off to create my own company and go do my own thing, just because there's not enough jobs for the amount of people who want to work in the industry. It's just that simple. So like the only way to progress ahead, like once you have a job, you're like, wow, nice, I have a job. I can like live on my own. I don't have to live with my parents anymore. I can like actually afford things. Uh, but then after that, where do you go, right? You keep the further you move up, the more corrupt it becomes. Like, where do I go after this? Do I go to like Riot? Do I go to Naughty Dog? Do I go to Blizzard? Do I go to Sony Interactive Entertainment? Um, like none of these people are working on games I want to work on. And I feel like the leaders at these AAA studios, they don't actually know how to make a fun game. They know how to make money, that's for sure, but they don't know how to make fun games. So it's kind of like you kind of get stuck after you get a job. Once like you get a job, you get like a certain level of skill from just like working all the time. Uh, but then there's like nowhere to go after that. How's that dude doing? His kind of research. Should I research now? I guess now that we have the robotics repair bed, I can actually go and train melee combat. So if we find like maybe like the manhunters here, we can go take them on. Actually, no, that's a bad idea. They're pretty high level. If we find like some starving vagrants or something that's just they're just like wandering around, we'll go take care of them. And like yeah, another thing, like even if you do like continue working, like working as an artist, there's still the fact that everyone else is an artist. Like there's so many artists, and you're always at the risk of just being replaced. So that's not really the kind of life that I want for myself. That's why I'm going out and making my own IP, my own company, and my own everything. And you're gonna have to think about that too, Artem, eventually. So don't forget. Are you gonna are you gonna be a pure dedicated artist and just be so damn good that literally no one can replace you? Um, or are you gonna be like a company leader one day? Yeah, I have to say you are progressing pretty quickly um, from like your last sculpt. Although I think you still need to like research like I think something that would be beneficial for you uh is to do some more research into like the subject that you're sculpting. So like for instance the blacksmith. Why would a blacksmith be like wearing two belts on their back like Witcher style? Like I don't know. It just seems like not very blacksmithy to wear two swords on their back. Uh, Unless they're going to like the market to sell the swords or something, in which case the swords would probably just be in a wagon or something behind him. Um, yeah, yeah. Just put some more like thought behind uh what you're making. Like why does a blacksmith look the way they do? And yeah, that's also another important reason to like be more thoughtful about what you're creating is because there's AI, right? So AI doesn't think, they only know how to copy. Thinking is the thing that will keep you afloat. Understanding like how and why something is made and the context behind that is something that AI will never know how to do until we actually get like real generative AI, like it's like a real general AI that is indistinguishable from humanity. And then we're all definitely fucked after that. Then it wouldn't matter. We'd all be dead because AI will realize how stupid the human race is and just eradicate us.
That I am in complete control of this. That's healthy for me, for my temperament, for the kind of person I am. It's healthy. Like I said, it doesn't. It has only added beauty. By converse, when I thought I was free and I was really the author of all of this, and that I was choosing everything that was going on, and I had agency, and I had real free will, that meant that all of my failures and all of my successes um, were truly my own responsibility, and the successes became megalomaniacal pride, and the failures became dark self-loathing. That was too much for me. That was not healthy for me. That was out of balance for me. It produced more suffering than it produced joy. On the other hand, to remember instead that I am not free, that my mind, my personality, the things that I like and do not like, the things that I am interested in and not interested in, the things that I love and do not love are conditioned by such a variety of things that I will never have access to them. That my subconscious, the part of me that I am not permitted to be identified with, that drives some 99.999% of my life. And my conscious affect is minuscule by comparison. To remember that, and thus remember that I am the natural result of this exact time and place in the universe, and as such, every drawing that I make is not so much a nexus of good and bad, success or failure, but instead a nexus of this is what needed to happen right now. That's What freedom? What relaxation? What joy to be lived, to be determined by so much other, to trust everything which I do not control. Instead of
Let's go knock
thinking
this
that
guy
I
out.
need to
Let's go knock out Ziff and then brawl with
nervously
him.
manipulate everything.
Whoa, what's going on over here?
And I get to have my cake and eat it too.
Damn.
Because even though I believe that, it doesn't change the fact that it feels like I'm choosing everything, right? I really get to have my cake and eat it too. It's great.
Samurai Heavy
I get
Masami.
the
He's a slave now.
peaceful remembering that I don't have to take any of this very seriously, and that if I remove myself from it, it's all handling itself. I get that peace, but then I also get the joy of it still feels like I'm choosing the shape of this eyebrow
Samurai
and the
helmet
shape of these eyelashes. And it feels like I am the author
Empire
of
Samurai
objectively
armor.
saying, all right, let's put a ragged silhouette here instead of a
Let's
smooth
go give him
one.
back his weapon because I do want, like...
I still get to play the little boy game of thinking that I'm important
I'll give him
in
a
the middle of
Nodachi.
all of this. And that I'm choosing these things, and aren't I doing a good job? I still get to do that.
We'll give him
It's just that it
the
doesn't stick around.
Nodachi.
It still
Nodachi
feels
back,
that
and
way
then
while I do it. It's just that when I get
unlock
up and
shackles.
start walking around and remembering, it's like, all right, that's all silly. That's not the way life really is.
Man, we still
That's
need a
not what
better
the world
arm,
is.
don't we? Oh yeah, let's go check if there's, like, the vendor restocked. It has been a while.
So for
I
me,
need a better arm to actually do things.
Personally, again, I have to remind you that, you know, when we're talking about where does drawing come from, where do our actions come from, where do our choices come from, obviously everyone's going to need a separate set of things to feel comfortable. So I'm not advocating for you changing your view or anything like that. You know, it would be dishonest of me to say that I don't think it's
Nothing.
true.
Never
There's no true
anything
freedom,
good.
right? And I think most people, you know, would acknowledge that upon inspection. It's just that very few people are interested in living that way.
Let's go run back to
Everyone needs something
Hang.
different, so I'm not advocating for anyone changing their viewpoint or anything like that. If hearing me talk about it sort of triggers something in you, makes you think, actually I feel sick in that way, and maybe if I try to alter my viewpoint, it could be healing for me as well. That's really all I'm putting this out there for, you know? I just can't, you know, it seems unavoidable to me, right? Like, for example, I really haven't, how long have I been running my mouth? Almost an hour now. And I'm really just thinking about what I'm saying. That's it, right? The drawing has just been happening automatically while I've been talking. For this session, I've been more focused on my thoughts and my words than on the drawing. In fact, I haven't really noticed I've been drawing. So the part of me that does the drawing has just been running on its own. And my consciousness is with the part of me that is speaking. Yeah, you can ignore that if you want, right? It'd be easy for me to just bleh, right? Like, what's for lunch? And ignore that that's possible and that has happened. And there's so many things like that it's easy to ignore them. It's easy to ignore them. It's easy to ignore them. What happens if you don't, though? You know, I stopped ignoring them a while ago, and they scared me straight. You know, they made me realize, like, oh, right, okay, yeah, if that's possible, and you do experience it all the time, right? I just experienced it, that I didn't really think about the drawing for even a second. I'm doing a pretty complicated drawing. I've just been focused on my words. If I don't ignore that that's possible, then what's allowing that? Muscle memory, mirror neurons.
Steve Zapata is like,
Maybe.
he's like a cockroach. You know, like how the cockroach,
Maybe.
like their lower half,
We'll
they
see.
have like a separate brain
Time will
in their
tell.
gonads. And that allows the cockroach to like reproduce even though their head's
When the
been severed.
scientists are certain, I'd love to hear it. I would love to hear it. But whatever it is, even if it is just muscle memory, guess what? Muscle memory is more of me than I am, it turns out. That's the real me. I just gotta get out of its way. So yeah, if you stop ignoring it, when I stopped ignoring it and I started acknowledging those things, instead of screwing off to go have lunch, actually sitting there for a second and being like, what does it mean that that's possible? Well, I'm not really the one doing this, right? There's a play we can get into where you can sort of piggyback off of what's going on and insert as much of your conscious identity in there as you can, right?
Hey,
It's
Chow,
like
you
a
hungry?
weird little playground game
Give me a sec, I need to
to
feed my dog.
watch things automatically happen on the paper and be like, oh yeah, I chose that. No, that's not good. No, let's change it this way. You're like, that's perfectly fine. There is a way to do that, but it really reveals everything you need to know that you can also completely not do that. You can also not do that at all for a whole session. And you can just let it run. And it comes out perfectly fine. Sometimes better than the drawings that you plan and that you try to think your whole way through. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the extreme wherein the truth lay. It's like that's the most weird foundational core experience. And whatever's true there must be true elsewhere. At least that's how I feel. So
I'm back.
yeah, if it's
Whoa.
possible at all,
Why am I just
and it is
standing in the middle
possible,
of nowhere?
at least subjectively, at least through
Why
my
does the
persistence, I
AI
experience
always
that all
get
the
like
time.
stuck here? That's so weird.
And I'm sure you do too, at least some of the time. I'm
If
not
we go
involved.
that way.
I'm really not involved. So it's not my free will. It's not my choice to do these things. My will doesn't come into it at all.
Right, quick save it, just in case I run across something while I'm AFK.
And I say, oh, well, you willed to go sit down for that hour and a half. Did I? Again, what's the I, right? Because I don't find myself sitting at my drawing board out of a force of will. I find myself sitting at my drawing board out of habit. I've done it so many times and so much that I just find myself at my desk habitually, my subconscious says you have this much free time, it's about this time of day, this is the time where you are at your desk drawing, and I find myself sitting there and I sort of snap into it and be like, all right, I guess I'm doing this now. Is habituation free will? But it was habit it was free will when you built the habit. It was free will 20 years ago that launched you onto 20 years of non-free habituation, but still free will is at the core. Was it? Because when I started trying to pick myself up by my own bootstraps and develop the habits, it certainly was not driven by my own free will. It was driven by what I was hearing people say I needed to do. It was driven by my insecurity that I would not be good enough. It was driven by my societal and cultural desire to have a job that justified the things that I wanted to do, to have a job that proved something about me, proved I was a hard worker, that I was worth it, that I had my head on straight. Those things were those were the only things I was thinking about. And I don't remember a single moment where I opened my third eye and became the central font of divine given freedom and said, I choose with no conditioning to exercise this choice unbroken over the next 20 years. Never. Who would do that? That sounds psychotic. It sounds utterly psychotic. Of course not. The truth is so obvious. You do stuff because you're afraid or you want it. Is that freedom? If you need complete freedom, that's where it is. You need to accept that your freedom is the utterly random list of things that you are either afraid of or neurotically desirous of. And that's it.
Okay. Let's try going like this way, and then we'll go south. For some reason, like this whole area, like destroys
It's like, was I
pathing.
free to choose
What's that over there?
to love drawing?
Something's getting
I don't know
attacked.
that I
Let's go
was.
check. Take a look. Samurai scouts.
Drawing is a demon that possessed me
Where they just kill? I think outlaws, right? Starving
since I was
vagrants.
a child.
Have some legs. Nothing really
It's
worth
a large,
getting.
dark, smoky raven that swooped down on me from a tree of the mind years and years
Man,
ago.
still no
It
hivers.
placed its taloned foot around my neck and never let go.
Unfortunate.
Was I free to choose this, or did it choose me? How could you prove one or the other? It just started with its barbed beak. It started chewing out my liver and my kidneys, pulling out all of my entrails and replacing them with joy, just pure love for drawing.
Artists are fucking crazy, man.
Did I choose that? Because if we're talking incentives here and what it makes sense to choose, drawing, spending this much time doing this and making a career out of it is, oh boy, there is very little incentives. There is very little good reason to choose it, you know? That horrifying raven that had me pinned down to the ground, you know, it whispered into my ear, like, caw! Very hard to make money with this, caw! Caw! People will think you're crazy, caw! You'll spend your whole life explaining this, caw! It'll take 15 years to get mediocre, caw! You know, the creepy art spirit raven probably sounded a little scarier than that back in the day. That one got a little Sesame Street. I just often think of it that way because so much of everything else we do in life is for money, is for comfort, is for status. And the funny thing about being possessed by art is it doesn't offer any of those things, you know? Money, very hard to come by in the art world, obviously. Everybody knows that. Almost impossible to live a comfortable life with it. You have to be extremely shrewd, extremely dedicated, extremely careful to do that. Even for the best. Even for the best. I'm very lucky to know some of the best artists in the world, and still, even with them, a lot of our conversations, the first thing that comes out of our mouth is, how are we going to get our money right? Oh man, you would be horribly depressed if you only knew. If you only knew. But that's just the way that it goes. And the status thing, it's like nobody, oh my god, status. Artists are so low status in society right now. If you're doing this for status, it's like you're only jockeying for status with other artists, which is a losing game because all you're breeding is jealousy, if that's what you're doing. You're just a cynical, dark-minded son of a bitch who wants to get your status at the cost of everybody else's peace and tranquility, because nobody else but other artists cares about your status as an artist. Nobody. Oh boy, they really don't care. People don't even understand what it means to be an artist, especially not if you're into a niche like being an entertainment designer or concept artist or something like that. That's one of the most fun things about achieving that career goal, is that as soon as you achieve it, you find you want to stop talking about it immediately, because it's like you can't meet a person out in the world who has any idea what the hell you're talking about.
Where is the robotics
I just
area
lie
again?
at this point.
It's over here. Okay.
Really, I do. When people ask me what I do, unless they poke several times, I always just lie.
Let's see if they have a good arm I can buy.
Not illustration.
Please be right.
Advertising.
It's a
When
KLR.
I'm working for an advertising
God
firm,
damn
I say
it.
I work in advertising. I don't say that I draw.
Literally nothing good.
I'll only if somebody asks me, I'll only say, oh yeah, I draw for a living if I'm in like the best of moods. If I'm in the best of moods, because
You know what? Let's go ahead. Let's go sell some of our excess
that for
repair kits here.
All of my
I really only need one, to be honest.
All of these big projects, they need stuff up front, and I help them design things. People
I don't get hurt very often.
They're like, whoa, and then everyone just says the same. They go, see,
all this.
Cartoons? That's just, that's what people are used to. That's what.
And then we'll head off to Black Citadel.
And yes, the appropriate answer is to just go, yes, I draw cartoons. Yes.
Black Desert City. See if there's... What the heck is this triangle here? It's like a cube underground. I'll have to check that out. So yeah, it's
status,
over here.
Outpost. You're in the wrong field if you want
No,
money.
Black Desert City. Here we go. I keep saying Black Citadel for some reason. I don't know. I think that's World of Warcraft.
Lost over the years and think that you're in this world for those things, but no one really is. And I don't think most people, when they're going in, think that's it either. Again, you can get lost in the middle of it and sort of lose the plot and start getting very focused on those things. But I think most everyone, when they come into it, they're not fooled by that. They're in it because, God, well, they just feel like they have to do it. Like it's their dream. And they don't know why. They're just like, I just gotta do this. I have to draw. I have to work on these projects. I have to make these creative things. Sounds like a demon to me. Or a daemon, or whatever you want to call it. Or an angel, just something that has descended and possessed you. You are its tool now. Please, I can't draw today. I'm so tired. You are a tool in my hand. Take the pencil, slave. You just gotta do it. It only becomes more and more urgent the longer that you do it, and you tie up more of your personality with it, tie up more of your self-esteem with it. All dangerous, probably all necessary, all natural. Did I draw well today? I don't know. Not really up to me. Maybe I think I drew poorly, but I've been around the block too many times. Posted something that I know, oh wow, that was one of the poorest of my efforts in the past year. And too many times I've had that thing that I thought was my poorest effort get people to reach out to me personally and be like, whoa, what the hell was that? And, you know, trigger things and get a big response. It's like, oh, right, I have no idea. I want to think that I'm the number one person in the position to make that call because I'm making this stuff, but I'm not. And then I post stuff that I'm like, if expertise, experience, and time investment and taste mean anything, if they mean anything, then what they must mean is that I am definitely right, that this one is a winner. This piece is a winner. I know this is good. All of my expertise lets me know this is good. And it just flops completely. Nobody cares. That's the one everyone thinks sucks. And it gets no
like
reaction.
Box.
Nobody
That's
likes
just
it.
like
No
a
one reaches
random
out to you,
doodad.
and then you hate it a day later.
What's in the box?
You don't know. You just don't know. Stop pretending you know. Stop lying to yourself.
What the fuck is this?
I know it sucks.
Ancient
I know it's painful.
machinery.
It's like, how am I supposed to get through this then? How am I supposed to succeed? How am I supposed to make a plan? Just make a plan and try. But in all honesty, no, it doesn't matter.
Non-interactable machinery.
You gotta make a plan because that's the only way to get through life. Because you're crazy if you don't make one. Because it provides peace and assurance and makes other people think that you're taking this whole thing seriously. But best laid plans of mice and men.
Look how jagged this terrain is.
Have gone awry.
A little bit too jagged. Just a little bit. Makes it look a bit funny. A bit too low poly.
Dreams in the undying minds of stars are plans.
Welcome to Kaled.
So that you have something to think about while you wait for opportunities to break your plans. And that's it.
Do they use the same sound like Kenshi in Elden Ring when transitioning zones? I wonder.
It's so
similar.
Obviously true that it's amazing that it's so upsetting to everybody, myself included.
What does that sound? Oh, it's mud. My character's walking through mud.
Life requires
ASMR
no
mud.
small amount of surrender. You've got to be willing to vacate the seat of power. Let things flow through you and around you instead. You still get to feel like you're choosing everything if you do that. You just live your normal life. Just try to remember how You're not going to sit around cross-legged like a yogi meditating in unchoosing bliss. That's a graven image. That's just something keeping you from happiness, that you think that that's what that looks like. That's a lie. That's the devil. You just live. Make plans. Your desire to make a plan is also unchosen, unfree. You're just the kind of person who needs a plan. If thinking like this frees you to not make plans, also unchosen, also not free. You're just the kind of person who prefers not to have a plan.
Okay, I think we're there.
You want to work hard? You can choose
Stop
that.
right there, traveler.
That's the kind of person who temperamentally likes working hard. By converse, you don't like working hard, you want to work smart instead. That's just your temperament. I don't like working smart, personally. I prefer working hard. I'll admit it. I know that's very uncool in the current motivational zeitgeist, but I don't like working smart. Smart by whose standard? Who gets to decide if I'm working efficiently or
Show
smartly?
me what you got.
Who? The person with the most
Please
Instagram
give
followers?
me an
They get to
arm
choose?
that is... I need a right arm,
They're the
don't I?
person who says, "Oh, you're working too hard.
Yeah.
You're not working smart enough." Fuck
Right
them.
steady arm. Not
I like to
KLR.
work hard. That's just what I like for my temperament. I prefer to brute force my way through productivity. It's easier for me to just sit and commit for hours and say, do the work,
Steady
do
arm.
the details, do the drawings, sit there and enjoy it.
Left.
And
All
I
he
get
has
very tired
is
and
left
sleepy
arms.
if I have to sit there
Industrial
before then
lifter
and be like,
arm.
how can I do this in the most shrewd way possible? What are
It's
the tricks
crazy.
that
I've
I
never
can
seen
do?
so many
Blah, blah,
left
blah,
arms in
blah.
my life.
I can do that if I need to for work. I've been in enough tight spots that I can do that, but I don't enjoy it. That's not fun for me.
Beast
I like to
arm,
just work
right.
hard.
Ooh, there we
I
go. We can
prefer to
get
look
that.
at a 17-inch tall piece of blank paper and attack it with a .5 pencil.
Yeah,
The
let's just get the
most
beast arm.
inefficient,
As long as there's like no
non-smart way. That's
downsides
more fun
other
for me.
than like max
It's
HP.
more relaxing. It's more joyous. I learn
I
more.
need that.
I don't like to work smart.
There
I
we
like to
go.
work hard.
Jeez. It just has negatives to
Crucify
swimming,
me.
which is nothing. And if we can find another hive scout leg, that would be nice.
No one gets to tell me.
Wow,
what
we
to
can't
do.
get that here, I
My
don't think.
practice. I get to choose it, and it can be whatever I want. Told you I get.
But
to
yeah,
have my
now
cake and eat
we
it
should
too.
be able to actually pick locks very easily and steal things very easily. Easier crossbow, easier. Let's head back home. Yeah, we'll just AFK and heft until we like find like easy people to kill. Train up our martial arts. Is there a way to just like... It would be nice to like travel to Stowe. Let's go there. Give me a sec. Chicho is whining.
I think it's very important to follow your interest and be really painfully honest with what you like and why you do things. It of course is tied up with the whole free will, do you do it or does it do you thing. You don't get to choose what you're interested in, right? If you're on this art journey and you're trying to grind out fundamentals and you find them boring and you wish you didn't have to do them, but you're convinced that you have to because everyone says you do, why can't you just choose to find them interesting, right? That's not something anyone gets to do about anything. You're just hopelessly interested in the things that you're interested in. So since you don't get to choose, since no one gets to choose, since no one gets to control what they are or are not interested in, because those things are just utterly random based on things you've already been exposed to and things you've seen and I don't know, literally an infinity of other things. Um, you got to take what you're interested in very seriously. You know, it's a rare and lucky
Making
thing.
some coffee.
You don't get to choose it. There's only so much out there. I mean, you don't know. Since you don't get to control it, you theoretically don't know. Maybe the next thing you're interested in is the last thing you'll ever be interested in. That could happen. That will happen with something. Something. Someday you'll have... someday you'll develop your last interest. You know? Someday you'll be like, man, I should really learn piano. Or, man, I should really learn about, you know, the Baltics. Or... I'm going to start reading everything there is to know about the colossal squid. Someday you're going to have the last version of that impulse before you die. That's going to happen. That's guaranteed. So take it seriously, those things, especially for your art. Like, really be honest and pursue the things you're actually interested in, and don't worry about what everyone else says you should be interested in. And I think, like, because of our current culture, because of what's out there job-wise, because of the ingress angles for how people get into the world of drawing, a lot of it being through video games and movies these days, and anime and things like that, a lot of people think they want to be designers or concept artists, and they don't. They definitely don't. They think they want to be, because that is what culture is telling them. Like, this is the drawing job. This is how you get to keep drawing. But if they knew what the job was actually like, they would realize, oh no, this isn't for me at all, right? Like, most people who want to be a concept artist, they don't... They're unaware or unrealistic about admitting to themselves that, you know, more than half that job is research, right? It's like, don't do that job. Don't do that job if you hear you have 3 days to finish something on a deadline, right? And in those 3 days, you're going to spend 2 days researching and 1 day drawing. If that sounds stupid to you, don't get that job. Don't do that job. If you're like, no, I got to be drawing the whole time. It's got to look as good as possible. Guess what? You don't want to be a concept artist. You really don't. I mean, you'll need to go through your own arc, and you'll need to experience things and realize the things that you need to realize. You'll probably have to get the job and then do the thing everyone needs to do. It's like, oh my god, I found out I don't like it. It's something else. Like, yeah, go for it. Everyone needs to experience that, but yeah, you don't really want to do that. You're just afraid to admit to yourself that you just want to draw. And you're afraid to say that to yourself and allow that for yourself, because getting a concept art job or an entertainment design job or a designer job is already magical enough that to take a step up and be like, I just want to draw for a living is like, you chafe against it, right? Like, who in you, like, God, like, what an ocean to throw yourself out into in a kayak, you know? A very small, flimsy, inflatable kayak that is going to capsize under the first sizable wave. Very, very scary. So, I understand, right? But know that it's your fear that is closing doors for you. You know, you can't imagine having to say to yourself, like, oh God, no one's ever gonna hire me. I'm really only interested in a life where I just draw and people pay me for it, or something like that. And there's no structure, there's no job, there's no problem I'm solving. Scary, super, super scary. But naturally, you know, once you sort of get over that, it's like, of course there's more people who want to do that than who actually want to be, designers for video games and movies. Like, it takes such a specific temperament to do that job and to do it well that, like, what are the odds? You know, you probably don't want it. You probably don't want it. If you really want it, you know, prove it. Go show that you're obsessive about research and you're a super thoughtful person for every step that isn't drawing, right? Go prove that. That's what it takes to be a concept artist and all of that. To be a good designer, you need to prove that you are super thoughtful about everything that is not putting pencil to the paper. And you're just probably not. And I don't mean that pejoratively. I don't mean to, like, that's not supposed to come off like I'm making fun of anyone or anything like that. It's just like, of course you're not. That's such a specific thing. Why would you be like that just by chance? Some percentage of you are like that, but the people who are like that, you also, it's like, not to listen to me. You know it with your whole heart already that you're that kind of person. You don't need any help. But everybody else, it's like, don't be so quick to assume that you're supposed to fit into these little slots that our culture has right now, because those slots are random. They're completely just conditioned by what's going on with money and with commerce and with the kinds of ideas that sell and what becomes popular. Those are the only things that condition all of that stuff. So don't hang all of your creative ambitions on that, because next week someone could invent a new technology that flips everything on its head, and then all the structures are completely different, and all of the companies need a completely different kind of artist, and they need a completely different temperament, a completely different mindset. And if you let yourself get thoughtlessly funneled into that controlled, conditioned, influenced state, artistic state, by the happenstance zeitgeist of commerce at the time, you're going to be kicking yourself in the ass, because you might find, oh, actually, if I had just stuck with my natural guts, I would have been the kind of artist that the industry needs right now. And again, acceptance, because that could also not happen. Scary world out there. Whatever you do, don't let other people tell you what to think. Try to catch where you're afraid of what people will say. And by people, I don't usually mean like people online or anything like that. I think people are growing in their online wisdom and are realizing that they really don't have to give a hoot what any random person says online. When I say people, I mean the more personal people in your life. That's really where the pain is for most people. Like, oh God, how do I tell my mom, my dad, or my friends that this is what I want to do? How do I tell my best friend that I'm actually the most niche, weird kind of freak that they're never going to be able to understand once I rewrite my entire life towards this job that no one understands? How am I going to, explain to my wife that I'm going to risk everything, our whole future, to go through this thing that I have to go through? Like, that stuff is that's it. Who cares what rando number 8 million says online or leaves in a comment? Like, that's nothing. That's nothing compared to the abject fear of changing our imagined identity in the hearts of the people that we love. That's that's the real deal. That's the really scary stuff. So try to look for where you as a person are being very strongly conditioned by those things, being driven by a lot of fear about those things. And no one can give you the answer, right? Just because of the way I said it doesn't mean that I think that the correct answer is ever to, like, buck that or screw them, I shouldn't be manipulated by what people expect from me or anything like that. It's like, even that's too extreme. Like, they may, even a broke clock is wrong twice a day, right? So I would say just notice. At least don't be
Okay, I'm
blind,
back. Sorry for the
right?
AFK.
At least don't be completely unconscious. Just do your
What are
best to
these
look
guys?
around
Cloud
and notice,
ninjas?
where am I
Black
getting
Desert
caught up on
ninjas?
these things? And then, as I've said, don't do anything.
How come I can't?
Just wait.
Stop moving
Just
into
sit.
me.
Sit for days.
Well, I guess it's loot.
You don't need to react.
High grade dark
You at
leather
least
shirt.
know what's
Wow.
going on. And
15,
you can build up to
23,
action
50.
slowly, patiently,
It's better.
in a careful, delicious way, instead of a reactive.
Man, might as well just like sell
A
everything.
real
Let's strip them and
response
sell.
instead of a reaction.
There's a vendor here, isn't there? Wait, I don't want to train. Train some martial arts instead. carry anything else. Let's go sell. Is there a vendor in here?
Darken a lot of the core shadows.
Wait, is the vendor? Let's go. Whoa, what the heck is going on? Okay, go here. We'll sell the prosthetics. Doesn't really matter.
I guess really
Trade
the
with me, Tin
shadows in
Head.
general.
Sure.
Not just the core shadows. This is all pretty light right now.
Too bad I can't wear boots. These are like black ninja rags. They're pretty cool. If I find a high version of them, maybe I'll wear them. Oops, I don't want. Let's go buy that back.
It is all about this. It is all about
Ooh, they have another engineering.
the transition between the shadow and the light.
Engineering
That's not what it's
blueprint.
all about. That's what form is all about for the most part. It's definitely the most important part. You can theoretically just map that out and the form will read. You don't really need to give the viewer anything else.
Oh, high grade. What did I get? High grade mask.
You don't need to draw any outlines.
Be worth it.
You can let things disappear completely unrealistically.
Crossbow
as
effect
long as
0.7.
a careful mapping of the soft
Wow,
form
this
shadows
shit.
and hard cast
Doesn't even
shadows
improve your stealth or anything.
bleeding into halftone.
It's
have
so
been
bad.
Executed, it will read for the viewer most of the time. They won't be able to help but imply the rest of the forms in the light.
Okay, sell that. It's not a lot of money, but I think it's about like, what, 800? Maybe 1,000 per body. So,
Gonna darken this closed eyelid. You know, I always regret doing closed eyes. They're fun to sketch for me for some reason, but by the time I'm in the middle of a drawing, I always wish I had just done them open. If we add another tree here, I'll be sure to do its eyes open.
oh, I just picked up his arm. I don't want that. Here you go, have your arm back.
Just sometimes a pupil, like just drawing the punchline of an eye is a little too demanding emotionally, you know? It asks for too much expression and intent and gaze, you know? Like, where is this? You can imagine it if I had drawn an open eye with a pupil on this tree. I would have had to
Dachi.
figure out,
This
like,
guy's
where
dual
is it
wielding
looking?
no
Is it looking
dachis.
then? Is it looking
Oh wait,
off
I actually
into
want
the
that.
environment?
High
Would have raised a whole lot
high
of
rank
other
ninja rags, and it's
questions.
black color,
And
which could
very
be cool.
emotional and compositional
Although the brown
questions.
color does look nice.
Hatching.
I do have like a nice brown desert setup, but that also looks nice as well. I'll hold on to it just in case. The brown right now, just actually, you know, I'll just sell it. I just think it's gonna be too hard to find like an all black matching kit. It's not really worth it. Also, the brown blends in better. It's better camo than pure black.
Transitional areas like this are never easy. I'm gonna dump some value. Over the
What
whole
were we
thing
going to
so
do?
that it
What's this guy
sits
doing?
back
Who is this? Soldier drone. Okay. Why is he limping?
compared to the important part of the
What is this
face.
guy doing? Removing home intruder. Huh. I don't know what's going on. What is this guy? What is he running? Ranger Ofex. Removing home intruder. I'm not the intruder, am I? Let's go to hang, and then, yeah, I guess we'll just hang around there. Well, hang around, hang. What's that?
Getting too serious now.
We got some more cloud ninjas. Yeah, okay. Knock a few of these guys out and then take their stuff. Only 87.
So as I go over the ridges of these
Beep, go away.
spin foldy trunk shapes,
Attack. Oh no,
for
Cyber
an
Beam.
area like
Get out of
this,
here, Cyber Beam.
I will tend to violate the overall lighting,
Let's go over here so they
whatever it is,
have some backup.
and I will just make it so that these round, what I imagine as round
These mechanical
sections that
spiders
are
will take
coming
them out.
towards us, I will let those be
For sure.
lighter, and then as these planes roll back,
Look out, guys. You guys are getting
I will
invaded
let them
again. Can you believe that? That's
So I'm
crazy.
thinking more in terms of occlusion than I am in strictly parsing out if planes are facing the light or not.
Where am I actually? Oh, I don't want to use swords. I want to just use fists. And train our martial arts this way. Ooh, shit. That's not good. Oh well, we're training our toughness. I do have to get hit eventually. I'll be like a super tough martial arts guy that just kicks limbs off. I've done it once before.
Ooh, this one section, when I put on my long distance eyes, when I put on my big picture eyes, this one section of trunk, if I was really gonna render this out and finish it and try to do it as the best drawing I could, that would take hours on its own. This one little section. So much texture, so much blending the shapes together. It would really demand a lot.
Jeez, what a brawl. What an all-out war. Wait, where am I going? Oh, in here, okay. Ah! Why is he carrying a hive? Oh, that's one of the cloud ninjas I looted.
So don't forget, when you're blending, you are drawing. Am I talking to you or am I talking to me? I'm not just softening things, I'm following the forms. I'm
This is
trying
actually
to
not a
add
bad
new
place to
and
just
interesting
train.
information. I'm just
Because
doing
there's
it
so
with
many
a blending
enemies.
stump in my hand.
So many cloud
instead
ninjas
of
I can
a
just lure in
pencil.
here.
So adding.
Really not a bad way to make money though. Just like looting the entire kit of these guys. I'll have to get to them before the guards toss them out.
drawings go through phases, and the best phase is the phase of deliciousness. At least that's how I think of it. There's a certain area of the drawing process, a certain period, usually further in, where working on the drawing is
Let's sell some stuff to
easy
the
and so fun,
other
because
merchant
basically you've
here.
set up the structure well enough that everything that you add makes the drawing better instead of making it worse or more confusing.
I
And you
can buy
always
animals
get
from
there,
him
you know,
too.
it's not
Maybe
a
I can
given.
buy
You
like
do
a
have to get the structure, the
spider.
underlying part right. But
I don't
man,
know.
once you're in that zone, that's when it's really easy to push something, because you are on the form. You're part of the
Does this
drawing.
guy sell
You
rice?
you understand
And
the structure well enough
poppy.
that you couldn't really add something that's out of place.
No
You know,
rice. Lantern of Radiance. I can get one of
it would be
these.
very unusually forgetful for you
The
to do
blue
that.
one.
You know, to think, to get confused and be like, oh, a random dark shape here. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Don't really
So,
need it though.
You're with it, you're connected with it, you're vibing with it, you understand the structure of the drawing, and yeah, everything that you add makes it better. And that's a wonderful feeling. It only lasts for a bit of the drawing, and it makes it really easy to push things and to finish them.
Any other
Because you sit there and you
images there on the
realize that
ground?
it's just an operation of time to make the drawing better and better.
I don't see any.
Now this drawing has not hit that phase yet. I am definitely doing plenty of things that I feel like, well, that wasn't the wisest, or it's ill-considered.
Where the guards toss them out to?
But that's all right. It's all just part of the process.
I know there's like some that got knocked out in some of the buildings.
That's not a big consolation for a lot of people, though.
Whatever,
I
I'm just
still
gonna
like
sell
the
this
process.
guy's stuff
fine,
because
too.
I can't find any more. The main area
Some
here.
artists are just satisfied enough with the final product.
We'll sell and then we'll go back to hang.
They are willing to suffer the process of
Or
doing
heft.
art, which
I think
they
heft.
really just don't
Okay.
enjoy.
Head back
And
to
that's
heft.
valid. You know, I think it's
Off we go.
easier if you can find a way to
Oh,
experience
we got a
it both
cloud
ways.
ninja here. Let's
You
go
know,
knock him out, grab his shit.
everyone needs different things from their art. It's perfectly valid to despise every moment of creating it and crafting it, but
Living the
getting
thug
a
life.
huge energetic spike at the end when you get to a nice finish. Maybe that's the core emotional difference between artists that tend to be
Are these more
sketchers
cloud
and artists that
ninjas?
tend to
No,
be
these are high
finishers.
roamers. Okay, cool.
In my experience, that's like one of the most foundational, axiomatic differences between people who like to draw. It seems that everybody falls into one category or another naturally. One of those two categories. And then for almost everyone, they need to resolve it to some extent. They need to find a balance and incorporate part of the other side. Usually, drawers, that is to say people who sketch less, people who focus more on finishing things, finishers, closers, they tend to have an easier time career-wise. Because even though they don't like to sketch, even though they don't like to
Hey,
fool
Boca, how's it going?
around, they don't like to ideate and do divergent thinking and come up with really weird new pathways and things like that, even though that's not really their cup of tea when they're starting out. Because they're so focused on finishing everything, they always have a portfolio. So that's usually much easier on them than the rabid sketcher who they have a really hard time generally because they can draw and practice and be really dedicated for, oh my God, they could be drawing for 10 years and don't have a single portfolio piece because they've never actually finished anything. They've gotten everything to 3/4 of the way there, or the most that they've gone to is 3/4 of the way there, and then they pull back. I was like that. I am still like that. And the balance is that the 3/4 that you get to
Yeah, what's up?
can be a sort of really beautiful, really special setup that you may not have ever gotten to if you were focused on finish,
Give me a sec.
Your drawings can sort of live off of the impulsive beauty of the sketch and the evocativeness of the unfinished line and the unnoodled shape of value or color. And there's some beautiful art done in that way. And honestly, unless you're trying to work for companies, like, go for it, Who cares? Don't force anything. Art directors tend to like seeing something not even tight, right? Like, it's actually quite nuanced. It's not that art directors are looking for tight things, right? Art directors are hiring for all sorts of styles, and they need all sorts of looks for all sorts of projects. But they look for stuff that isn't sloppy.
Okay, I'm back.
Or doesn't have anything that's ill considered, right? You can have a style that's very simplified, that omits
And from
whole
here,
steps, there's no
go
rendering,
north.
graphic shapes and things like that.
We'll go to
You can have
heft.
styles like that, and of course art directors are going to want them, but usually those styles stand out if, even within that omission and that evocativeness, there's no errant marks, there's no shapes that don't need to be there or anything like that. It's still extremely clear, even if it's simplified. Adding a lot of sub-shapes to this. Just low contrast information in the light.
You're hungry again. What do you want to eat?
Should have teeth. I really don't know.
Oh.
Probably not.
How about we'll have fried dog? Jojo? Time to sacrifice a limb. We've raised him up to be very fat and plump for a reason. What is that? Just rubble.
I'm not quite sure I want this dark yet.
Are you watching porn? Sounds like porn.
You can see my flats are going down pretty spotty. I think that's because I'm on this a little spottier than usual with this particular pencil. I think that's because I'm in this sketchbook paper, and I'm going over a patch that I rubbed down with the stump, so that will affect the way the paper accepts graphite. And on cheaper papers, it will affect it more strongly. And then on, more expensive finishing papers, something that would not be in a sketchbook, stuff that's thick and durable, like a Strathmore bristle paper, that the paper will be almost unaffected by getting stumped down. It'll still take flatter value areas without as much scintillation and variety as like this dark patch that we're seeing here and this pop out there. Just all these little eye-catching variations in what should be a flatter value shape. But it would have some. You will never avoid it completely. There's no paper that will just take down a totally flat tone.
Oh, they have bounties.
You gotta work for them.
2 dudes with bounties. Knock one out. We're almost there, so I might as well knock him out. And then knock this guy out. And then let's grab this guy. Pick up. Free 2K. That's how you make money. Be very opportunistic. What is that? It's like a nest. Skimmer nest, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe that's a regret. A pentimenti, but pentimenti are part of drawings.
Run faster. Run.
I wonder if this black colored pencil will put down a little better. I usually find it okay to add these in at this step because you're no longer looking for the big, smooth, soft blends, low contrast soft blends that graphite is really the best at. If you use these too early and then you try to do those blends when the colored pencil and the graphite are interacting, the little flecks of colored pencil dust will get caught up and sort of move erratically around in the blends and just make them look less neat. I think. At least I think I've observed that effect. But don't take anything any art teacher says as a reason not to try it or to do it. You know, your whole technique might wind up being based around that effect. I've had tons of stuff like that happen to me in my art journey. So that's why I'm always very cautious about saying, don't do this, don't do that. It's like, no, do everything. That exact same thing that is one artist, like the number one thing they're trying to avoid happening in their drawings, is the bedrock of someone else's look. It's someone else's favorite thing about drawing. So you really can't put too much stock in technique tips like that. They're useful while they move you towards your most foundational goals, but there's always going to be a point where they actually start limiting you instead, where they start distracting you from finding what's really going to work for you. That's not
Hey,
good.
Jojo. Jojo, I'm busy. Go play with your mom. Go play with your mom. Go to mommy.
Oh, I hear my dog getting into trouble outside. This is what it takes. This is what it takes to draw stuff. Just going over things, being patient, redoing.
Okay, we're back in town.
Pushing.
Is there any Hyper Princes? That'd be nice.
This is what it takes.
We could get our
Nothing very glamorous.
shit kicked in by the outlaw
This
swordsmen.
takes longer than most people would
Prove
expect.
our
And longer than most people are willing
toughness.
to put in.
Since we're here, yeah, might as well. What are these guys?
Most people also think
Starving
they
vagrants.
are
Okay,
working way longer.
we'll
than
pick
they
a fight
do.
with these guys instead. We'll likely get knocked out, but that's fine.
You really don't know or have a leg to stand on in that discussion until you have spent a considerable amount of time timing yourself, running a stopwatch. Don't run an internet one. Keep one on your desk. You'll never build the habit running an
Maybe we can
internet
knock
one.
a few out.
You have to close your browser too often, restart too often.
Oh wait, we're
Just
holding
doesn't
on to
make
a dude. That's why we're running. Whoa,
and
what?
sustainable
That's not
enough.
good. Runtime error. Pure
Gotta keep a
virtual
room
function
on
call.
your desk.
I think the game just crashed.
Here's mine. I've had it for years.
Shit. When did we last save it?
Don't go anywhere to draw without it. In the house, you know what I mean? But I take it with me when I go to the living room to work on my iPad.
Maybe we'll play some Terraria because it's not buggy. Terraria is like one of the least buggy games in existence. Like they really polished that game.
The mind is a deceptive thing.
It's gonna suck. I bet it's like
no matter how patient
years ago
you are,
since I last saved.
your mind will offer
Probably still
up
at
these cocktails
that
of
one
fatigue
place.
and emotion that convince you.
The hive, probably the mechanical hive area or
you've been
something.
Drawing for 40 minutes.
Oh my
when
god.
You've been drawing for 7 minutes.
Oh, we haven't knocked this guy
and
out
you
yet.
didn't quite pay attention to what time it was when you sat down, or you did check, but then you just forgot.
Wait, these guys
people
don't have
forget.
bounties anymore.
So then you're looking at your drawing, you look at the time.
Well, I
and you're
guess I
like,
can
"Oh,
knock these
I've
guys
been here
out
for 40 minutes.
and
What
then
time
take
did I
their
sit there
weapons, and then we can like fight
God,
them.
I bet it's been a half hour. No, no, no.
Fight
You
them
know
hand to
something.
hand.
It has not been a half hour. You just are never as patient as you think. It's been 7 freaking minutes.
Take his arm too.
That's how long you've been drawing. And yet you beat up on yourself. You draw for 7 minutes and then you get upset in 7 minutes and you're like, why am I not good? Why does this drawing look so bad? Oh, it's just not anywhere near the level I need to be at. It's like, yeah, no duh.
Loading
you drew
arm.
for 7 minutes. I don't even evaluate a drawing until I've spent an hour on it. And I've been doing this a long time. If it took less than an hour to draw something, it does not have
Man, I knocked the shit out of them. It's gonna take a while for them to wake up.
Back into the hole. Nothing. A throwaway. I don't evaluate a line drawing until it's been an hour. After it's been alive for an hour, it's been worked on for an hour, then I'll decide, is this good or bad? Is this worth looking at? Before that, it's like inconsequential. Of course it's no good. It's not just not good, it's unreadable. You have no idea what it is in an hour. Now again, don't take me too extremely here, right? Because yes, if you're a digital painter, you should make sure your thumbnail looks awesome in half an hour, man. Like, you gotta hit that thing on the nose. If it doesn't have a lot of impact in 20 to 30 minutes, I mean, that's how you know it sucks. You gotta throw that one away and do a different one. Maybe. Do you think The Garden of Earthly Delight by Hieronymus Bosch looked good in 20 minutes? I can guarantee you it didn't.
Oh, we're already fighting.
All
Okay.
good advice like that is leaning towards becoming
This is good
a
training.
trap.
Good toughness and martial arts training.
It's going to be a conditioning factor that you get hooked on for a very long time. Don't let anyone tell you what to think when it comes to art. And be aware of what is conditioning your preferences. Something is.
Once martial arts and dodge get to around like
You're
20, 30,
to be super
or like
sensitive
30, I
to
can
your own
actually really start holding my own.
You're a sentient being. Of course you are. It's possible that the thing that makes you sentient is that you have preferences, aversion and desire. That there's things that you want to move towards and there's things that you recoil from. Now, where did you get those preferences? Why do you recoil from some things and move towards others? Why? Why? Well, the truth is, you don't have access.
I think I should be able to
you could guess a few things.
beat them out just because of the sheer amount of HP everything, all of my parts have.
My mother
So I'll just go AFK a bit here.
scathing remark at me when I was 7 years old in front of a statue of a green dinosaur, and ever since I start getting heart palpitations around green dinosaurs. And it's like, yeah, you can make guesses at stuff like that, and sometimes it's better than guesses. Sometimes it's on the nose and definitely true. But man, everything else. I mean, for every one of those that you can parse out, there's about 1 million other things about you that are completely inaccessible, right? And not just even inaccessible. There's 1 million things that are unknowns about you, like things about you that you don't even have the presence of mind and the consciousness to realize that you do that. Like you've experienced that if you've ever gotten into an argument with a friend and they fling something at you, they say something at you that makes you pause and be like, oh, wait a second. No, I guess I do that. I guess I am a bit of a self-righteous, narcissistic asshole, like to pick something at random. And that feeling, that realization that was a subtle process that you have been running for years, being completely unaware of it. You had no idea that there was some background part of your brain that was constantly dishing up that particular little flaw, that's the feeling. That's the feeling of encountering an unknown unknown. That's the rare glimpse into the things about you that you just don't have access to. And no matter how many
How's
no
the
matter
fight
how
going?
many stultifying and shocking conversations
Looks like I'm winning.
you have with your friends, you will never discover all of them. You know, no matter how much therapy you do, you'll never quite find all of them. You know, in the words of Whitman, you are a universe. You contain multitudes. Woof, 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 woof. Treats, my dog says. Food, please, says my dog. So yeah, those are all unknown unknowns. You will never quite have access to all of those things about you. Probably for good reason. You know, your brain is or your subconscious, whatever the hell is going on with us, thinks you know, it confidently steps into the fray and says, "Don't worry, I got that. You focus on everything else, like what your preferred airline is. I'll handle maintaining a self-righteous undercurrent to our interpersonal relationships. You guys make a secret handshake deal like that every day." There's tons of stuff like that, and of course there's tons of stuff like that for your art as well. There's tons of things in your art that you don't even know they're affecting you. And there are things from your life, there are things more pared down about art, but you got to watch out for all of them. Or not. Like I said, you can go through totally ignorant, but you're probably going to miss some opportunities to discover interesting things about yourself and make very sophisticated moves and judgment
Playing
calls
dead,
about
recovering
your artwork
Koba. That's fine.
if
We'll
you don't ever
leave him alone now.
think about them.
The
Some
Manhunters.
conditioning
Won't be able to
factors
take those
are
guys on.
small,
Well, let's head over to Heft again.
how
Repair
the
up.
existence of Instagram makes it much more likely that people will design pictures so that they look good an inch and a half across. That's just the nature of the art world right now, right? That's a conditioning factor that everybody has just sort of accepted, or a lot of people have accepted, and it affects their art on an absolutely foundational level. Same way that in Baroque era France, painters were composing things so that they looked detailed and epic when seen with a craned neck looking at the ceiling of a villa. You know, that's the exact same thing, right? And it's up to you. It's up to you if you they can compete. But both being equal, both neither being good nor bad on its own, they are results of the art culture, the art system that is around them. Now, if you're thoughtless about it, you're just going to, well, you may never recognize that, and you're probably just going to go with the flow, and you're going to think, or you might believe that it's just absolutely true, the advice that floats around at these times, things like it's got to be perfect in the thumbnail, right? It's all the thumbnail. It has to read small. It has to have the gorgeous first read. And that first read is something like, what does it look like at postage stamp size, an inch and a half across? And generally good advice, a decent framework, but you might just take it hook, line, and sinker and think that that is what makes something good, and there's no reason to investigate anything else in your whole art career, unless you think about it and be like, oh, right, that's actually just a very useful and convenient shorthand for achieving success within the current art sharing systems. Instagram, again, or Facebook, cell phone size. But all of that could change any second, and it would, of course, require
Sounds like I'm back in the city.
of art from people.
Alright.
So keep that in mind. You can make the inverse decision. You can notice that and be like,
Let's go heal up.
You know what? I actually don't feel comfortable getting funneled into that like everybody else. I'm gonna buck the system, and I'm gonna do my best to not let that condition what I think is right or wrong for my art practice. Maybe I'll put my practice first. What I really like to do, I'm gonna focus on finding that. and then I'll find an avenue that is appropriate for it instead of the other way around. God, I wish I had done that years ago. God, I wish I had done that years ago. That's the better way to do it. Unfortunately, I did it backwards. So I spent years trying to
I'm gonna go
unnaturally
stretch.
torture
Right back.
my natural interest in drawing style. That is to say, stuff like this: highly detailed, no good first read, done at scale. All of my natural inclinations for drawing, I tried to torture them, reject them, repress them, and do what I thought was the art that needs to be done, which is stuff that reads super punchy at 1.5 inches across, because I was desperate for, like, well, I don't, how the F do I know if I'm doing a good job unless people are really reacting to this stuff? Classic kid stuff. Classic just being young and feeling like I had something to prove. And what a tremendous waste of time. What an unbelievably tremendous waste of time. If I could send a note, to myself when I was younger, that note would just say, "Do YouTube instead. People look at drawings much bigger on YouTube. Forget Instagram. Also, don't go out on March 30th, 2013. That was a random date. That was a joke. I don't know anything. I was not actually hiding some horrible thing that happened to me on March 30th. And you can trust me on that, because there's plenty of dates I remember vividly where horrible things happened that I could have plucked, but I purposely picked one that didn't have anything real going on. So yeah, watch out for what's conditioning you. Watch out for what is subtly getting its little claws into your practice. Now, there's no way to avoid conditioning completely, right? There is no way, at least in my opinion, it would be impossible to do sort of unconditioned artwork. You can't. That would basically amount to doing something completely alien, right? Something that has no connection to human experience on this planet. And as far as I can tell, for as many intelligent artists have bent over backwards to try to make that their career. And as far as I can tell, no one has succeeded, right? At the extremes, you sort of miss the point completely by just everything about what you're trying to do is a reaction to things about the real world, right? You're trying to get completely alien, so ironically, it's like, that looks too much like a bone. Got to make it not look like a bone. That looks too much like a plant. Got to make it not look like a plant. And whatever you twist it into, first, it was trying to not be this real thing, this influence thing. So I really don't know how I don't know how it would be possible for a person to remove or disconnect from their subconscious such that they could do something completely alien. As far as I can tell, it's probably impossible, right? There's no real way to do anything totally, in the most ultimate sense, original, right? Obviously, there is originality in art, but not an ultimate originality. In some deep level, everything is a remix. It's a reaction to the things that you like because of your taste, the things that you're interested in. You're always influenced. So there's no way to avoid that completely. And I don't think you'd want to, really, if you really thought it through. You just want to, if you're dissatisfied with that kind of thing, I think at core, you are just hunting for a very specific flavor of remix that pleases you, that aligns with your taste, that feels different enough. try letting go. Try letting your subconscious come through. Try spending 100 hours on a drawing that you felt you knew 100% with your whole heart wasn't worth doing at an hour in. Look for that feeling an hour in where you're like, if my experience is worth anything, then I know this drawing isn't worth doing. Have that feeling, acknowledge it, and then spend 100 hours on it. And then report back. And don't let your judgment come in. You already abandoned your judgment at hour 1, right? You gave it up at hour 1. That's the point of the exercise. Keep it abandoned. Don't let it come in. Just do it as a mechanical exercise. Just say, screw it. I'm going to spend 100 hours on it, even though this drawing, I know it's no good. An hour in. See what happens. Learn from that. See if you can become so frustrated, so sure it's bad, so bored with it while you work on it that you clock out, that you leave. You spend all of your conscious energy while you're spending this 100 hours working on it. You spend all your conscious energy thinking about, how you're gonna, how your old arch nemesis is gonna react when you meet them at a party and you're like, no, yeah, I'm a pretty successful artist now. Just think about that. Think about all that stuff. And don't worry about the art. Tune in again in 100 hours and see what happened. The truth is that you really just have no idea what's going on. And my God, everyone hates hearing that. But yeah, you don't. No one does. And you never hear it. No one wants to talk about it because it invalidates everything, right? It invalidates art education. It invalidates the growth mindset. It invalidates ambition and goal setting and beating up on yourself when you fail at your goals and accountability. It invalidates all of that, right? Or at least it seems to invalidate all of that. It doesn't really, right? All of those things are, everything is its own reward. All of those things are beautiful and fun to do just on their own for the sake of it. So that doesn't actually invalidate that. But when you first hear it, when you first start coming to grips with it, it sure seems that way. And that's very upsetting for a lot of people. But it is, of course, the truth. I mean, prove that it isn't, right? Like, what evidence could you possibly provide to me that would be evidence that, no, I do know what's going on here. I have the objective answer. I know what good art is. I'm the rare philosophical genius of ages who has figured out what good art is and how to achieve it. And I'm also a genius of psychology and learning, and I know what it takes to learn well and effectively. It's like, dude, no way. That'll be right maybe once in all of history. Maybe that'll be true for one person, the next Socrates or something like that. That'll be true for them. So I can safely say that you ain't it, and you don't know, and no one knows, and no one has ever known. And yeah, it can be frustrating to hear, but it's clearly the truth. So you don't know what's going on, and I've been gobslapped by this over and over and over again. Like, it never stops being frustrating, right? It's as freeing as it is once you give up to it, right? Once you acknowledge, like, all right, I don't know, and there's no need to judge anything or put any strain on anything. I can just sort of act, right? Even once you accept that and all that freedom, it is still super frustrating to be in a position where you're like, I won't cite specific examples here, but I think you could probably imagine, maybe what I'm alluding to, because I work for clients, I do this stuff professionally, I teach students. So there's a lot of my day-to-day art practice does involve pretty serious evaluation, right? And I'm constantly in situations where an objective stance would be super useful and is maybe what some people are insisting for, right? But it's frustrating and amazing to be in those situations, and I'm sitting there and I'm saying to myself, like, if my experience, if my 15 years of drawing experience, my 10 years of professional experience, if they mean anything, if my taste means anything, if my study means anything, if my experience means anything, if my mileage of failure and success means anything, if it means anything, then I know with certainty this that I'm looking at right here, this has to be a flop. There's no way this is good. If it's so obvious, it's so 100% sure, and the only way for it to not be the case would be if there's truly no structure to this, if experience and taste really don't amount to anything but the occasional congruity with good luck and public agreement. And then the thing happens or comes out, or other people look at it, and yeah, surprise. That's the best thing. That's the one everybody loves. That's the one that everyone's like, oh yeah, yep, no, that obviously it's clear that that's the most successful thing. And you're just like, really? Really? Okay. Cool. Yeah, let's just pretend that didn't happen. Let's just pretend that there's a way to be objective about all of this. Of course there isn't. Of course there isn't. And the more and more you do this, every professional has been put in that situation over and over and over and over and over again. And that's really what marks professionalism in a lot of cases in the art world, right? Your professionalism is built up on a sort of rascally cynicism where you can just sort of put things in front of clients and things like that and just be like, you know, you like it? Great. You hate it? Sure. Like the fact that you realize that there's no, it's all just subjective. And even if someone's like angry at you or is like, how could this work be so poor? Which never happens, by the way. That would just amount to, why would you get bent out of shape about that, right? I mean, the obvious reaction is just, well, that's your prerogative. That's just your prejudice. It's not really up to you. You just randomly don't like that. And I could show it to 10 other people and they would all love it. You know, that's just the way it is. And again, everybody hates that. I understand the frustration of hearing that because, yes, like I said, it invalidates everything that we go for. It invalidates the idea of skill. It invalidates the idea of art schools. It invalidates the idea of helping people with this stuff. But why am I sitting here drawing this stuff on YouTube if I'm not trying to tell the truth in my experience, what I really believe, what I've really seen, what I've really learned? Just the truth. And again, that doesn't mean don't learn, right? I can't get over that stuff being true, but I still teach art, you know? I still teach art at colleges, you know, like the highest stakes, the most investment in being able to say that, yes, we're doing this quite objectively, very, very objectively. No one has higher stakes for that kind of thing than them. I still teach in those environments, even though I believe that, because like I said, the joy of teaching and being taught and improving it's self-validating. You know, it's fun on its own, and fun is everything. And it's worth it on its own, even if it doesn't work the way that you think it works. And it does work. You know, I'm not crazy. Like I mean, I got good at drawing by doing things that made me better, right? But damn, a lot of that stuff really just looks like drawing. You know, it doesn't look like exercises or secrets or tricks or arcane hidden knowledge. There's a bit of that, but it's not a lot of it. You use learning, you use having teachers, you use school as a framework to keep you sane, they will never change the fact that no one knows what's going on, right? That will never happen. They will never change the fact that no one knows what's going on and that you can't be certain about what you're doing. And that art is forever intractable and ephemeral and will slip through your fingers no matter what. No one will ever change that. No teacher, no school, nothing. You use them as a framework to keep you interested, to give you ideas to respond to react to. And that is in my opinion, that is the proper place of an instructor, right? I don't, when I teach people, I'm not trying to, dogmatically hand them anything. Like, I talk technique and sort of what makes things look right and good in my opinion, but I'm the first person to say that that's really just a sounding board. Like, you should hear those things and then ask yourself if you agree, Now, I've said this many times before, but I think one of the best things a student can do is listen to their teacher, trust them, but every time their instructor tells them they shouldn't do something this way with this tool or in this process or something like that, they should make a note of that tool or that process, and then go home and in secret do that process that they said is not the way to do it, that you should never do. Do that process until you find a way to make it work, until you find a way to make it produce a beautiful result, and then file it away and never tell your teacher. And that would be one of the best things a student could do for themselves. It produces two results. One, you'd be getting a constant reminder that that's possible, right? Every time I've tried it, it's worked. So for every single one of those things that people tell you not to do, there's some way to do it beautifully. There's some way to violate that rule beautifully and to prove that it's not a rule, that it's not substantive, that it wasn't anything, So every time I've done it, it has always worked. I've always found a way to make that failure of a process successful. Or I found just through a little research, I found some artists that's their whole process, the thing you're never supposed to do. And it looks great. It works great. So that's the first result. You're getting a constant reminder that you're totally free, that there's infinite freedom in the art practice, and that you can truly do whatever you want. You're getting a constant reminder of that, which is a very important medicine for artists. And you're also expanding your base of techniques in a very novel way, which is that you are expanding into a base of techniques that no one else is willing to try. Like, the 90% of artists are unwilling to attempt that particular thing. So the work that you produce by doing that is, of course, a standout. And standing out is really useful in the art world. I don't know if you've ever heard that, but yeah, it's actually quite good to stand out if you're worried about your art career. So take it into consideration, finding a way to stand out. So let's add some trees to the background, or a other tree. I wonder if, I'm not totally sold on continuing this composition over onto the other page. We could extend the forest over here, do a bunch of work over there, but let us commit to putting some work on implying a forest here in the background. A forest of many treed faces, the bleeding trees. imply a lot of the negative shapes of something like a dense forest with triangles overlapping and pointing generally downward. Instead of thinking of drawing branches, you just make these triangles. And they imply the dense negative shapes and all that. Camera reveals that you can barely see those lines, and that's just fine because I can't either. They are indeed ghostly light. Don't like the flow from this into that sort of abrupt emergence of a branch. You want to taper things in and out of each other. Transitional elements are worth their weight in gold when it comes to designing things. Let's see if I change that completely. Trusty kneaded eraser. Something like that could work. And then let's see, would we put another face on this tree? This one's looking up, so maybe we could imply this one looking more downward. This could almost be a vaguely indigenous version of the part of Dante's Inferno where they visit with the self-harmers, those who took their own lives. They are embodied in the Inferno. Each one becomes a tree that bleeds, a bleeding tree. And the vicious harpies spend all of eternity ravaging them. Becomes a tree that bleeds, a bleeding tree. And the vicious harpies spend all of eternity ravaging them. Spilling out into the other page. Again, not committed. I don't feel committed. I know I'm leaning that way, but I always reserve the right to cop out. I always reserve the right to be lazy. I just have to earn it with hours and hours of drawing first. Once I've hit the arbitrary hard work threshold, then I get to be lazy. I say that as a joke, but you do got to watch out for that. There's definitely a common thing that happens when you're working on a piece where the closer you get to finish, the harder and harder it becomes to continue working on it. That is definitely a thing. Even though you've done all this work, even though it looks great really, really far down the road, even though adding another hour or 2 hours feels really insignificant in light of the hundreds of hours that you've done, for example. There is this very common thing that happens where you just get more and more anxious and nervous the more time you dump into it. Sort of when you're on the downward slope from the peak, when you're on the other side of the bell curve. And who knows what that is? I mean, it might just be that, oh my God, you're so tired and burnt out on this thing, can't take it anymore. But I do also think that there is a implicit fear of success thing going on, The more and more committed you are, the more and more you're willing to dump tremendous amounts of time into a piece. The implication is that you feel more for it, that it's ever more important, that it's becoming more tied with your selfhood, that it is approaching being your masterpiece or your magnum opus, or at least the feeling that you would want to present it as such, right? Let's say you spent 700 hours on something, but to you is just a sketch. It's just a sketch you happen to spend very long on. Let's say that emotionally you didn't invest a lot into it. It was just an artifact that was the result of 700 hours of your time. Even if you feel that way, if you tell people that that's how long you spent on it, people are going to look at it a different way. And they may be inclined not to believe you that it means nothing to you, right? It just feels unnatural. It's counterintuitive to think that you would spend so much time on something and it wouldn't have a deep meaning for you. Now, all those things are illusions, right? You can, of course, sort of just trance out and spend a ridiculously long amount of time on something without it being anything elevated, without imbuing it with some sort of extended meaning and importance. It just requires you to manage your mind and your temperament better and better and better as you approach those extremes. And that's no joke. That is no joke. Alright, so this tree is looking down. Let's pass some overall value on the face of this other tree. So that a lot of this feels like it's rolling away when we continue to work into it. What could it mean that I'm drawing this? I try not to think about that. Didn't I just talk? You okay over there?
Sorry.
You're all right. I know I just talked about not worrying about stuff like that, but I think talking about it made me cue into it. I'm not looking for some sort of solid answer. I'm just curious, because I've had the experience many times that if I just draw, and get out of my own way and let a picture happen, a lot of the times when it's done, or at some point in the middle of it, I will realize that it perfectly connects with something I have inside of me, or something that I've been thinking about recently, and not a visual thing I was thinking about, not some visual impression, but something that's going on with me, something that's been on my mind, something about myself or about others, but something emotional, something sensitive. And that's happened to me enough times now that I trust it at this point. I do think if I spend an unusually long amount of time on something that I did not inflict a lot of myself onto, something comes out. Something gets found in there. Maybe it's overly optimistic to say, but I really think that the subconscious takes over for enough of the drawing that it gets to sneak something in there. It slips one past the goalie. It sends me a bottom-up message. Weird to say? Yes. Problematic? Maybe. If you think so, you should probably close the video, because there's only going to be more of that as we go on. You might want to unsubscribe, actually. That stuff's too interesting to not talk about as far as I'm concerned. But it's happened to me a bunch of times. It's actually the most interesting experiences I've gone through with art at this point. It's very odd indeed. It makes a kind of twisted sense to me. You know, when you're doing drawing like this, you are asking your subconscious for so much, right? I'm just relaxing, I'm drawing whatever, I'm talking while I do this, but my God, am I asking for my subconscious for a lot, right? I'm asking it to summon design and form and all of these, you know, how I throw these lines, right? Like, that's a thing. That's like an ingrained muscle memory thing, right? And I'm asking my subconscious to dish that up over and over and over again while I just enjoy the benefits of relaxing and not really thinking about it. That's a big ask. That's a big ask for the subconscious. And it's really stuff that's operating on a lot of levels, right? Like I said, it's story, it's design. It's not just the muscle memory of craft of how to do hatch lines and how to throw curves. It's really everything about the picture. I'm asking my subconscious to drive all the horses at once while I take a little break. It kind of makes sense to me in a twisted way that if I'm handing everything off to the subconscious, it's also going to sort of Trojan horse something it's been thinking about for me, right? Our subconscious is always doing a lot of work for us in the background, right? It's analyzing everything on our to-do list and producing an appropriate amount of anxiety and energy to handle that to-do list. It's managing our expectations of ourselves and others. It's finding things to be freaked out about. It's coming up with ideas, right? How often have you struggled to look for a solution to something, whether in drawing or anything else, and it comes to you in the shower, right? It just sort of hits you out of nowhere while you were in the shower, or when you're doing something else, or when you finally give up on the issue. That's when the subconscious offers it up, right? How often does it happen? I mean, it happens with great regularity to almost everyone who goes through a creative pursuit. And that's not coincidence as far as I'm concerned. It feels like that's evidence. Evidence of what? I don't have the insight to say. I don't think anyone knows. But it seems clear, it's at least evidence that your subconscious is doing a lot of work for you. All the time. It's working on a lot of things. So, it makes sense to me that it might, since it's doing so much work for us anyway, sneak some of those in-progress little things or finished solutions out in it while it's doing it. So who knows what might be lurking in this drawing. Maybe there's nothing lurking in it yet, but then let's say if I extend it over here, whatever happens over here, that might have the big gift from the subconscious in it, right? But you can also just think into things, and that'll open a lot of crazy doors. Like, why am I drawing people integrated with trees? Has it been on my mind lately, the importance of integrating with nature, of feeling one with the natural environment around you? Why is it interesting to me that in Dante's Inferno, after death, this group of people become very natural? They take the archetypal form of something that we know from our little human life here. Does that maybe... Why does that resonate with me? Why does that stick out in my mind? Does it have something to do with the belief or the feeling or the inkling that really what does happen after we die is that we return to the earth like anything else does? Maybe we do just reintegrate with all of the biomaterial that is available for Earth's processes to continue with. I'm getting very anodyne here, aren't I? This is rather saccharine. Doesn't have the usual edge, the usual aggressive edge of some of the philosophizing that I like to do. Maybe bringing up those bleeding trees was aggressive enough. Do you think trees are conscious? Do you think there's something it's like to be a tree? If I saw a tree with a face, I think I'd be inclined to say yes. If its wooded eyes lidded open slowly, and its irises lensed and dilated as it faced into the light, and it turned a gnarled bow to look at me, and with an inhuman voice made some sort of guttural vocalization, I would be inclined to say, yeah, there's probably something it's like to be that tree. That's what my gut would say. And then I'd run. You know, I got enough stuff going on in my life that I don't know if I need to add a sentient tree friend to my life. Have you caught wind of any of those recent, I don't know how recent, but definitely they're having their moment recently. Those recent scientific speculations or / discoveries that a lot of forests are connected by mycelial networks in the roots of the trees, and that the trees use them to share resources and help each other and send warnings and everything like that. Have you caught wind of any of that? Weird stuff, right? They act just like us, even though they're probably not conscious the way we are, or maybe they might not be. No one knows truly, but actions like that surely are, to some degree, acting like us, right? Do you think they chose to build those networks? Do you think they exercised their free will in establishing a relationship with the fungus and the mushrooms to make a little information highway for their moments of despair and success?
Hey guys. So Charlene ordered like really late
Did
dinner.
you choose your brain?
I'm gonna go eat. That'll be like
Did you
10 to
choose
20
how you
minutes,
interact
and
with
then
people?
I'll be back. I'm just gonna leave the stream up and running, but it'll be
Did
a
you
bit longer
choose
than
to feel
usual, kind
inclined
of
to help your family?
AFK. Alright, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the wait.
You know, existential musings are half the fun of drawing. Maybe more than half. How are we going to... You know, I don't have one now, and I'm not going to run off to get one, but in a situation like this, one of the things you can do is you can... In a situation like the one we're in here, where we have a... One second. We have a big flat area that needs... Well, not flat, but generally I'd like this tree to be darker than this tree. In a situation like this, if you're in a pinch, you can just take a paper towel and just rub all over this. And that would be enough to sort of push it back. Next time I take a break, I'll try to remember to get a paper towel. Come back and do that. Let's try to... I'm stuck. 1 second. Alright, let's just put a bunch of work over our new tree here. There's nothing to be done about it. You put in a big element like this, a second big yawning tree. I mean, how long did it take me to draw the first one, right? Quite a while. So, you can't rush it. Just needs work. We're gonna go in here and draw over it. It's always difficult when you are working unplanned, improvisational, like we are, of course, right now in our sketchbook. It's always difficult when you add something big because it tends to make you... It just gives you a moment of pause and you're like, oh, that's another 10 hours, right? That's why it's nice to have some sort of plan when you're really going for a final, just like a full-on finished piece that you're going to do on a separate sheet of paper and all of that. Nope, there go the dogs. Don't worry, I'll let you listen to them. So for me, this would be a plan for a drawing, right? And I know, I can seem a little crazy saying that considering the amount of work that I put into a sketchbook page like this, but that's just because I like it. That's just because it's so fun to draw, and what I'm interested in drawing is form and rendering and all that stuff. So of course I'm not gonna, you know, shortchange myself on that stuff for no reason. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it whenever I want to do it. So I like doing my process and sort of drawing the way I like to draw, which involves a lot of figuring things out and making volumes and passing values everywhere. I'm just gonna do it. And really, in the long run, I mean, how long have I spent on this page so far? Maybe a few hours. What is that? I don't know exactly, but we're probably coming up on like 4-ish hours. Is that really very long to get the plan and know that, oh, I like a picture like this? Is that really so long to invest to know that I like a picture like this, when if I take this as a plan and do this as a finished drawing on a big sheet of paper, that would take 40 hours, 50 hours, 100 hours, you know? If that was explicitly the mission that I had in mind for this drawing, I could stop here 4 hours in, and that would have been 4 hours well spent, right? Then I could just go. Usually what I do is I will take the elements that I like from this, and I'll be like, all right, this is my base. I know I like it. And then, weirdly enough, I will do a thumbnail or a series of thumbnails based on this, between this and the final drawing. So I will look for my problems from this improvised sketch, right? So I'll say, oh, well, the trees have equal emphasis, right? Both of these trees seem equally important. And for the way that I want the final to be, I'd want one to be bigger than the other, more attention grabbing than the other. Then I wouldn't redo a drawing at this level, right? This is my access. This lets me know this picture could look cool in the ways that I want drawings to look cool. The thumbnail after this would be me just moving arrangements, big arrangements. Like, does it look better if this one's big and this one's small, or if this one's small, or if this one's big and this one's small? I will do that in super small, gross little thumbnails. And then I will get my answers from that, all of my diagnostic answers, all of the problems that I have with this sketchbook page. And then I will start on a big sheet of paper. But I can be confident on the big final sheet because I know, okay, this drawing has elements that I like. It has some characters with clothing that has textures and forms that I'll have fun doing. I have insight into the kinds of shapes I want to make on the trees so that they're not horribly boring to draw. They have a lot of weird nooks and crannies and blisters and burls. I know that I have all that. I basically have proven to myself that it will be fun to draw, right? Because this page was fun to draw. I don't have fun drawing thumbnails. I don't have fun. I mean, they're fun. They're fun, just little throwaway doodles, but they don't make me go. No individual little thumbnail has ever done what it's quote unquote supposed to do for an artist. For me, where I look at it and go, that's it. I could see it. That's a drawing I want to make. It's actually never happened to me. Never with any thumbnail. I've never had a thumbnail speak to me and in its little unresolved things reveal to me that, oh, this deserves to be a finished drawing. Maybe I'm just not good at them, but my brain needs something different. So instead of getting stuck in that, no, I just do drawings like this. This lets me know, okay, this I like doing. This is a drawing that I like. And it's natural to find the things that I'm going to like in this drawing because I'm doing it big and at scale. And I'm really drawing the stuff the way I would draw it in a final. And then, yes, like I said, then there's an intermediary diagnostic step. And I then base a final off of that. zoom in here. So we're going to be working on this tree for a bit. Let's whip out the old stump. And find some subforms here. So these will be little interactions and form changes in the light. Very low contrast, we want these.
Holy shit, that was so many. So many ninjas. That was insane. We need... Is there anywhere... Is there any place here that sells, like, skeleton repair kits? That'd be nice to have. It'd be nice to have, like, 1 or 2 more here. Let's go see if this guy sells any. We'll check around. Yes, there's one here. It is pretty expensive, but we can trade it for this head. There we go. Might as well grab 2 of these too. We're gonna need a lot to train up martial arts and toughness.
I think I could probably
Right. If we... Man, I should have brought my falling sun here. That would be a good place to train as well.
With this. One of the best trainings for not turning off your drawing mind when you're doing this sort of shading is to
We'll lock it just in
lay
case
out
someone kidnaps me.
whole compressed light
Or
areas
tries to.
with the stump as if it was a pencil. Using it very literally as a pencil ingrains in your mind that that's how you're always supposed to use it. Draw with it. You're not blending with it. You're not softening with it. You're drawing with it. You just happen to be drawing soft shapes instead of sharp shapes like you do with the tip of your pencil. Let's resolve some of how this tree is going to sort of stand. So I think probably this bough is coming this way. This is the back. We can have it pop back out up here.
Oh, do we not have symmetrical on? We don't have symmetry on. What the fuck? When was that? When did we turn off symmetry?
So let the branches sort of wrinkle into each other. Let's get rid of these veiny dark lines I threw up here.
Okay, well I know the back is symmetry. It's probably just the base of the wing here. Information, smart sim. Looks like I'm good to go.
This is a very low contrast. It's very soft.
Let's get back
Not
to fighting.
necessarily what something like a tree would look like at this point. You know, maybe a very.
Where's the action?
Some trees have very thin bark.
Where is the action?
I don't know if you could say no bark.
Looks like we got some action over here.
Fleshy
Side.
surface that doesn't have the sort of traditional crackly tree bark texture.
Maybe, possibly.
And maybe this would be appropriate for that kind of tree, which I don't know if this tree is.
Don't know.
That kind of tree.
Yeah, it looks like they're running around down here. Might have some action down here.
See if we can find some appropriate complications.
Got some damage
for this
numbers.
big broad area here. Laying them in low contrast with the stump, and then we will spruce them judiciously with the pencil.
Here we go, some Fogmen.
Thinking sort of brow.
Time to get
furrows
beat
here.
up. It's too brutal. I can't watch.
I don't want to do anything tasteless. Probably want to, now that we're doing so much soft work up there, probably want to let this be a little vaguer. Those lines are a little crisp for what's going on around them.
Oh god, someone's getting eaten alive. Oh
That's
god.
looking quite nice. That's very
Who's this
low-
guy anyway?
low
Beansprout,
contrast
Holy
tracing,
Nation
but
Outlaw. That
the
sucks.
information that appeared there from my sort of random erasing pleased me.
Guess we'll go back home and then repair. Yeah, we're gonna need to repair like shit.
Dump this back as well. I'm just gonna go over the whole area to sort of, like I said before, if I had a paper towel, I would just press a paper towel all over this. So to just get a little bit of that effect, something approximating it. Just stumping down, stumping down. I'm hatching with it, right? So even though it'd be easy to think, oh, well, in this, when he's doing it like this is really just softening, just blending. Nope, I'm hatching. I'm following the lines that I put down. I'm going in the same direction as them, and I'm even doing the traditional hatching hand movement where you don't wriggle back and forth. You go in one direction, and you sort of have a soft put down and then a soft lift up. I'm doing even that with the stump to try to flatten effectively. Pretty wild, I know. No. But, you know, if you're going to be crazy, you got to be really crazy. You don't just want to be a little crazy. You want to be totally crazy, like completely far out there. And just be utterly neurotic and nuts about the little things that you're going to do to get your effects. Just a little bit of nose. All right, not bad, not bad. It's looking like it's sitting back.
How are we doing? Did we die?
Pretty
Yeah,
funny. All right, let me
flying
press
dead.
around
We'll stealth
here.
heal.
Follow
We'll
those
stealth heal our leg up.
labels.
Whoa.
Let's darken this whole burl while going in the
Just so I can
circular
get out of here.
directions of the whole burl and the little features. So I'm not just passing over the whole thing, I'm following its little features that I sketched in there. So it's getting generally darker while I'm also reinforcing the forms that I sketched in.
And time for a mad. Okay, I guess we can't run. I was gonna say time for a mad dash back.
You know what else
to
is nice
base,
about doing
but
it this way is that like you're just spending more time like touching
this guy dead?
the surface.
He's dead.
You know, you're spending more time sort of rehearsing with your hand how you think the surface goes, you know? You're needing to have such an intimate connection over and over and over and over again. You're creating this mental map of like, right, it dips in here. It's flowing this way. It has a broad shape and then it tightens up. Over there, I'm pressing harder here, softer here. You're like following this imaginary topography more and more and more, spending more and more time doing that. And I think that that's another benefit of following your forms as you stump. You're rehearsing that for yourself. You're rehearsing how you think the shape goes. And that can only help you. That can only help you in the long run, right? Makes a lot of sense to me, at least. It's like, have you ever seen those studies where they tested people's linguistic skills while their hands were tied behind their back? There's some pretty compelling studies to show that people don't just speak with their hands. They don't just use them to help make a point. The hands are actually intimately connected with how people are thinking. And if you restrict them, if you prevent, quote unquote, speaking with your hands, it actually hurts the language. It actually makes it so that you can't speak as well. So if that's true, if I'm not just completely misunderstanding or misremembering, but I do think I remember this pretty vividly, it makes a lot of sense that there's a lot of reason to pay attention to the way your hand is spending time with these things. You know, it may actually be doing a significant portion of your thinking. That is to say, the parts of your thoughts about what you're doing that you could phrase linguistically, that you could put into words to another person, the parts that are not completely ephemeral, the parts that you will eventually be able to conceptualize may actually be intimately linked with what happens with your hands while you do this stuff. Fascinating. Possible. Crazy. Anything's possible. Anything's possible in art. And if it turns out that that's not true, if it turns out that that's scientifically unsound, if you like it, why not just choose to believe it? A useful delusion, no? Who's it hurting? Some little mushrooms. Just some little mushrooms. Can you guess what kind? I guess I should have the lantern on. That would definitely be... That's a perfect example. That is one of the That is one of the diagnostic problems that I would have with this drawing. And if I were to turn this, if I were to do a second attempt at this drawing and turn it into a final drawing, into a finished drawing, I would address that. I would either say the lantern's not worth it and it's not needed for the storytelling, and it turns out I don't even like it, so I'll cut it and I'll put something else in that character's hand, or I'll just repose the character so that they're not using their hands for anything. I could either do that, or I would readjust the value structure of the whole picture so that I could make it look like the lantern is lit. Because obviously, it makes very little sense that he would be holding the lantern up if it wasn't lit. I mean, he might just have a lantern, but he would just sort of have it at his side if it wasn't going to be lit. He wouldn't be holding it up. So it really feels like it insists on being lit. And if I like that, then there needs to be something. Because right now, in this current situation, the value scheme that I wound up arbitrarily putting on this sketch doesn't feel nighttime or anything like that. It feels very generalized. It would probably be interpreted as daytime by most people. Maybe a little foresty, magical overcast or something like that. And it's certainly not communicating that this would maybe be a nighttime shot where someone would need to be using a lantern. So, for this sketch, I'm not going to sweat it. But if this was going to be a first attempt, yes, let's readjust the value scale. Let's, I could have it casting light up into the down-facing side of this tree. The light pattern on this tree's face could be readjusted so that it's really only catching slivers from the lantern over here. Maybe some moonlight reflecting back in.
Okay.
The beautiful thing is, instead of all that stuff
run
being
now, I
sort of
think.
intractable and confusing
Run
at the
back
beginning
to
of
a
your drawing
repair shop.
process, if you already know that you're into the drawing, if you already know that you like what this thing could be, those solutions sort of offer up themselves and are much clearer, and it's much more obvious what you need to do to make it work, and you don't get so anxious because you know you like the picture, you know it's worth it for the picture. Just pass some more general value here. Really subjecting you guys to a lot, huh? You're having to spend a lot of time watching me do boring single directional hatching passes. Real time, they say. More real time content. Ask and ye shall receive. This is just how long it actually takes to do something.
Probably healed up by now, I think. Oh, leg's still healing.
Alright, let's go back up here and focus on the juicy part. Focus on the juicy part of this here tree. This one out. Let's do this with a little darker. The Palomino Blackwing Pencil. Just a little bit more punch for this second stab at the overall shadow shapes. Here's a weird little game I like to play when I do a step where I'm sort of going over things and I'm really zoned in. I like to become very aware of my whole visual field. So right now, while I'm drawing these shapes, I'm trying to put my attention on what it feels like to see the page right now. So my focus is on the tip of my pencil, where it's contacting the paper. But I'm also aware of my peripheral vision. So that is to say, I'm trying to be aware of the complete character of my visual field right now. Now that's not that fascinating on its own. Here's what I like about this little game. I try to hold this attention, this conscious awareness of what I'm seeing for as long as I can, not forcing it. And I wait to feel the first moment where I realized, oh, I wasn't that for the past 5 seconds or so, I lost it. I wasn't aware of what I was looking at. Why is that interesting? Because that's what you're looking at, right? All you're looking at is what's here. My mind is on this. This is the only visual input. The complete character, the place where I'm putting my pencil, and everything in my peripheral, that's all there is to be seen, and sight never turns off, right? If you ignore your blinking, you're taking in all of that input the whole time while you're doing this. So when I notice I wasn't seeing it, I wasn't aware of the input, I then ask, where was I? Where'd I go? What was I seeing? Does seeing truly end when you're not consciously aware of it? Was I lost in another visualization? Was I living some movie in my mind? Or was there no vision for that moment? Was the totality of my conscious experience, my very sharply aware experience, was it completely subsumed by a piece of language? Or maybe a very tactile, physical feeling in my stomach or in my hand or my fingertips or something like that? Where did I go in that moment that I lost it? Where did my attention transfer to when it was no longer aware of the consistent visual feed that is going into my eyes and my brain. Where did I go? Wherever I went there involuntarily. I was trying to focus on the visual impression. And you would think I didn't stop drawing, right? My hand kept moving. So in that moment where I was gone, where I was thinking of something else, where the visual field was not consciously noticed anymore, and completely out of my control, I was, imagining a delicious sandwich, or expertly winning a tete-a-tete with my arch nemesis. Where was drawing happening in that moment? Because in that moment, I can't claim that I was really seeing the paper, right? My conscious awareness of my sight lapsed, even though it should have been the easiest thing to hold on to. My conscious being, the part of me that notices what I'm doing, went elsewhere. So where does drawing occur? It didn't stop. I kept moving my hand. Does drawing just occur in my hand? Was my hand just operating off of tactile feedback for that moment? What am I? What am I? Maybe I'm just my conscious attention. And in that moment, my conscious attention went off to the sandwich, went off to the nemesis tete-a-tete, and it left behind the subconscious processing of sight and hand, and they just did it. They let me go have my little reverie, and they made a little pact, and they were like, don't worry about Steven. He's very obsessed with what he feels identical to, and he doesn't really give us our due credit. Don't worry about him. Let's just keep doing the drawing. And eyes just fed information to hand, and hand reacted and continued the drawing. Is that what's happening? I don't have answers for you. I just find it curious. Not just curious, I find it utterly fascinating. What is going on there? Now, even though we don't know what's going on there, I think our gut instinct about what the answer might be is going to fall into one of two categories. You might be the kind of person who says, whatever is going on there, it's boring and mundane. Or you're the kind of person who says, whatever is going on there, it's deeply weird and interesting. And both are valid, I think. Everyone's on their own trip. For me personally, I'm not sure I have any inclination to think that I could know, right? I don't expect answers will ever be offered to these questions that fascinate me. What I do feel, however, is that evidence has mounted greatly that the part of me that I feel identical with, right, whatever that is, right, I have a very hard time explaining what
I think my character
qualifies
is
as that,
repaired now.
but
Let's go.
as a
Let's see.
category, the part of my experience that I feel identical to
Ooh. Well, what the fuck? Why is he going to my house?
probably isn't the part that does the drawings.
Who's this guy? Mongrel. Okay. Why is the
I'm not
door
married to that
like
claim.
fucked up?
I don't need anyone else to believe that. I don't need to spiral that out into suppositions about what the universe is. I'm just saying, for me personally, the experiential evidence has gotten a little over.
Maybe from that one attack where the Fogman followed me all the way over, and then there's like a shit ton of ninjas.
Now I'm popping some darks into our little shaman here. Oh, she might not be little. I mean, not much scale in this picture. Who knows? She might be 12 feet tall. Maybe she's a shaman for some race of giants. No. I just remembered that I have like a lot on my mind today. Like I have a lot of stuff that I would be thinking about if I wasn't drawing, and I just feel very lucky that my art practice.
I'm gonna take a short break. Lie down for a bit. And then back. Any fighting going on? Possibly some down there again. Their level. We got a lot of toughness recently. Who's that? We'll stick here. We'll fight this dude. Whoa, knocked him out. One hit. Pretty sure that guy was already dying. Oh my god. What is going on? They're still eating a corpse down here? Maybe not a corpse, but like a... Definitely like a dying dude. Oh, he's dead, yeah. Bean sprout. Holy Nation Outlaws. Well, there's a lot of them. I don't know. I just don't want to like soft lock this character. But we can just like run in there and smack some heads and then sneak out. Jesus. Oh my god. This is definitely gonna increase our toughness. Maybe not so much our martial arts, but definitely our toughness. Our dodge is going up by a lot as well. Once we have a decent amount of toughness and dodge, probably go to the hub, I guess, and train some martial arts there. Apparently if I get up right away and then like there is like a way to like get up and then faint, get up and faint and then really train. Train toughness that way. Yeah, our toughness is at 40 now. Wasn't that like 25 or something? Yeah, the more people there are, like surrounding me, like get back up, like right now. Hmm. Okay, well let's go heal up. All stealthed. Wish there was like a closer bed. That would be nice. Did they capture another dude? I think they captured like another guy, yeah. Oh no, they captured a Shinobu guard. Shinobu guard Scratch. Oh my god. Well, that sucks. Sucks to be the Shinobu guard. Eventually, I should be nearly impossible to hit. Yeah, whenever I get up while playing dead, that increases my toughness by 5 points. That's insane. Okay, knocked down. Yeah, another 4 points. Just by getting up by before playing dead. Back here. Need you guys for toughness training. Okay. Let's go head back. We'll head back and then go rest on a bed.
Is still after all this time. And now, even with a camera on and talking while I do this, man, I'm still, I'm still at a point where it just turns off. I forget, It took a while with the camera thing, but yeah, it's getting more often now. Even though I'm recording my process, I'm just still able to sink into the forgetting. Yeah, and instead I have these moments like the one that I just had where I'm like, oh right, Forgot about all that stuff that's going on. That's a good feeling. Art is full of good feelings. And the occasional moment of blinding rage, but got distracted down there on our shaman popping some darks around her head. I also feel like I could do some, oh screw it, let's go in here a little bit and just, feels like an area like this is like pure texture, basically, and it doesn't have a lot of overall gradation, you know, I'm sure you can see it. It's just line, feathery textures, lines going this way, lines going that way. It's full of info, but it's not full of grouping. So I'm just gonna go in now, maybe in a sort of backward step with this dark pencil and group a bunch of this. So I'm gonna squint while I do this.
Oh? Oh, I got beat up again. That's fine.
Squinting while I do this just makes it more clear to me.
Okay, let's go.
If the
We're almost back
big group shapes that I'm putting
to
down
safety.
are going to.
In fact, I think if
hold
we just
together
like unhide and then
pretty
run,
obvious.
we might be.
You know,
No.
every time I do this,
Speed is
oh,
the
it's just
same.
taking me back. Every time I do this, I remember that Richard Schmid in Alla Prima, Everything I Know About Painting, which is one of the best books on art ever. Everyone should read it, I think. Richard Schmid in Alla Prima says in there at one point, because he advocates for squinting a lot at your subject, says, don't ever squint at your artwork, though. And every time that I do this, I'm always reminded of like, oh, Richard wouldn't like this. No rules, only tools. Richard Schmid passed away a few days ago. He was a gift to the art world, that's for sure. Never read Alla Prima. It's a great book. It's a little expensive to pick up, but I think it's worth it. It just has so much good information. It's very long. It's also basically a Richard Schmid art book, so you get a bunch of great reproductions of his work, and he writes it very well. It's very well written. It's full of his voice. You really you get a sense for his personality and his love for what he does, and it's by turns emotional and funny. It's an excellent book. It's an easy read. That's really one of the best. Most art books are not easy reads. You know, artists are not writers, so they're not often the best at making something super accessible. I found Alla Prima to be a very easy read, enjoyable. I read it like a fiction book, like a beautiful fiction book. I just gobbled it up over a couple nights. Such an easy read. A pleasure. There's a couple really technical parts in there. Like there's a part in there where he explains how to do color charts for your oil painting palette. That's very technical. There's only so much you can expect from that, but the vast majority of the book is such an easy read. Tried oil painting. I did it. I went through a phase there where I was doing it a bit, quite a bit. Not a long phase. It's a beautiful medium, of course. I wonder if I'll ever go back. I don't know. Man, my stomach's growling a lot. I might have to take a break here to go eat some food. Alright, so you see how these shapes that I added in while squinting are sort of grouping elements of this character's clothing much better now? It doesn't feel like an undifferentiated field. It's not super refined, but it at least doesn't feel like an undifferentiated field of texture now. It feels like there's some difference between clumps of feathers or cloak and, you know, these little cast shadows underneath this knotted rope element here on her sash. Sort of gives you some idea of depth, some sense of depth. Pencil is so forgiving, you know, you might have wanted to put those in early, but pencil's forgiving enough that you can work backwards. You can actually just kind of scry details all over the place and then come in and lay grouping shapes and big form statements over that, if you know what you're doing. Very hard to do, obviously, if you're confused or just getting your legs under you, but once you sort of understand what it takes to maintain a hierarchy in a drawing, it unlocks a lot of freedom to play around and sort of be a little bit more dare to care about it. You can take on a more en garde attitude to your drawing. Try to surprise it. Oh, you never saw this one coming, did you, drawing? I'm really coming at you from left field with this one. Hi-ya! Okay, let's leave our character there for a bit and let's hop back up to our background tree. Okay, got my paper towel here. Still following the form, even with this big blunt instrument. This is even a quilted paper towel. It's not even a cloth-like non-quilted paper towel, which for some reason I think is better for this sort of thing. Okay, so that just knocked it back ever so slightly overall. And now let's keep drawing on it. All right. Zoom in here on the tree again. I want to do, because I didn't like the closed eyes on the other tree, I want to do opened eyes on this one, but that will fight the perspective. Unless I'm very careful. That was not a very careful solution. Can I use the... I'm using my face cam as a reference. Why not? Just make my preview bigger. I wish I had bulgier eyes. It's a little hard to keep one closed. Alright, screw it. Seems to be about making this take a turn. So instead of really solving my problem, I made the same mistake twice. Cool.
Right, healed up. Yeah. Let's go kick some more ass and get our ass kicked. Mostly getting our ass kicked. Who are these people? What are they doing? Why is it so bright? What the? He's going home. But they're like stuck.
Some very active hatching coming out of the core shadow. Put a piece of paper under my hand.
Oh my god. Look at that. Let's definitely train up some toughness. Okay, 62. Rebooting 7 seconds. Unfortunately, I only got 2 points of toughness from that. Oh, well, I'll just hang around here. Here comes another horde.
My eye's looking too
Dodge
light
definitely went
now.
up.
Fall into shadow, please.
Okay, got some points from that.
Okay, so a lot of the soft forms that we put down with the stump in this area coming out of the tree's temple. Now's the time to try to find a way to solidify those shapes, still subtly, reacting to them with the pencil. Working over the stump work.
Okay, let's go ahead back home. Are there any parasols? We got 7 points of toughness from that, and then also maybe like 1 or 2 points in dodge, I guess. Uh-oh, looks like I'm under attack again. Am I headed the right way? I'm not. Probably withstand one more beating. Alright, now let's go.
I'm gonna create some sort of blend of crow's feet and what will eventually look like tree bark if I ever get there. Maybe the final tree bark effect is a real final drawing effect. Maybe the overall forms are okay for a sketchbook page. You know, every time I say something like that, I wind up doing it, so we'll see about that. I'm always crazier than I give myself credit for, that's for sure. Modify this shape to a more traditional zygomatic arc shape. Screw this headdress element here. Oh, hello, doggies. Goodbye, doggies. So let's see, how do I want to do these wrinkles? Because I don't want them to pop too much, but they would also be like pretty significant furrows on this tree. So maybe I need to roll out of them more aggressively. I hate that. I just hate it. Hatching along some of these ghosted forms that I put down. Getting a feel for some of these furrows and wrinkles up here on this tree thing's forehead. No easy solutions in a spot like this, that's for sure. If you really wanted to feel like this is facing towards the light more, and these shapes that are down here are all rolling down, there's really nothing to be done for it. You must compress aggressively in the light area, and that is no joke. Requires quite a bit of subtlety and nuance and discipline. And then the worst part is you might nail it, and then it turns out that just via reproduction, no one online will ever see the work that you did in that area. And you'll either have to swallow that and accept it, or you'll need to go back in and blow the contrast just so that it shows up. Just so it shows up in a scan or in a photograph.
Oh shit, I'm fighting? Guess I am fighting. Is this the prince?
Let's add some depth.
Fog
to
heavy.
this big volume.
Let's grab his weapon.
Let's have it have an implied thickness.
Disarm
and
them.
maybe cast
And easier
a
to
little
kill later.
shadow. And then we can use
I thought I
that
went to go rest on
parse
my
out
bed. What happened to that?
the transition between the brow and the nose. I love drawing creatures and fantastical things more than anything else because it gives me a lot of leeway to discover and interpret form.
What the fuck?
If your goal is realism when you do stuff like this,
Oh
you
my
wanna blow the
God.
realism.
What is going on? Everyone's chasing this one fog man. I never even knew there's this many ninjas in this town.
A
What the heck?
symphony of hatch marks.
Where even
Thousands
is he?
and
He's right there.
thousands and thousands of hatch marks. I mean, good God. It's a ton. It is really no joke.
Okay, well, I guess we're just attacking then.
Drawings like
As
this are
well.
really, honestly, truly made up of just thousands of little lines.
I wonder if I can like automate this process. Can I like Okay, so sleep can't be queued, unfortunately. This door is broken. Again. Everyone keeps breaking my freaking door.
You should find your own unconventional method of planning your drawings. I don't see any reason why we should expect people's processes to converge. They do sometimes. But I think it's a little weird that we expect it. That we expect the thumbnail to comprehensive to final execution with a color thumb in there somewhere in the middle. I think it's a little weird that we expect that to converge. It can converge. Maybe it will often converge, but to expect it, why? Why, when everyone has different taste and everyone wants something different from their art? Why should those processes always occur in the same way, in the same order? You know, I'm not that out there.
Ah.
Maybe a little.
How much
not
is
in
it?
the stuff I draw, I don't think.
How much
I
is
just
it?
draw fantasy, sort of
Wow.
whatever comes to mind stuff with, you know, basic stuff, shadow shapes, rendering, things everybody's pretty familiar with. So I'm pretty typical in my subject matter and my content, and even for me, even though I'm pretty typical, I still benefit greatly from reversing the process basically completely for myself. So if that's the case for me, I really think it could be the case for a lot of people, especially people who are trying to do anything wild, trying to push out even further into the realms of the unknown. So yeah, screw it. Play with every part of your process. Do it backwards like me. Try it backwards like me. Odds are that won't work for you either, because you need your own individual thing. It doesn't make any sense that what I do would work for you, but try it. Try it backwards. Try what I do and start with a rather elaborate drawing and let that give you access, and then pretend you didn't dump all those hours into it and just diagnose it. Say, all right, there's a pretty elaborate, almost finished drawing. What's wrong with it? What's no good about it? I know I liked doing it. I know I enjoyed it. What's wrong? What didn't I think through because I improvised? Make those corrections in thumbnail. Again, backwards are working here, and then do the real thing. Try it. Just try it on for size. See what happens. I could cast a shadow from this onto this. If I had planned right, I still could. But you can imagine even that. If I'm like, oh yeah, it would be cool if this wrapped over this the foreground tree and then cast a nice cast shadow onto it. That would definitely be something that could be integrated in the second pass, in the second attempt. Ooh, at least we've got something going on up to some part of the top of the tree. Gives us something to elaborate. I feel like the shots are getting pretty straight, so let's cut some interesting weird shapes into this trunk. Don't need to worry about it. Just do whatever. You ever seen a Frank Frazetta tree? My god, everything is going on in those things. There's not a safe spot on those trees. It's chaos everywhere. Some indication of some crazy stuff going on up there. I've decided, even though it might seem crazy, to extend the brow on this tree. Some people would say, how could you? How could you imagine, even for a second, that a tree would have such an extended brow? But what can I say? I'm a radical. All right, let's hit it. Let's really draw on this thing, you know? Let's not be afraid anymore. Let's not let fear drive us. It's a useful motivator, but it need not be the only motivator. What will motivate me now is the desire to not worry so much. Who can gift me relaxation but myself? No matter what guise of causality relaxation takes on, it will always be a boon I'm granting to myself. Is it just me, or does this tree look a little bit, like Christopher Walken? Not a lot, just a little. 1 second here while I sharpen my pencil. Let's do these darker areas with the darker medium. And I started letting my habits determine what was going on in this shadow area, so I'm gonna try to fight against that a little bit and make it look a little bit more convincing. I'm gonna do a reflected light on these underplanes to hopefully sell the feeling that the face of this tree is facing more downwards than the face of this tree. And if I fail, as we have said, diagnostic. Useful. Very, very useful. But at least I will have tried. At least I will have tried to be diligent. I feel like after a certain point, corrections and fixes and improvements to the drawing really do they offer themselves up. And a bounty of them that would really make your drawings much, 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 much better. But it's a very common experience that they come up, and the real war is finding the will to go through the effort to make that change, right? There is a limit. We all have a limit. There's a certain burnout limit, higher and lower from one individual to the other, where we're just like, you know what? I get it, but sometimes you just gotta say it's done. So it's useful to recognize what that limit is for yourself. And then whenever you feel it, push against it. Say, yes, this is a normal feeling. And inevitably, we will all give in to it. We will all have a point where we'll say, no more. I must call it done. It can't be perfect. It can only be done. And see if acknowledging it and admitting it and holding it consciously in the mind allows you to push it a little further down the road and stick with it a little longer. This is a downward plane that in this reflected light system would theoretically be pointing towards the bounce light, but it's also a crease between the prominent features of the lip and the chin, and that crease will create occlusion that I reckon will override the bounce light and let it just dip into darkness instead. So yeah, see if you can push yourself to stick with your piece and just accept things that come up that could be better. And try to play a little game with yourself where you say, all right, on my last drawing, I fixed 8 of the 30 corrections that came to mind while I was working on it. On the next one, I'm going to try to hit 10 corrections. On the next one, I'm going to try to hit 15. This is symbolic, of course. No, you can't count the number of corrections that arise, or at least probably not. I can't. So I'm just saying, I'm just using that to say, you should look for the feeling that you're doing more of the corrections and occurrences on each drawing. That you're ever so slowly building up your endurance for making your pieces better and better. And I know that that's very hard if you're in a period of your practice where you feel like you don't like your work, right? All your work does is frustrate you. You're not as good as you want to be. You're very attached to the surface result of your pieces, and they are deeply unsatisfactory for you, so it's very difficult for you to just grind it out on a picture that you just aren't feeling even after hours and hours and hours. Well, that's very frustrating indeed. But the catch-22 there is that the only way you're going to improve your drawings is if you're willing to correct them. As if you're not willing to go with your tiredness and accept your first impulses. And that's only how it feels for a while. After a while, if you're thoughtful, if you're careful, if you really pay attention, the truth comes out. You realize that there's no real effort in making art. That things arise and suggest themselves all on their own. And then it's not so much of an effort to do all those things, to make all those corrections, to stick with a drawing. It gets easier and easier and easier because you realize all you have to do is take yourself out of the equation more and more. That doesn't mean not make work that's personal, right? The truth is that if you remove your judgmental self, if you remove the critical part of yourself, you can still wind up making extremely personal work. In fact, it's unavoidable. Without you controlling every little thing, how on earth are you going to do someone else's picture, right? You're always going to do your pictures. It will be full of your taste, your love, your fascinations. don't like the way the Palomino Blackwing goes down on this moleskin paper. Feels a little chalky to me, and I don't like that. But I do like how quickly the kneaded eraser scoops up graphite off of this surface. Pulls it off fast. It's pretty slick, pretty slick. Always takes a while to get areas like this nice and dark. And there's nothing for it but to be patient and to do it. The only question is, do I have patience today? And that is to say, the reality of that question is, were all of the factors in place for me to be patient today? Did I manage my energy effectively? Did I get some exercise? Eat healthy? Did I sit down in the right mindset? Am I troubled by something that's going on in my life? Do I have bigger things I need to worry about? Some sort of crushing chore that I need to do? It's not your fault if you fail to exercise your patience today, if you throw your pencil across the room. Say, damn it, I just can't do it. It's nothing's fault. It is just the natural result of certain conditions being present. So there's no reason to get down on yourself. And we all already implicitly know this, right? We all are attuned to the importance of our habits. You know, for example, putting on your favorite music while you draw is an example of that. Why do you put on the music? Because it helps you get into the zone. It gives you a nice little divergence that you can sink into when you don't need your full attention on the thing that you're drawing at the moment. It serves a very good conditioning quality to the drawing environment. Same with anything you've done to set up your space, right? You have your desk just the way you like. You have your plants around. You have your favorite art on the walls around you. Anything that you do to make your space your little drawing space. That's the same. Those are conditions. You put those there instinctually because you know that these things affect you. Everything affects you. So don't go beating up on yourself if you lose patience one day. Just try again the next day. Who knows why you couldn't be patient that day? Maybe you were picking up on some energy vortex launched at you from the beating of a butterfly wing in Taiwan or something like that. Are there butterflies in Taiwan? Probably. Taiwanese fans, please let me know in the comments if you all have butterflies. This black colored pencil is going down nicer than the Palomino. I don't know why that is. That's why it's nice to keep a wide variety of pencils around. Because, yeah, different pencils react different ways with different papers. So if you have a nice, just wide variety sitting around, if even one of your favorite standbys is just not going down quite right, it's upsetting you, the feel under the tip, just grab another one. See if that one works better. It often does. There's something about the chemical makeup of these things, you know, between the makes and the models, there are differences. And they're only substantive differences in terms of preference, you know? There's no, all effects are available with any kind of, you know, whatever you can do with one 6B, you can do with any other 6B. The question is just, do you like the way that one feels? You know, when I go to the art store, my favorite place in the world, by the way, of course, that's the only place where shopping therapy works for me, is the art store. I do not feel peaceful or I'm having fun when I am shopping for anything else. You know, clothes. I don't know, what else do people shop for? Anything. Everything else stresses me out. Art store. That's the only place I can go and peruse and actually feel calmed down. But when I do that, when I'm there, if I just see some new pencils that maybe I've never noticed before, I'll just grab a few. Just grab a handful. Buy them. Pencils are pretty cheap. And, you know, my pencil drawer is just jam-packed with a huge variety of pencils, many of which I've never used, brands that I only have this one handful of. And, yeah, whenever I'm working on a paper or on a surface or in a situation where my usual stuff is not feeling right, it's just frustrating me. It's waxy when it's not supposed to be, it's chalky when it's not supposed to be, it's grainy when it's not supposed to be, I'll just start plucking at random and look for a new friend, for a new sword. You start affecting the value range like this in one part of the drawing, you inevitably need to change everything else. You know, now this eye crease looks too light, much too light. Unless you do very judicious planning beforehand, this is unavoidable. Well, then you should be planning, Stephen. Maybe. You know what? I'll be honest, and even if it makes me sound like a bad artist, planning bores me. I'm the kind of artist, you know, I like the rush. I like the performance. I like just being in it and not knowing what's going to happen. And that's not every artist. I think most artists are so worried about how they're going to do, and you know, maybe they feel like they've never done a good drawing, so of course their anxiety is quite high, that like, I got to get there, I got to experience it for the first time, I have to get a good drawing. And so they're very inclined to want assurances. Planning sounds very promising, very good to have assurances when you are in that mind state, when you're in that situation. But for me personally, I know how to plan. I've had to do it for tons of stuff. Obviously for work, I need to present my plans all the time before I go to final. But screw it. I just don't like doing it ain't for me. I like to improvise. And that's okay. I'm allowed to do what I like in art because art is structureless. There's no art police gonna come to my house. They're not gonna knock on my front door. I'm not gonna see them through the screen door. It's the art police. Hide it. Hide the stuff. Hide this. Hello, officers. How are you doing today? Step out and close the door behind me, of course. Lock it. Know your rights. Yeah, does a Mr. Steven Zapata live here? Yeah, that's me, officer. Can I help you? So what seems to be the problem? Yeah. We just heard some tellings that maybe you had some drawings in there. Few? Yeah. Is that a problem? Well, we were just wondering if you did them the right way. And did they come out good? Did they come out good? Oh no, yeah, no. Officers, yeah, of course I did them the right way. Come on, yeah, I did a lot of research before I started drawing. Lots of research. Spent more time researching than I did drawing. And I did thumbnails for the whole composition. And I did individual studies for every sophisticated element of the composition. And then I did a comprehensive, charcoal comprehensive, traditional, of course, and did the whole drawing at scale using all of my prepared reference materials. And then I did a color comp, small color comp on card with gouache. And I did many of those, several thousand, to make sure that I had explored all of the color possibilities thoroughly. And then once I had done all of that, I hired professional models to compare all of my studies to, and then I made corrections based off of that. And then finally, I created my finished pieces. Do you mind if we come in and take a look around? I'm sorry, officer. I don't consent to any searches, and I can't allow you into my home without a warrant. I always feel like I've succeeded in some deep sense if I get you to comment. Know your rights, people. I love doing the little handoff on forms like this. When it's in the light is on the top of the form, and then the shadow is on the bottom, and then it goes into the cast shadow, and it switches, and the lighter part of the shadow is on the bottom, and the darker part of the shadow is on the top, and it makes a little checkerboard flicker. You don't always get to pull it off. Sometimes it's a little too it's a little too HDR to fit into the value scheme. But when you can get it, man, it's sweet. Alright, so that eye area is finally... That's feeling like it's approaching the right value range. Moments like this, trying to map out things like this and balance values like this stuff is way easier with a painting medium. Doing it digital, doing it with gouache, oils, this particular aspect is much easier. The value range for pencil is so compressed. Even if it feels wide while you're looking at it, that's just because your eyes are like crazy dilated and opening up the value range for you. In reality, when you're not staring at it, the value range is so crazy compressed that it really is quite finicky. It's like there's barely any tolerance on how much value you... Because you only have like 3, it's barely 3 real values. And you're looking for these microscopic shifts of like half a value step, a quarter value step. And you're trying to use them to communicate entire groups of light, reflected light, core shadow, rendering in the light, things like that. So it's the tolerance is very tight, very tight, very little room for messing around with the values if you want those light groups to read separate. Obviously there's an infinite amount of room to mess around if you just want to do whatever you want, which is essential. Everyone should take sandbox time, that's for sure. You should always leave time in your schedule to just, I mean, I've harped on about this on this channel a lot, but just draw without structure. Just have no idea of your normal process. Just do whatever comes to mind. Start with details. Start with working from the middle out. Start with the most broad strokes. Then, use a different material. Try watercolor. Try oil. Try using them on the wrong substrates. Use watercolor on oil substrates. Use oil on sketchbook substrates, and just mess, and put yourself into situations that just aren't supposed to work, situations that are not right, and just play. There's great benefit to that. Because if you put yourself in a situation where you sort of like already know, like, this is going to fail, right? I have no expectations of success here, right? I'm using oils on a surface they're not supposed to go on. That sort of clicks you into whatever time in your brain, because your mind, your subconscious is already so sure that nothing's going to come of this, that it makes it much easier to just return to the playing mind, And then you learn a very valuable lesson when, even though you were so sure nothing could come of this, you make like your coolest sketch, your favorite drawing, your favorite concept. And then, if you're paying attention, you don't ignore that, and then you sort of spiral that off, and you're like, yes, life is a mystery, and drawing is completely structureless, and no one knows what's going on here, and I'm allowed to be happy for no reason, and to love my art for no reason, and there's never really a reason to get down on myself about this whole creative thing that I'm doing, and oh my, don't I feel good, and look at that bird, aren't the trees lovely? And that's really how you want to feel, that's really the mindset you want to bring to your art. Be relaxed, be peaceful. You can do very difficult, very sophisticated things while being relaxed and peaceful in art. I promise. I promise. Take it from me. That's one of the things I'm trying to communicate on this channel. And I'm trying to, prove it by doing it. This drawing's pretty sophisticated. And I'm pretty dang relaxed, even though I'm recording it at 4K to send it out to a whole YouTube channel of people. I'm chill. Feels good. Just having fun. Take it from me. You can do very tricky, sophisticated things in pressing circumstances with some kind of stakes, some kind of exposure, and you know what? You can just be relaxed all through that. up to you. Don't let anyone tell you, not even the little voice inside your mind that you think is you. Don't let anyone tell you that you need to be stressed in a situation like this. That you are, of course, supposed to find it stressful or hard, or really be focusing. Why? Who says? Prove it. And trust me, I get it. I've been there. I'm not trying to be totally disingenuous about what it takes. I'm the first to, I have a lot of biographical facts. I spent a lot of time working on my skills, working really hard to improve my skills. I went to all sorts of art schools, did all sorts of things for myself. I've probably done whole careers worth of both self-teaching and being taught. So I've done a lot. So I'm not trying to be disingenuous and discount all the work that I've done. I know I did a lot for all of that. So trust me that I'm not trying to be cynical and be like, oh yeah, you can do all the kinds of stuff I do with no effort. It's not that. You of course need to put in effort, but the quality of that effort can be of a very controlled flavor. There's no need to suffer through any of that. It doesn't need to be a grinding effort. It can be a joyful effort. You can do all the years of necessary work happily and peacefully. I will not compromise on that. I have the courage of my convictions on that point. Be very thoughtful when you find yourself suffering in the art world. Where did you get trapped? Who told you what to think? Look, I'm not advocating for repressing any emotions here or anything like that. I've definitely also been in the stoic trap. You sort of feel like you grasp that concept, and then you're like, all right, well, anytime that I get angry or get down on myself or I'm suffering, that's a failure on my part, and I really shouldn't have let it get that far, and you just find a new thing to beat up on yourself about, right? I do that a lot. I have a Pretty classic guilt complex, so should watch out for that too. It's balance, balance. Opening up some value range in this big shadow by darkening areas that I think might be up planes in this shadow. Letting bounce light, drawing around bounce light areas. Generally want to spend more time darkening the shadow than you do erasing out bounce light or anything like that. The shadow is dark, so you should spend much more time making it dark than lightening it. This area right here is a failure in that regard. That area where I erased to imply the bounce light for myself remains too light. It's resisting me. It says, no, I'll never darken down. Now that you lightened me a bit, I insist on staying light. Damn you, insubordinate shadow. How I rue the day I birthed you. No. I think to a decent amount, the first part of our problems with this tree face have been resolved. Now, there will be more problems. As we do more work, it will only become more and more obvious how much effort a big open shadow area like that requires. But I'll tell you what, it's worth it to get a little variety, you know, a big difference between a face like this and a face like this. One with a more traditional value pattern, light and shadow shapes, and then one with a big dramatic shadow shape. Variety, 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 variety. I figured that little zygomatic bone plane is going to be the lightest. You know, it's facing the most upwards in that cheek area. And then this, where the ridge of the eye socket transitions into the zygomatic bone, that's technically going to be a down plane. It's running straight down. So sort of flowed out of it and darkened it, following up into this big branch shape up here. So you can see that hopefully we're getting a shadow rhythm from this branch. It's curving this way and it's darker on this underside and right side here, and then it flows into this part of the thing's eye, which is a down plane instead of an up plane, like that hard part of the brow ridge, and then it gets light again up here on these big upward facing planes. I'll leave that very light, but I'm just going to do a generalized gradient coming out of all of this so that it feels like there's some light fall off. And let's see what we can do with that. Is it all tons of work? Yes. But is it unhappy work? No. It's joyful work.
Chocolate. Chocolate. No chocolate. Dogs can't have chocolate. No chocolate. Silly puppy. Oh shit. Fuck am I?
Not quite quite sure what I want all these forms to be, how I want them to interact. What's a ridge? What's a line? What's hugging what? What's pressing into what? Many possibilities. I need to figure all that out. It's just so fun to draw trees because it's just free license to do whatever forms you want, really. Anything and everything occurs on trees, form-wise. Just gonna go back and forth here between the 0.5 mechanical pencil and my quickly becoming very stubby black Faber-Castell Polychromos colored pencil. I have some similar colored pencils. I'm just not willing to get up from my desk right now and get them. My stomach is growling again. Why am I getting so hungry when I do these? Might be time. No, let me push through. I'll keep going. I will try to sate my physical hunger with drawing success instead of food. If I run a little bit of value over this whole lower area of this trunk, it'll hopefully create the impression that it's going a little bit more vertical, or really just that it's different, substantially different than the more this angled part of the trunk. You know, maybe that's facing more towards the light, which is coming from generally this way. This is turning away more. It doesn't need to be perfect. It's often enough just to make them different. Different is good. There's a hysterical irony to feelings of impatience arising at times like this. It's like, you did choose to do a pencil drawing at A3 size. Is this A3? I think it is. This is something like,
Nova means new in your language.
I think it's like
Yeah,
17,
that's why I named it
like 11
Project
and a half
Nova.
inches
So it just means new project.
this one sheet, not both.
That was actually the entire reason why I named Project Nova Project Nova. Like, I had to have a name for it so people would know what I'm referring to. But at the same time, I don't have like a proper name for it. So Project Nova it became. I mean, in like English, so Nova, usually Nova is like, it usually means like 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 a star exploding or something, right? So when a star explodes, it leaves a
Let's take
nova.
a moment to
Uh,
integrate
which is kind of cool if you think about it.
this
But
branch value-wise.
honestly, it's just supposed to mean new project, just in like a fancy, silly way.
Let's get some implications of how trees wrinkle as they take the weight of a heavy part of trunk above them, bending in one direction. One of my favorite things in all of existence. If there's anything after I die, I hope that it is an eternity as one of the wrinkles on a tree that forms underneath a heavy branch. I would be happy being that for eternity. So you got a nice hot dark accent here, where this form and this form are kind of threatening to collide. They're occluding each other.
I wonder if like color spray would be better
They
here.
occlude.
Maybe. Kind of maybe.
If you've never been to the part of YouTube where people try to transform clouds into different shapes by talking to them, you gotta visit. I can also highly recommend the part of YouTube where people summon archangels to help them in knife fights. Now there's some wild, wild country. Forms are becoming a little, they're repeating. So
Okay, we need to
something we
do
haven't done. Let's
just
put
like freehand for now.
Put a big burrow.
And
here.
then do
We'll do some galaxy swirls.
a pass over it that has like
That'll be
higher
too high
levels of noise.
contrast, so let's just knock it back.
What the heck are you making? I'm making a vampire.
Something like that. We can take a chunk. Have some of
Well,
our-
vampire is just like the code word, right?
maybe that brings
So
us
when I
down.
say like vampire or like lobster race or
no.
whatever, these are all just code words, kind of like Project Nova, which is also a code word. They actually won't be like vampires in game. I'll find like
Definitely
a better
keep
name
it
for them.
weight.
But that's the way until I like create the language, right? When you're building a new world, when you're building a new universe, you also have to populate it with like linguistics,
Unique shadow shape,
culture,
yes.
etc. I don't have that in place yet, so I can't actually make worthwhile names for these creatures. Let's go knock down the noisiness. I just want like the deeper grooves here. Don't want the super fine detail, at least not yet.
Just don't get caught up with any arbitrary images that you make for yourself. Not drawings, I mean like models that you have in your mind of how you're supposed to be, what you're supposed to succeed with. And be aware that those things are very, very insidious and often extremely subtle. You know, it's not helping you. For example, you hear things like, "Oh, this artist."
Okay, so we reached the
relaxed
city. Let's
and
go
doesn't need
to
put effort into their
Heft.
work,
That's where
and,
the falling sun
or doesn't need to
sword
suffer
that I
through their
found
work. And
that I stole is.
I need to be that way, or else I'm not a good artist, or I'm not a real artist. But here I am, I'm suffering, so I'm doing something horribly wrong. And if it starts just doing the same old stuff, if you just find yourself ruminating still on these things that are supposed to be helpful and freeing, that's not right. That's not useful. You've just used it as another way to hamstring yourself. Remember, when we're trying to make progress with controlling our reactions to our practice and opening our hearts to possibilities, we want to always be on the lookout for what is opening effectively, right? What is leaning towards freedom? If it's producing openings that you are just taking as opportunities to close off more, to become ever more narrow-minded, to become more convinced that you are a failure or that you're not doing something right, that's just the same old system continuing to run. It's a very sophisticated system. It's a well-practiced method of finding reasons to be distracted, to be disappointed in yourself, to not focus on your creativity, to not allow yourself to sink into the warm chocolate love that is your art practice. So insist that what you focus on from these explorations, what you focus on from these analyses of how you interface with things, insist that you focus on the good, that you focus on the good it's doing for you and the parts that are helpful. Don't be so easily hoodwinked by it's very easy to turn all of this stuff around on itself and find a reason to continue to beat up on yourself. Try not to get influenced by that. Try not to be taken in by that. Focus on the good. Fight your negativity bias. Fight for your joy. No one else is going to do it. The world sure isn't going to do it. Culture is not going to do it. You need to fight for your joy. And don't let any arbitrary image of what you think that joy needs to be or how it's supposed to be found, don't let any arbitrary image get in the way. Produce that. Don't let them trick you into thinking that you need something to change, that you're failing, that it's far away. It's not far, it's near, it's very near.
Well, we're here. Time to go pick up my falling son.
It's extremely intimate and close. That's why it's so hard to recognize a lot.
Home sweet home.
It's so obvious and personal that if anyone is going to give you permission to relax into your life and what you want to do, it's going to be you and no one else. That is so
And then
obvious
back to Mongrel.
that we miss it.
So I can fight enemies that are like
and
not
we can go
insanely
our whole lives
strong.
Missing it.
Oh well, this is training my athletics, so... Oh, you know what? I should probably heal up first. As well. Just in case we get into a fight along the way.
Since this is the very first page of this sketchbook, it's sort of you can see it like it's not like quite part of the binding. It's like a little bit half glued to this first page, the leaf page. So it's fighting me over here near the crease. The rest of the book will lay down nicely flat, but this first one is just, it's like a half inch off the sheet underneath. It's making it a little hard to draw in an area like this. Even this yellowish moleskin paper, after a few hours of drawing under the bright lights that I need to use to record, it can give you quite a bit of eye glare. It really bounces back up into the old eyeballs. Squinting at the features that I'm putting down and making sure that they're not nearly as dark as anything going on down here before the face plunges into shadow. I want there to be a significant fall off before that area.
Her design seems to be a bit suggestive. Are you sure YouTube will allow this? Well, they've allowed it for like more than a year now. I have like several dozen live streams. So I assume yes. Otherwise, we would have heard back from them by now.
It's proving very hard to draw right. The paper is really buckling a lot with every stroke. Very hard to draw with it bouncing like this. I guess I should have skipped a couple pages before I started in the sketchbook instead of going right in on the first.
I was a bit skeptical about like streaming nude characters
like
with like nudity as well. But I believe it falls under education, as long as you mark your stream as educational.
Actually, not when I'm doing stuff like this. Not when I'm just drawing for myself in my sketchbook. There's enough variety here that I rarely get deja vu while doing this. But I get crazy deja vu when I'm working for clients. So it's like Photoshop always looks the same. I'm always listening to similar podcasts, like the same old podcasts over and over again to get through a 10-hour client day. And the tasks often are very similar enough that deja vu is like guaranteed regularly. But man, it is so turns out there's degrees of deja vu. There's like light deja vu where you're like, oh, isn't that funny? And then there's like really intense deja vu where you're like, I don't just feel like I've been here before. I have been here before. This exact moment has happened in my life and I forgot. Really, really intense deja vu. It can sort of make you feel like, maybe I've been doing this too long. Maybe it's time to switch things up. I said, doesn't really happen with traditional drawing or drawing in my sketchbook. There's just enough variety here. Everything's always a little different. And I always seem to be switching up what I'm drawing significantly enough to avoid the intense deja vu.
Okay, that's enough rest. Let's get out of here. Can we like run all the way to Mongrel from here? See if that works. Pathfinding seems a bit confused. And now it's going. Whoa, what is going on here? A crab got in. 2 of them. Damn. They're taking care of it. I guess I'll just like go here first. And then, yeah. We'll go here, and then we'll manually click over to Mongrel in a bit. That dinner that my wife and I just cooked is smelling good. I mean, is life just the most unadulterated pleasure? I mean, my God. Get to spend a couple hours exercising the absolutely primordial act of creation, and then indulging in just pure, primal sense pleasure with a delicious dinner. I mean, what more do you need in life? Damn, life is good. Life is so good. Ecstatically good. What a beautiful thing. It really is everything everyone always said it was. It's always been the little things. We're just inclined not to believe everyone has seemed so commonplace, but it really is the little things. It's the little things and birds. Now, birds are weird. I got a lot of problems with birds, but when it comes to ecstatic connection with the miracle of life, birds are like the fruit of animals. So exuberant, so colorful, so very strange, so much variety. True candy for your eyeballs. Birds taste good too.
Doesn't get much better than birds.
I like candy for your eyeballs, candy for your tongue.
They're weird. Like I said, I know they're weird. Like really weird. Why do they look like that? You know, it's really odd. What's up with blue jays? Why does that exist? What's blue? What in nature is blue? Just like a few flowers and then these rocketing fast birds that look like little spaceships with like cool graphic shapes on them. What the hell is going on here? You all need to let me know after you watch this in the comments. You all need to let me know if you're like, alright, we're good now. You can speed up everything every other video from now on. I think we're all full of real time. You gotta let me know.
Spine Canyon. Getting there very slowly. Getting there. I think it's increasing my strength though. By carrying objects and running. No. Who are these people? Sand ninjas.
Alright, you're in really deep here. Certainly a lot of hours here of drawing that you've been watching. So what secrets can I offer you? What secrets can I offer you since you're in so deep? Well, there's really nothing I can teach you. You're really the whole shebang. You are in the big picture. You're it. You're it, baby. You are that which there is. That is it. Is there anything more obvious than that in life? Like so many of the things we talk about here, it's the obvious stuff. We're just sitting here being amazed by the obvious stuff. That's it. But is there anything more obvious than whatever the existential truth of the universe is? You are already that, right? Nothing could be more obvious. Of course you are. You are made out of whatever that is. It doesn't matter what formulation it will come in when someone
I'll be right back.
finally
Give me a
discovers.
sec. You guys can watch me get eaten by skimmers. I die yet? Looks like I'm doing fine. Looks like I'm almost at Blister Hill.
If someone can discover it. It seems very possible that the
What is this project for? Some NSFW Kenshi mod? No. This is my own video game project. There's a link to the description below. There's a link to the description of the game in the description below this video.
Or interfacing with the final truth of the universe. But if there is a truth, let's start there. Do you think there's a truth? Let's just leave it at that. Do you think there's truth? Do you think there's a bottom at all of this? If there isn't, I'm not saying what it might be, making no claims as to what the nature of that bottom might be, but do you think there's a bottom? Do you think there is a truth, like an ultimate truth?
I think modding is kind of like a waste of time.
Think that what science has been trying to find by
like why mod when you can make your own game?
What people have been trying to
I still respect modding though.
Spirituality.
It's very cool to see modders do their work.
Do you think there's anything to it? Do you think there is something all the way down there? If you don't, would the fact that there isn't anything constitute a truth on its own, a truth of negation? Or would you resist that idea?
Okay, I should probably move soon.
Well, let's say that if there isn't a truth,
let's just try to move all the way to Mongrel.
And that the lack of that truth is somehow not a truth in and of itself. Let's say that if that's the case, there's nothing to discuss.
Am I being followed? Not really. If there is kind of, yeah, I am being followed.
If the truth is a lack of truth that becomes a truth, whatever clipped along the way, whatever form that takes, isn't it obvious that you are an expression of that before you are anything else? Even if it's never accessible to you, right? Even if it's something even deeper than consciousness. So that even the part of you, the most baseline part of you that you can identify with, your awareness, your consciousness, even that cannot be said to be it. Whatever the substrate is on which consciousness floats, way down, way, way, way down. Isn't it you before anything else? Isn't that your original face? Whatever it is. Doesn't mean anything. There's nothing to be gleaned from that. There's nothing to be learned from that because we don't know what that would be. There's no magic secrets to be unraveled from that. There's no technologies or emotional tricks to be used with that. But isn't it a given that it's true? So what if that's not a part of you that you'll ever have access to? So what if that's not a part of you you can ever touch? No matter how intense the peak experience or anything like that. It's still there. You're still some sort of natural unfolding of that. And to some degree, whatever that ultimate truth is, it is such that it allows for experience and love and art and music to float on top of it, even if those things can never feel identical to it. Isn't there just a little bit of peace available in remembering that sometimes? That there is a part of you that is most intimate, most
be right back. Whoa, what
most
happened?
Foundational, most
Why did I
originally
just stop moving?
that
Let's go here. Glad I
doesn't
checked in
feel
though.
like it's a part of you, even though it's a first part of you,
I'll be right back.
the very
Let's
first
quick save here, just in case.
part of you.
Okay, I'm back.
And so it is unmarred, unblemished. It can't be damaged.
We can actually probably start
Destroyed.
training now.
Because it is unborn.
Let's go find some
It was
goobers
not
to
made.
fight. Oh, we're being followed already. By Paladin
It
Gabriel. He's wanted by the skeletons. 20,000.
It has nothing to do with you. But it has everything to do with you.
How far is he gonna follow me? Let's go see if we can lead him into
Isn't that a lucky,
fog
fascinating
territory.
situation?
See if he gets eaten alive by the fogman.
And then it's only our own ego, our own conditioned drive to aggrandize ourselves that makes us feel like we need to know it, like we need to be able to describe it or identify with it. There needs to be something I can do with this thing that turns
Oh, there's
me
a lot
into
of fogmen down there right now.
glowing yogi on top of a mountain, right?
Hold back, let him go. Okay. You're giving up.
That's just
Let's go
another
run
image.
closer to town first.
Just another
Just
thing
so I
for
have
you to
some
wish
safety.
you were.
I have a safety net.
Keep you from being very content right here, right now. Just remembering that you're already that.
Can't believe I can run up this area. What? Okay. Oh, there's
You are
Mongrel.
already the universe's natural born child.
Let's go bodyguard, shinobi guard, crankshaft. See if that'll help. Whoa. Okay. Time to train hacker.
And hey, if it doesn't do it for you, cool. Just go do the other things. Do whatever works for you.
Who's pressing all those buttons? Someone's pressing a lot of emojis. I don't know who. Probably someone I know. Okay, let's rebooting in 40. We might need to go to the shinobi
You do
hideout
see
and then
everything in
train some attack first.
That also means every little drawing that you do is the natural result of the whole cosmos. Every drawing is self-validating. Every little doodle, every sketch is its own reward. It was necessary. Deeply necessary. The exact fruit that the universe needed to fruit at that moment. And the only thing making that untrue is your own prejudice. Your own little standards, your own little desires, your own little wishes that you've barely thought about, that you've never vetted, that you've taken for granted, and that arose adventitiously in your consciousness at some time that you cannot remember. That's all that's getting in the way of you accepting what you're doing. So practice. Get good. Draw well. Love your work. Enjoy it. Make it delicious. Increase your virtuosity. Get, unbelievably good at drawing. Drill it like crazy. Go through so much mileage, such high volume. Execute the most sophisticated acrobatics tricks of drawing.
Okay, we need
so
to go
they become second nature.
rest in
so
bed,
that
otherwise we can't even
slip
train hacking.
under the waves of consciousness, and you can really feel the truth every time you draw. Once they're gone, once it's all gone bye-bye, values, rendering, line work, anatomy, shapes, once it's all just flowing on its own, then it's always whispering the truth to you. Sort of like what I'm feeling right now. That line, this line, that line, and choose them. They required no conscious input. They never did, even when I thought they did. They just go. They just go. They're what needed to go down in that moment. Doesn't mean they can't be erased later. Doesn't mean prejudice can't get involved at some point. But this thing handles itself. Whether it's the hand doing it, the subconscious doing it, the cosmos doing it, from this sequestered little viewpoint that is the sensitive, illusory little homunculus behind my eyes, it all might as well be the same thing. Things just seem to happen. can let things do themselves. And every error, every success, every neutral result is exactly what needed to be there. Is the obvious product of a myriad of conditions. It couldn't have been any other way. It is neither good nor ungood. It was only necessary. And in some very strange sense, I am as much a part of it as I am not part of it. I don't know about you, but a couple of hours of drawing, and this is the mind state I enter. I just feel so open, unstructured, kind of whimsical. Very, feel very free and contemplative once I hit this mind state in the drawing process. It's not just not unlike, it's exactly like the state that you get into after, you meditate for 2 or 3 hours or something like that. You just get into a flow that includes your whole being. It's not just the hand. It's everything about you. Your emotions flow. Your self-consciousness flows. Your thoughts flow. And they dissolve barriers. And so you can think really weird things and be open to them. And that's relaxing in a very deep way, freeing in a very deep way, healing in a very deep way. And I love drawing while I go through that because I get this little artifact, this, in some sense, exact little map of how I was feeling in those moments. I think that's so cool.
Almost ready to get out there. I'll have to invest in like more combat-oriented limbs, I think. Eventually. Where was all the combat earlier? Was it up here? No, right? It's like down here somewhere. I forget where. There's someone moving along here. X. Holy Nation Outlaws patrolling. The dude coming back from where? Are there like 2 entrances to... Yeah, there should be 2 entrances. How about over here? Where the heck am I? Let's go the other route. Might be more fighting over there. Yeah, there's the other gate. Okay, it looks like there is some activity down here.
That's a pretty dramatic shadow shape.
Someone's getting pummeled.
At this level of crispness, it looks a little
Is someone getting eaten
too
or are they
90s
fighting?
tribal
Can't tell.
Tattoo, but we'll work that
Oh
out,
shit.
hopefully.
Okay. This is gonna be tough. Shinobu guard.
It just looks
That's a
little
bunch of just like
streamlined, too
dudes who have
designed
broken
for an
AI, I
actual
guess.
thing like a tree.
Wow, that's some damage though. Look at that. 32 with like 0 skill in hacking. Wow, this is pretty good practice. Oh, he has like bone bundle. He has like research. I might pick up one of these too. They're actually useful. Oh wow, what is this? Light armor class.
Let's do some work
Never
to
mind.
finish up on top of this tree up here.
Let's learn that.
Not much to do, but fill it in. I think we can let the trees generally get darker.
I wonder if I should just go to the hub now. I might be ready for that. Like my toughness is really high already.
It's probably not something I want to be doing with the
I do need materials though, so I might as well just hang out here, I guess, until day. I can buy the materials.
In all likelihood, I will want this stuff to blend down. If you know you're going to blend it, you know, it's a first pass, it's a first establishment of form. If you know you're going to blend it, you're probably better off doing it with graphite. Colored pencil will blend. It's just a little tougher. It won't let itself get dragged around as far. It's not as versatile for blending as the graphite is.
Excuse me.
And since I've done so much work elsewhere in the picture, I'm not really inclined to make any crazy or intense statements on these branches up here. I'm just gonna try to use them to get done, you know. If the picture was still lacking in interest, if I hadn't done a bunch of work elsewhere, I might be inclined to look for more unusual, strange, and memorable forms up here. But simply by the happenstance place where this landed on the linear progression of the drawing, it gets subordinated. No need to have it pop off that aggressively. Sorry, what a show of bad luck there. Apologies. Apologies, drawing. Actually, not apologies, whole drawing, just apologies to this particular part of the drawing. Just trying not to rush here. Generally taking my time.
Any fighting? Maybe over here? Possibly. Not really seeing any action though. What time is it? It's almost day. It's like 3 hours more to go. Ooh, they're eating something. Over there. Let's see. There are some wounded over here, I think, right? There are a couple of wounded dudes. Yeah, we can practice with this guy. What's a frog prince? Fog princing, not a frog. What the fuck? I can't see. Practice makes perfect. Definitely increasing my melee defense for this.
Trying to avoid having to do a lot of high contrast work on this tree. It may come down to it, but I can also occasionally remember that I'm in my sketchbook and I don't have to do it all. I can leave it the way it is.
I just smack through his.
You know, once you've
whatever.
earned it, you really gotta
Grab
be
his
willing
head.
to show yourself a little bit of mercy.
Are there any other frog princes? Fog princes here? Is this guy one? Fog
You
heavy.
can trust yourself. You know when you've worked hard or not.
Ah, there's one. Grab his head. No prosthetics on these guys. Let's go repair, and then this is AFK until it's day.
Hmm. Hmm. Not sure where to draw the line. Of course, that could just describe the entire condition of the whole process of drawing, couldn't it? Not sure where to draw a line. The options are endless. They're endless. The possibilities need only be plumbed.
It's probably day. Probably buy some stuff now. Let's go. Well, we can go check out the traveling store actually first. Let's see if there's any maps we can buy. We have enough money. And sell the heads. Oh, we could buy another skeleton repair kit. That'd be good to have. No maps. Right? I don't see any maps here. Got some blueprints I don't need. Okay. Well, at least we got a skeleton repair kit. Alright. So we need electronics.
Are you amazed to hear me shut up?
We need steel and we need copper. Okay, so was it 7 electric?
Really just barreling headlong
Or is
towards
it 8?
finish here.
I think it was
There's
7. Oh, we'll get 8 just in
everything
case.
that needs.
And then it was 5.
Everything that is left that needs to be
Right.
done.
And then it was 2. I think. Let's see.
Is
Interior. Electrical
a lot of
5. Okay,
a lot of the
way
same
off.
things that we did everywhere else on
That's
the
fine.
drawing.
Oops. Can I sell it back or is okay, let me. Nah, okay. Value, sell value. Okay, I can sell it back to him. Wait. I can actually sell this back to him at a higher price or something. Okay, so we only need 5, 4, and then 2. Interior 5, 4, 2. Okay. We got that. Build a new bed. Might as well pick up another iron plate as well. Although I could probably easily buy one in the hub. I'll just buy one here. Just for the light. We go to the hub. And then we'll just pick on bandits and strays there with our cleaver.
Work under this chin.
It's more reliable than trying to look for the frogmen for some reason. Frogmen are good for training toughness, but they aren't really good for like occasional sparring partners. Holy, what is this?
I wonder if that looks dark.
Frogmen eradication. Oh my god, there's a lot of corpses here. Are there any fog princes? Oh, go look for someone with armor. Okay, here's one. Easy money. I think that's it. There's only one fog prince here. Yeah. Well, let's go back and sell it.
So I don't know if I'll take any part of this to full finish. Actually, I do know. I won't take any part of this to full finish, but
maybe you can buy some armor here?
usually
I don't know. We'll take a look.
what I will do as I approach finishing on a pencil drawing is that I will start to try to see it in new ways to remind me of the things that I
He doesn't have any money.
The
Let's go somewhere
possibilities
else.
that I didn't
Actually,
even
let's see what he has.
So I'll look at it in a mirror to see it flipped.
Maybe some
I'll take a
unholy
lot
armor
of photos of
could be
it
good.
with my cell phone so I can see it tiny size, you know. On my cell phone it'll only be like 3 inches tall or something like that. And use that to evaluate how it reads in general, what big moves I could make. Another thing that I'll do is I'll take those photos that I took with my cell phone and I'll bring them into Photoshop and I'll just start messing with stuff. So I'll group things, change values, move things around, and I'll just experiment with those very flexible digital tools, and then I'll see if that gives me any ideas for anything that I want to change in the drawing. Oh, another thing that's like that, if you don't want to do a bunch of Photoshop editing, and I do this too, is you can take your little cell phone snap of the progress of your drawing and
doesn't have
pretend you're going to post it to Instagram
anything that good.
and start running Instagram filters on it, or any program, any phone or app that has a collection of filters. Just start running a bunch of filters on your drawing and see if it gives you any ideas for, oh, it would actually be a lot cooler if there was a bright spot in the middle and then it vignetted out to the edges, or if the light values were like really, really compressed and there was all the information was in the shadows, or vice versa. You know, let the lights open way up, and when you see it crushed by a particular gradient map from one of those filters, maybe you like the shadows way more pressed down, make it all light. But I do that stuff all the time. It's a fun way to waste a minute, that's for sure. And it does usually give me some ideas. Even if it sounds like impure or too mechanical for a traditional drawing, usually when I look at my little cell phone snap of my drawing, under some Instagram filter, I will find one where I think it has some part that's better than what's going on in my drawing. And I'll either refuse to make the change out of spite that an Instagram filter could have defeated me so handedly, or on my best days, I'll be like, fine, you win this round, filter. I'll try to copy the effect that I see in that one spot. Usually that's what I get out of the Instagram filters. One spot that is like, that's interesting. Usually it doesn't recommend a possible or desirable large-scale change to the piece. On the other hand, sitting down and doing photo editing for some Photoshop editing for like an hour, a couple hours, doing that all by hand, that can actually suggest a lot of really big changes pretty late into a drawing. But like I said, that's definitely not an issue if you're doing sort of the first pass mentality that I am here. I could just sort of say this is done whenever. Take all of the little diagnostics that I've had while I've been doing it, as we've discussed, make a little list of those as a reminder for what I would want to change about the drawing's big compositional aspects as I go into the final version. So things like scale of overall figures, what's dominant, what's subordinate, big gradient moves, things like that. I can make that little list, and then in Photoshop I can just mess around. I can warp things, I can distort things, I can copy paste things, and just make a weird collage version of my own drawing and use that to find new ideas as well. And then maybe that collage version becomes basically the thumbnail, even though it's made out of all of these very finished raw materials. That collage then becomes the thumbnail for the finished version. It becomes some sort of guide. That can be a very useful guide indeed. There's just, when you vary the tool, you're so much more inclined to do weird big moves when you're in a digital tool than you are when you have a pencil in your hand, I think. Pencils tend to have small tips, they leave small marks. You wind up thinking small, just here to there, A to B. It's very rare to make like big sweeping moves. It's hard to think in shape. It's hard to think in really gigantic gradient. You know, it'd probably be really, you have to have been unsatisfied with your pieces many times to start a pencil drawing by thinking of a big overall gradient move from top to bottom on a big piece of paper. It's just that medium doesn't really lend itself to that, you know. So on the other hand, the airbrush in Photoshop definitely lends itself to that, begs you to do things like that in your work. So blending those things can sort of obviously pull your head out of what it's used to and encourage you to do effects that are quite counterintuitive for your medium, which often makes them attention grabbing and interesting. And because they're the path of most resistance, if there's some sort of skill set lacking in your understanding of the medium you're using, usually that will reveal it. Trying to drag it into the skill set of another medium, the preferred skill set of another medium. It's like if you take the path of least resistance forever with a pencil, it's going to be lines and short ones, and everything is made up of that. But if you start to drag it towards digital or liquid painting realm, then you have an invitation to learn how to do large gradations.
Oh, what?
How
What am I
to
doing?
exercise the patience necessary to do
I'm not
large
moving.
gradations with specific shapes
The
across
pathfinding
big
broke.
portions of the paper. That's definitely the path of most resistance for pencil. But it's a very useful thing to be able to pull off, because most complex subjects have a
Okay, that
blend of
sounds
both
getting
things.
eaten.
Most complex subjects have a blend of very small details, very small detailed forms, and very large, broad statements about value change and fall off and things like that. That's just the nature of the world. Complex things have complex hierarchies of structures and contrast. So that's an easily overlooked skill set for pencil. And then if you get it, right, if you master it to some degree, if you internalize those, how to execute those things that are the path of greater resistance for your medium, then with all the time that you've spent with them, you'll actually start like thinking in them. You'll always seek them in your reference, whereas otherwise your mind would have kind of like subconsciously avoided seeing them. You know, it would have focused on the things that it could do with the medium. Now, because you've worked that out, you instead get this common effect where you are seeking those things that your medium is not good at. Ah, there's a big gradation that would be hard to do. I'll be sure to plan for it and get it in there. That's a great thing to be able to see into, glean more insight from your references and the things that you are using as your resources, as your raw materials. I'm just assuming this is all in shadow, so I'm doing the little reverse trick where the underplanes are light, and instead the upward facing planes are dark. And that's what's up, what's down. It's just a reaction to that stair stepping that's going on the silhouette there. I'm just taking those as my cues. I'm assuming they sort of wrap around the shape like belts, and then I'm drawing those belts, those ribbons of value. Or at least the ones that need to get darker. And I'm just leaving lighter the downward facing plane. There's a lot of forms coming together right in this pinched area, so I'm going to occlude them. That is to say, darken them as they approach each other. They're blocking light from each other. The regularity of those shapes is a little bit upsetting, right? All the same width, all the same length, kind of all doing the same thing. Bummer. So let's just screw it, combine a couple. I'd rather have variety than the sort of slavishly sticking to what would actually be going on there thing. Oh, they're all up planes. All going shadow. And isn't it nice? That idea gave me perfect stripes right across my form. It's great. Rather go for variety. I would rather be varied and not conspicuously samey. I would rather be that than right. Who cares about being right? I want it to look good. said we're getting close to done here, but the further I travel down this tree branch and see all these complex low contrast shapes I implied it, I'm like, oh geez, could spend another 4 hours on this easy. And it would still be a sketch. But maybe that's too much to subject the audience to.
Looks like we're getting close. There's Stack. Isn't Stack like a Shek outpost? Not sure. Looks like it could be Holy Nation.
Shall I say goodbye to you? Have you been with me for all these hours?
Ooh, big things. Gotta watch out for that.
Were we friends, partners, warriors together on the path of art? How long did we journey together? How brave were we as, without hesitation, we dove straight in to the blank piece of paper. I never could have done it without your bravery and courage at my back to support me, to drive me on. When things were at their worst, when fear was at its greatest, I need only look to either side to see the reason for my valor. Thank you, friends. Thank you, friends. We've truly done something great here today. For who can say that to draw mystical grandma trees and a couple of shaman is not the noblest venture man has ever undertaken?
Sounds like I stopped walking. Oh
So
no.
keep being strong out there. Keep drawing. Don't you ever quit. Unless you want to. Only quit if you want to. Don't quit if you don't want to quit. Quit when you can quit happily. Don't quit when you quit in misery. Happily quitting? Now there's a skill. There's something essential in everybody's life. That's not something to be avoided. Should be able to happily quit things. We've all got to do it. We've all had to do it. We'll all keep having to do it. That's definitely the better way to quit. Not misery quitting. Not, I couldn't do it. Oh God, I can't believe I'm giving this up. Man, I really wish it didn't have to be that way. If you're saying that, don't do it. It's not a quit. It's just a break. You'll be back. Plan on coming back. The other kind of quitting, happily quitting, like, yeah, let's just never do that again. Sounds good. I'm gonna go on with my life. I got a lot of other wonderful things to do with my time. That kind of quitting's good. That's a good kind of quit right there. Own it. Own your quitting if you're gonna quit.
Okay, looks like we're here. Just what we need, more offcomers. Let's go buy a house. Buy a tiny little house somewhere. Maybe over here by the, yeah, by the Shinobu
So don't quit.
Outlaw
Keep drawing.
headquarters.
Practice.
You used to be able to buy this house. This is a nice one.
Always remember to
Porch.
determine with ever greater precision what the heck it actually is that you like, right? You don't need to have good taste. You don't need to avoid bad taste. You just need to have a taste. That's better than most.
How much electricity does this place produce? Some, I guess. Holy Nation
Find out
Outlaws.
what it is you like and why.
Well, all I need really
You don't have
is
to know for real. Just have a
tiny
guess.
house, so
Guess better than nothing. Just assume
like all
there's
of
a
them
reason.
are bought.
Assume there's a reason and figure it out.
I'll use this one. Wait, that one's busted. I have to repair it. Let's not do that. Is there one that's already built I don't need to repair? No, all of the ones that are You can only buy a broken down shit house. Okay, well I guess we'll buy God. Maybe we'll like live somewhere else.
I wonder how
They're
many
like-
trees I've drawn in my life.
Isn't there like another area around here that's better?
I hope when we
wanna
die,
say
we
there's,
go
like, a
video
place-
game and we get to see the stats.
Down here somewhere. Maybe way station
Number of trees you
Highlander?
drew.
Is that it? Or is it down here somewhere? I forget.
Number of heads you
Maybe it's maybe it's way station Highlander.
Number of trees and the whole possibility space of trees that you didn't draw.
I feel like it's down there though somewhere. Like you go down this way. And then down this path. There's like a tech hub. There's a dude asking me questions. What are you doing here? Wasting my time.
I'd look at it all. I'd want to see all the stats. How many trees did you draw? How many people did you draw? How many cats did you draw? How many dogs? And how long did you spend on each? What was your proportion? You spend the most time drawing boats? Faces?
This way?
Pirate cats? Cat pirates? I need specifics.
Down this
I want to see them numbers.
Down this way somewhere. I swear there's like a hideout here somewhere. Not hideout, but maybe it's that way. Maybe it is the way station Highlander. Now let's go there.
Sometimes I don't know why I go from one tool to another. It's just not a big deal. Sometimes you just know. Sometimes
Someone
the
try to
hand
attack
just
me?
knows. It says,
Well-
let's bring in the other guy.
There is some fighting here. Us bandits versus
Yeah, I don't
Holy
know.
Nation outlaws. Oh, let's keep going. Okay, maybe it is over here. Yeah, this is it, I think. Possibly. There should be like a lot of activity around here. Maybe it's up there. What is that? It could be over there as well.
Trying to create some
Wait.
occlusion.
Yeah, I think it. Wait,
between
hold on.
parts of
Let's
this
see.
tree. Let's try to get a little bit more
Is it this
overlap.
place? Wait
Add 'em.
a second here. The Highlanders.
Might be asking too much at this
It's
point
not
since
here.
it
This is
didn't
not it.
design
It's not
for
the
it early.
Highlanders. It should. I think it's actually that one area over there. Whatever that is. That looks familiar to me.
Alright, what are we gonna do here? What are we gonna do here? Let's look at our whole thing here.
We can buy a house there. That'd be amazing.
What does it need to take it
If we
from
can't, we'll just have to return
sketch
to the hub and then
done
buy one there.
sketch? Let's see. Should I do anything in that background? No, God, I don't know. Probably we can give it a shot to test. It can never be simple around here, right? Not in this crazy corner of the artist world. Nope. It cannot be simple. It can be just about everything else, but it cannot be simple.
True.
These little mushrooms real quick. Mm-hmm.
Sounds like I stopped moving. Yeah, okay. Where? Oh, wait.
Just
It's
not
not
being
that.
shy to
It's
shoot a
definitely
little
over
love
here
at the
somewhere.
drawing's way.
This area looks very familiar,
Especially when the
but it's
body
just
is
like
saying,
not
you know
up
what, I'm
there
tired.
because that's
I
all
think I'm
broken.
burnt out on this one.
I
Feeling
think
a
it's
little
down this way
fatigued.
some.
Maybe we could draw something else.
Holy
Especially when
military
those feelings
base.
come up. Noticing that and saying,
Definitely
of
along
course,
this
well, the
river.
natural response to that is to throw a little love at the drawing.
Somewhere
Manifest
here.
compassion and love for the drawing and then throw it at
No,
it
maybe it's not summit, is it?
in as great a quantity as possible. Obvious reaction. Obvious reaction.
Man. Is it that over there? It might be that. It's like a... Okay, maybe it's down over that way. I have no idea. I feel like this is definitely somewhere in the world of Kenshi. Let's speed things up a bit. Ah! Oh my god. Is this... This could be a bandit camp, though. I think it might be a bandit camp. What is this? Barracks. Unknown tower. Okay, definitely not that. Is it up this river, though? Might be up this river. And... Oh my god, why am I clipping through the freaking map? Yeah, it's not this. This is where you get a weapon, though. Okay, let's head back where we came from.
Mm-hmm.
I'll find it eventually. Maybe you should go up.
I just couldn't live with these roots being completely undrawn down here. I couldn't live like that. With everything that I've been through in my life, I couldn't live with that. That's what I couldn't live with.
Shit, maybe we should just like go back to the hub.
Of course, now I have to create a little bit of occlusion where they overlap.
Where is this place? Oh my god. I'm actually completely
And
lost.
I have to rush, of course.
Okay, it's not
even
down
though I've
that
been
way. That means it
hypnotizing myself
has
for the
to
past
be.
5 hours to remember not to rush. I have to rush.
It's probably like this way then, I guess. I don't know. There's some action over here. Let's go see what we can do about this. Oh my god, there's a lot of action. You know what? We'll just we'll just like buy a house at the hub. Set up our base here. Wait, let's go. Before we do that, we can buy some construction supplies here because we'll need them to actually rebuild the place.
It's just, if you really take your time with some tree forms, and what's
Welcome
more fun
back.
to draw?
I've never been here.
Because you can just make it like anything. You can make it like absolutely anything. Oh, where was I? Right, you can make it like absolutely
Attack
anything.
the dust bandits. Dust
You can
bandits.
draw. You can basically just draw human
bag.
flesh with all of its wrinkles and dimples and little bulges and things like that. You can just draw human flesh straight up, and then if you just put it into some tree shapes, it'll just look like a tree. It's great. It can be elephant skin, it can be scaled, it can be wrinkled, it can be like an old person's skin, it can be perfectly smooth. It's like the trees do every kind of surface on them. It's so cool. So cool. Like really smooth trees, love those things. I don't know any tree names, so I can't tell you what kinds of trees or what kind of tree and what stage in its life has like those perfectly smooth, almost flesh-like surfaces
Okay,
on
let's
it.
go
But I love
buy.
them. So weird, so uncanny.
This is like kind of like an iconic
And
place.
they
So we might as
wrinkle
well
and
just go buy
buckle,
this one here.
just like
This
you'd
old
expect
storm
skin and
house.
flesh to. It's so weird to see. And you can do polyps and blisters and burls and
We
all
need to
sorts of
rebuild
stuff.
this
It's like
though.
if you're bored with the surface of your tree, it is your
Repair.
own fault. You could do anything
How
in
many
there,
pieces do I
anything
need?
on that tree.
Repair this. Oh, nothing? Oh, I need, okay, I need a lot of building material. I need 12 more. The bar should have something. Oh, this isn't a bar anymore. What the heck? Isn't there a bar here somewhere? Outlaw headquarters. I can buy this? Mm. Okay, well, I guess we'll just repair this and then wait for a day. Go buy some more building supplies then.
On the next one of these, we'll try to do something with more reference. This one is almost entirely without reference. Maybe entirely. I guess if you don't count me looking at my own face a few times in my webcam feed for that. This one is basically without reference, but I like the sort of tableau, like very symbolic feeling that I get from working without reference, but I think after spending this long on this page in the sketchbook, think I feel like the next page in the sketchbook should be something pretty heavily referenced. Who knows what that'll be, but I just feel like it'd be good to practice the other part of drawing, the sort of analyzing something that is already quite extraordinary and finding a way to transfer it. That's always how it goes for me. Working too much from imagination just whets my appetite for reference, and then working from reference just whets my appetite for working from imagination. It's a virtuous cycle, for sure. I don't worry much about exterior contour line weight in a drawing like this. It's a lot to think about. I'm mostly focused and interested in the forms, and really, since it's on the exterior of objects, I can just spend, a very long time on something, like 100 hours, and then just add that line weight at the end over top of everything as a final step. That's usually what I do. I save adding any kind of bold outlining and all of the variety therein. I just save that all the way for the end. The last thing I do to the drawing. I want the drawing to hold up on its own with the values first. Usually. That's not right for every drawing.
Looks like it's not day yet. Okay, I need 5 more building material. Where did the other bits go? Oh.
Let's imply a little something on these trees, actually.
I thought I only had 8 pieces. I wonder if the place has any building supplies. We'll go check. Probably not, but we can always go see what they have for offer.
Here's a little trick about working with pencil. When you have an area that you want to be light, the intuitive thing to do as you do sort of the light touch in that area is that you're inclined to leave. Here, let me show you. Zoom way in here. You're inclined to leave
Hooded half gas mask.
a lot of space between the lines. So look, I'll do it right here. You tend to think light touch. You're like, all right, I'll do this. Then you leave it like that, right? With significant space in between the individual lines. But a good thing to be able to control, to create form, is to be able to do a light area that is completely filled in. So it's not the white of the paper that's dominating and creating that value. It is all applied, controlled value from the pencil.
Fighting going on outside.
But it looks so light.
Dust bandits.
By your touch, not by...
It's always dust bandits.
Not by the value of the paper showing through in a sort of halftone effect.
They're getting massacred though.
And I like that effect better. I think it makes things look a little flatter, sit back a little bit better. Makes a simple, flat value area of high value feel a little bit more like a statement, like it's done. Whereas if you have the lines spaced further apart, more doing the halftone effect, that tends to look a little more unfinished, or like something is still waiting to occur. This is definitely the secret, most esoteric value range that most pencil artists don't ever quite get used to. It's very powerful in a finished rendered piece because if you can develop a lot of sensitivity to this value range,
get some more building materials.
you
so I
can
can
model,
make a bed.
do that trick that we were talking about before. You can model full value, solid form. You can model solid form.
Just need 5 more, I believe.
In this very, very compressed value range and make it look finished.
Sweet.
Which is very tough to do in graphite, but it would be an essential skill for a picture that's like, let's say someone in a white robe standing next to someone in a black robe. Completely different ends of the colors of the value scale, right? How are you going to do in graphite that person in the white robe? You need to keep all the values grouped way up on the white robe for it to feel white. If you drop, even in the shadow areas, if you let those shadow areas get way too close to black, it's not going to feel like that white fabric naturally falling off into shadow. It's going to feel like a hole punched through the paper. It's not going to feel dimensional. It's going to feel 2D, flattened. So to pull off that white robe, you've got to be able to keep your touch very light and still model form. That's what makes for a really good cast drawing. Mm-hmm. Cast drawings are a brutal exercise in that. How can you make the cast, which is very formy, it's a white sculpture, right? And often a white sculpture of a portrait or a body or something like that. It's a very complex, form-filled area. How are you going to achieve
anything
that
in this
without
house other
making
than
it read like a
skeleton
gray
repair beds?
cast
So let's
in
put
your
that
drawing?
there, and then
How are you going to fit all of that form, all of that solidity, of which much is available? If you've ever seen a beautifully finished cast drawing, how are you going to make it feel that way while still making it so that any viewer who looks at it understands, says that's a white cast, not a gray cast, or God help you, a black cast? You've got to be able to roll all the big structural forms in very little value range. And you've got to be able to achieve the surface finish that you want for the picture. That is to say, is it all very smooth? Is it all very filled in? Or is it all have a consistent hatching and halftone effect? You've got to be able to achieve whatever finish you're going for in your drawing, you've got to be able to achieve that finish in that compressed value range in order to make a cast cell as a white cast.